Chapter 1, Friday. 5 o'clock the hour when a city pulses with restless energy, yet no one really sees anything. Too focused on the road, the clock, the weekend ahead. The man in the faded minivan drove north, steady, unremarkable. Just another commuter in the sluggish crawl of rush hour. His light-colored raincoat and that worn-out beanie, the kind retirees wear to block sun or rain, made him invisible. The hat's red band was the only splash of color, but even that went unnoticed. Sunglasses hid his eyes, though the sky was gray. Gloves covered his hands, though autumn hadn't even chilled the air yet. Traffic inched forward where First Street climbed the hill, then stalled completely where construction squeezed two lanes into one. The whole city was a maze of torn-up roads and rumbling machinery, gravel trucks, asphalt spreaders, the endless grind of progress. The man lifted his wrist, checked his watch. 11 minutes. Patience. He nudged the van forward, brakes groaning, then stopped again where the street widened into downtown's shopping district. Boutiques and department stores rose in uneven steps up the slope, sidewalks sprawling wide for leisurely shoppers. Iron lampposts stood like silent guards between the cars and the crowd. 8 minutes now. He exhaled, rolled ahead as traffic thinned, the storefronts growing shabbier dive bars, discount shops, then the parking garage looming on the left. More construction there. Steel beams rising where they were expanding the structure. Just past it, the street dead-ended at a low wall, opening into a windswept plaza with a fountain's mist drifting over the pavement. To the left, the old library's stone facade. To the right, a sleek office tower, its black glass reflecting the gloom. First Street jagged west here, slipping beneath the highway's shadow, but the minivan didn't follow. Instead, it turned into the garage, climbing the ramp without hesitation. No barrier, no attendant, just rows of meters ticking away. No witnesses. The van wound up to the second level, creeping toward the far corner where the old structure met the new expansion. He paused, engine idling, then stepped out just long enough to move an orange cone from the last empty spot. The garage was packed, every other space filled with silent cars. No one left at this hour, not with the gridlock outside. Smart people had already gone or were waiting it out. 4 minutes. He killed the engine, sat for a breath in the quiet. Then he slid out, dropped a quarter into the meter, and walked away. He twisted the parking meter handle with a sharp jerk, listening as the coin clinked into the slot. The mechanical whir granted him an hour more time than he needed. The air hung heavy with the scent of idling cars, gasoline fumes mixing with the sharp tang of cold exhaust. His worn Clark's desert boots, the same kind Special Forces operatives swore by, barely made a sound against the pavement. Khaki suede crepe soles classic, unchanged for decades. A quick glance at the meter. 59 minutes left. The minivan's rear door slid open with a quiet groan. He reached inside, flipping back the blanket to reveal the Springfield M1A, a sleek, walnut-stocked autoloader with a heavy barrel chambered in. Signed Vow 08. Not as precise as a bolt action on the first cold shot, but it didn't need to be. His Lake City M85-2 rounds, loaded with Sierra Match King bullets, were probably better than the rifle itself. A mismatch, but one that worked. He moved through the garage, stepping over the jagged line where old concrete met new and expansion joint, likely waiting for a layer of tar. Yellow caution tape sagged between pillars, but he ducked under it without hesitation. The unfinished space smelled of damp cement and powdered lime, the floor a patchwork of smooth and rough patches. Wooden planks bridged gaps, empty wheelbarrows and crushed soda cans littered the ground. At the northeast corner, he pressed his back against a raw concrete pillar, inching forward until the plaza came into view. The ornamental pool stretched before him 80 feet of still water, brick walls on all sides. The fountain's rhythmic splash mixed with distant traffic and the murmur of pedestrians below. The pool's front edge sat just 3 feet behind the low wall separating the plaza from the street. Perfect sightline. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, exhaling slowly. Time to wait. The two concrete walls ran side by side, barely 3 feet apart, stretching east to west for about 20 feet. He crouched on the garage's upper level, but thanks to the steep incline of First Street, the plaza below wasn't a full story down, just a slight drop. To his right stood the dingy office building, its door barely visible. The place had been built with high hopes, but no tenants ever moved in. To save face, the city had stuffed it with government offices, DMV, military recruiters, maybe even the URES. Not that he cared. He dropped to his knees, then flattened onto his stomach. Low crawling was second nature to him, something he'd done countless times in the service. Knees, elbows, belly, just like training. Normally, snipers had to inch forward for hours, avoiding detection. But today? Just 8 feet to cover. No binoculars tracking him. He slithered to the base of the wall, pressed tight against the rough concrete, then shifted into a sitting position. Kneeling now, he folded his right leg beneath him, planted his left foot firmly, and rested his elbow on his knee. The rifle settled against the wall's edge. Steady. Supported, kneeling, not as stable as lying prone with a bipod, but close enough. Breathe in. Breathe out. 1 shot, 1 kill. He exhaled, letting tension drain away. Infiltration complete. Now patience. 7 minutes passed in silence. To his left, the old library stood under the shadow of the elevated highway, its concrete arms almost cradling the limestone building. Beyond it, the black glass tower loomed, the NBC peacock logo gleaming near the entrance. Doubtful the whole place was filled, probably just a few lawyers, accountants, maybe some empty offices. Then movement. The government offices were closing 5 p. on a Friday. A steady stream of people spilled out, walking right to left, funneling between the walls. Some dragged their fingers through the shallow pool, sending ripples across the water. Copper pennies shimmered on the black tiles below. Like ducks in a shooting gallery, one after another. Range, 100 feet, maybe less. He waited. The crowd thickened. The crowd bottlenecked at the narrow passage, bodies pressing together like cars gridlocked at a downtown intersection. A polite shuffle of hesitation after after you slowed them to a crawl. Perfect. The rifleman exhaled, steadied, then stopped waiting. The first shot cracked through the air, a man's head snapping back as pink mist erupted. Instant. Clean. Like flipping a switch. The second target dropped just as fast, then the third a woman, this time before anyone even registered the sound. 3 down in 2 seconds. Silence, then chaos erupted. 12 people had been trapped between the plaza and the pool walls. Now, 9 scrambled in opposite directions, some surging forward, others doubling back, colliding with the crowd still pushing in. Screams tore through the air. The shooter adjusted, lining up his 4th shot. A man in a suit crumpled. The 5th round missed, skimming a woman's shoulder before vanishing into the pool with a hiss. No matter. The 6th found its mark, splintering a bridge of bone. Then he was moving. Low, fast, scraping spent casings into his gloved hand, 5 retrieved, 1 lost to a crack in the concrete. No time to dig for it. Behind him, the screams crescendoed, Car horns blared from the street below. He slithered backward, rose, and melted into the shadows, retracing his steps over rough pavement, past caution tape, to the waiting minivan. The rifle, still warm, vanished under a blanket. The engine purred to life. 44 minutes left on the meter, plenty. He rolled out, weaving through back streets, the first sirens wailing in the distance. Eastbound. He was already westbound. A smirk tugged at his lips. Infantry needed 15,000 rounds per kill. Snipers. One shot, one down. Efficiency, precision, ice in his veins. The math didn't lie. A sniper's efficiency is measured in cold, hard numbers, one enemy casualty for every one. 2 rounds fired. That ratio, identical to a batter hitting 5 out of 6, was exactly what his old instructors had drilled into him. Decades later, he delivered precisely what they trained him to do. They'd be proud if they were still around. But their lessons were meant for war zones, not city streets. Urban violence introduces variables no battlefield manual covers, and success takes on a whole new meaning. The media was the first to react, unsurprising, since the shots rang out right outside the local NBC station's windows. Before the echoes faded, 2 things happened. Every camera in the building was snatched up and aimed at the chaos, and Anyani, a local news anchor, started mentally crafting what she knew would be her first national breaking news segment. Her hands trembled, her stomach twisted, but ambition cut through the fear. Words shaped perception, and the ones flashing through her mind were sniper, senseless, slaying. The alliteration was instinctive, the phrasing cliché, but slaying was perfect. It carried weight, random, brutal, merciless. For the headline, though, massacre had more punch. Friday Night Massacre? Rush hour bloodbath. She bolted for the door, trusting her graphics team to land on something just as grim. Meanwhile, the city's emergency response kicked into overdrive. A flood of 911 calls lit up dispatch like a slot machine jackpot. Within seconds, every cop car, detective, crime scene tech, fire truck, and ambulance in the district was en route, sirens wailing. Chaos ruled panicked callers, babbled fragments. But one thing was clear: this was big. Detective Emerson, a 20-year veteran leading the serious crime squad, took command from the back seat of his speeding cruiser. Traffic crawled, construction blocked lanes, and he had zero intel: robbery, gang war, terror attack. His pulse stayed under 1.5T, barely. Over the radio, the dispatcher shouted updates. New caller: Marine from the recruiting office. Witness. Emerson barked. No, he was inside. Now he's out there. Emerson gritted his teeth. He wouldn't be first on scene, but he needed eyes. A Marine would do. Patch him through. Static crackled, then distant screams, and the rush of water, the plaza fountain. A steady voice cut through. Kelly. First Sergeant Usmag. Who's this? Emerson PD. 10 minutes out. What's the situation? 5 Kia. 5 dead. Confirmed. Damn. Anyone hurt? Emerson asked, scanning the chaotic scene through his windshield. Doesn't look like it, the Marine replied, his voice steady despite the tension. Emerson frowned. 5 fatalities and not a single wounded? That wasn't how these things usually went. In his experience, mass shootings left behind a mix: some dead, some injured. The math never came out this clean. You're absolutely certain? No one with minor wounds? Nothing? Confirmed, sir. All 5 victims were killed instantly. Emerson exhaled sharply. Who were they? Civilians. 4 men, 1 woman. Damn it. Agreed, sir, the Marine said. Emerson rubbed his temple. Where were you when it happened? Inside the recruiting office. See anything? Nothing. Just heard the shots, 6 in total. Handgun. Definitely a long gun. Semi-auto, not full. And every victim took a headshot. A sniper. Great. Some psycho with a rifle and a steady hand. Is he still out there? No more gunfire, but he could be lying low. Civilians have taken cover, most are holed up in the library. Emerson's grip tightened on the radio. Where are you now? Behind the plaza wall with a few others. Any idea where the shooter was positioned? Best guess. The new parking garage. People were pointing that way, and the angle lines up. Might have caught a muzzle flash. A perfect hideout, dark corners, multiple exits. A nightmare to clear. Just then the Marine added, Media's already here, sir. Emerson swore under his breath. You in uniform? Full dress per recruiting protocol. Hold things down until backup arrives. Copy that. The line went silent, leaving Emerson with the crackle of the dispatcher's feed. News crews and a gunman still at large, just what he needed. The scrutiny, the second-guessing, the inevitable circus. He switched to the all-unit channel. Listen up. We've got a lone shooter with a high-powered rifle. Likely fired from the new parking garage, either still inside or already fled. Units beyond 10 blocks, lock down a perimeter. No one in or out. Closer units, move in with caution. But do not let this guy slip through. We take him down today before the cameras turn this into a 3-ring show. Meanwhile, a minivan rolled into a quiet suburban garage. The driver killed the engine, sat for a moment in the silence, then stepped inside. The dog greeted him with a wagging tail as he flipped on the TV. On screen, paramedics in tactical gear moved through the library, checking for stragglers. 2 stayed inside while 4 others sprinted across the plaza, ducking behind cover before confirming the victims beyond help. They stayed low, following orders no unnecessary risks until the garage was cleared. Emerson parked 2 blocks away, directing a sergeant to sweep the structure floor by floor. The newer section was straightforward, bright, open, empty. The older levels were another story, dim, cluttered, every shadow a potential threat. But after a thorough search, they came up empty. No shooter. No answers. Just another mess to clean up. The parking garage remained dark, its shadowy corners untouched by the officers' flashlights as they swept each level. The sergeant gave the all clear, and Emerson praised their thoroughness, though luck had played its part. By focusing their search from the southwest, they'd left the northeast corner undisturbed, setting the stage for what would later be called a flawless investigation. As evening fell, Ann Yanni had already delivered 11 reports, 3 national, 8 local. She could sense the network's hesitation. Bloodshed usually made headlines, but this wasn't unfolding in New York or L. No high-profile targets, no polished suburban backdrop, just a grim, middle American tragedy. With no victims identified yet, she had little to work with. No tear-jerking backstories, no gripping visuals, just distant crowds behind barricades and the looming gray silhouette of First Street. The parking garage, the presumed sniper's nest, offered nothing but speculation. By 8, Emerson had pieced together more of the puzzle. A Marine's account of 6 gunshots was backed up by a garbled voicemail recording, yet only 5 bodies had been found. A witness recalled water splashing from the plaza's fountain, prompting Emerson to order it drained. Firefighters worked under floodlights, pumping thousands of gallons into the storm drains while techs reconstructed the shooter's position. Using straws and laser pointers, they traced the bullet's path from the first victim, a man walking steadily before the chaos erupted. The angle pointed unmistakably to the garage's second level, right where witnesses had seen muzzle flashes. Science had just confirmed what instinct had already suggested. Emerson waved his forensic team into the garage, giving them free rein, but making it clear he expected results. Meanwhile, reporter Anne Yanni grabbed a camera crew and headed toward the barricades a few blocks from the scene. She hoped to piece together identities by spotting worried families searching for missing loved ones. Instead, she captured raw grief, 20 minutes of sobbing, shock, and disbelief. What started as professional curiosity twisted into something heavier, leaving her shaken. The garage turned out to be a gold mine. A patrol officer had flagged a witness who'd been turned away from the second level by an unauthorized traffic cone. City workers confirmed it wasn't theirs, so the cone got bagged as evidence. Then came the real jackpot security footage from a maintenance closet and fresh details about the stalled construction. Forensics got to work under the yellow tape, immediately spotting a faint blue fiber snagged on the concrete. Like someone had knelt to duck under, leaving behind a trace of denim. They photographed it, lifted it with adhesive film, then brought in Klieg lights to sweep the dust-covered floor. The footprints were pristine. Weird Souls, the lead tech, radioed Emerson. Crepe rubber, gritty, raw stuff. Picks up everything. If we find this guy, his shoes will be coated in dust. Oh, and he's got a dog. A dog? Hair and carpet fibers stuck in the crepe. Bet they match his house or car. By 8:50 p. Musson prepped the chief for the press conference, laying out the facts. 5 headshots. Likely a trained marksman. The chief debated military versus hunter, but Emerson shrugged. Lone nut, not terrorism. FBI is not our problem. At 9 sharp, the pathologist called. X-rays showed hollow point rounds clean through and throughs. Emerson stared at the ornamental pool. 6 bullets fired. 5 hits. 1 miss. The water held answers, but dredging it would take time. By 9:15, the last of the murky water had drained from the pool, leaving behind a thin layer of grime and scattered debris. Fire department hoses sputtered as they ran dry. Emerson adjusted the floodlights and sent 12 academy recruits scrambling over the walls, 6 from each side. Down in the parking garage extension, crime scene techs documented 48 sets of footprints leading in, but only 44 on the way out. The stride length suggested confidence on entry, urgency on exit. Size 11. Near the northeast corner, fibers clung to the last concrete pillar, mercerized cotton, likely from a light-colored raincoat, smeared at shoulder height. The perp had leaned back, then slid around for a clear view of the plaza. Dust patterns between the pillar and the perimeter wall told the rest. Knee and elbow drag marks, more fibers, flecks of aged crepe rubber. He low-crawled, the lead tech said. Forward on his belly, backward on his knees. If we ever find his shoes, the toes'll be shredded. A few feet away, disturbed dust marked where he'd knelt. Fresh varnish scrapes lined the wall's edge. Steadied his rifle here, the tech muttered, miming the motion. Emerson paced near the drained pool, 35 yards out, an easy shot. The recruits combed the basin, turning up junk, loose change, and 6 bullets. 5 were mangled, but 1 stood out, a pristine. 908 boat tail hollow point. Emerson called up to the garage. Get down here. Actually, you need to come up, the tech shot back. On the second level, flashlights converged on a narrow expansion joint in the concrete. Look what slipped in, the lead tech said. Emerson shouldered through the huddle. A single brass casing glinted in the beam. He took the rest with him, Emerson said. This one got left behind. Fingerprints. Maybe. Most people don't glove up when loading mags. The tech scavenged an unused ground wire from a nearby electrical box, bent it into a hook, and fished the casing out without a scratch. Emerson sealed it in an evidence bag. Meet at the station in an hour. I'll drag a DA in. He retraced the perp's path, pausing by an empty parking space. Dump the meter, he called. Print every quarter. The tech scoffed. You think he paid? Covering bases. Who pays for parking before capping 5 people? Emerson didn't blink. Exactly the kind of crazy we're dealing with. The tech shook his head. Empty the meter. Sure. Why not? Detective Emerson knew this was the kind of gut instinct that separated good cops from the rest. He pulled out his phone and called the city liaison, signaling it was time to bring in the DA's office. Prosecution wasn't the police department's burden. It fell squarely on the district attorney. Every case had to pass their scrutiny before it ever saw a courtroom. Weak evidence. They'd drop it fast. Strong case. They'd push hard. It was like a dress rehearsal before the real show. Given the high-profile nature of this one, the DA himself showed up Rodin, a man whose name had been shortened generations ago from something far more complicated. At 50, he was sharp, cautious, and politically savvy, with a reputation for only pursuing slam-dunk cases. Anything less, and he'd cut his losses, usually leaving the cops holding the bag. At least, that's how Emerson saw it. Rodin leaned forward in his chair, tension tightening his voice. I need something solid. The city's on edge. Emerson didn't hesitate. We've pieced it together every move he made. You got a name? Rodin asked. Not yet. Still just John Doe. Then walk me through it. Emerson laid it out. A grainy security tape showed a light-colored minivan, probably an older Dodge Caravan with tinted windows, rolling into the garage minutes before the incident. The plates were obscured, but the real kicker? The guy had staked out his spot ahead of time, using a stolen traffic cone to block it off. Stolen? Rodin raised an eyebrow. Let's say borrowed, Emerson corrected. Could have been from the First Street construction site. Rodin waved a hand. Doesn't matter. What else? Emerson smirked. Fingerprints. All over the cone. Matched a quarter we pulled from the parking meter. Rodin frowned. Defense will argue he just wanted a good spot. And that quarter could have been there for days. Fair point, Emerson admitted. But here's the thing, he left a trail. Cement dust on his shoes, fibers from his clothes. And the bullet. He missed once. Hit the pool. Ballistics loves water, catches pristine rifling marks, no damage. Rodin's expression shifted. You can match it? Already working on it. Plus, we've got varnish scrapings where he braced the rifle. Rodin exhaled. Now that's what I call good news. The rifle will seal the deal once we match the varnish and the scratches. It's as solid as DNA evidence. You think you can track it down? We already have a shell casing with ejector marks. That, plus the bullet, ties the weapon to the crime. The scratches link it to the garage, and the garage ties back to the guy who left traces behind. Rodin stayed quiet, probably weighing how this would play in court. Technical evidence could be a tough sell. It lacked the emotional punch jurors craved. Oh, and the casing has prints, Emerson added. Same thumb and index finger as the quarter in the parking meter and the traffic cone. So we've got the crime linked to the gun to the ammo, and the ammo to the shooter. Everything clicks: suspect, weapon, crime. It's airtight. The minivan on the tape it left right after the 911 call? 90 seconds later. Any ID yet? Fingerprint databases are running now. Shouldn't take long. If he's even in the system. Emerson smirked. Bet he's ex-military. Every service member's prints are on file. It's just a waiting game. 49 minutes later, a desk officer walked in with a stack of papers: name, address, service record, even a driver's license photo. Emerson skimmed it once, then again, a slow grin spreading. 6 hours after the first shot, they had their man. James Barr, he announced. The room went still. 41 years old, lives 20 minutes from here. Army vet, honorable discharge 14 years back. Infantry specialist, probably a sniper. Drives a beige Dodge Caravan. He slid the file to Rodin, who studied it like a winning lottery ticket. His eyes flicked over the details, piecing it together: suspect, weapon, crime. 3 cherries lining up. James Barr, Rodin mused, rolling the name around. He plucked out the license photo and stared. Welcome to your worst nightmare, pal. Damn right, Emerson said, waiting for the pad on the back. I'll get the warrant's arrest, plus searches for his house and van. Judges'll be tripping over themselves to sign off. Rodin left, and Emerson called the chief, who scheduled an 8A press conference and insisted Emerson take center stage. Not his favorite crowd, but he'd take the win. The warrants were ready in an hour, but setting up the arrest took 3. Surveillance confirmed Barr was home, a modest ranch, peeling paint but a fresh driveway. Lights on, TV flickering. A brief glimpse of Barr in a window, alone. Then darkness. Standard procedure for an armed suspect, SWAT, took over. They pulled zoning maps, planned the usual stealthy encirclement, overwhelming force on standby, simultaneous breach front and back. Emerson would make the arrest, suited up in borrowed armor and a helmet, with an assistant DA shadowing to keep everything by the book. The cops weren't taking any chances. One wrong move, and some slick defense lawyer would tear the whole case apart. A medical team stood by, ready to roll. 2 K9 units tagged along, thanks to the crime scene tech's hunch about a dog inside. 38 exhausted officers were part of the operation, most pushing past 19 straight hours on duty. The air buzzed with tension. Everyone assumed if a guy owned one gun, he had an arsenal, maybe military grade, maybe worse. But the raid went smoother than anyone expected. James Barr barely flinched when they kicked in his door at 3 a.m. He lay sprawled in bed, dead to the world, while 15 cops trained their weapons and flashlights on him. The SWAT leader yanked off his blankets, hunting for hidden weapons. Nothing. Barr blinked, mumbled something unintelligible, then curled up like a kid caught napping in class. The guy was built like a linebacker, pale with salt and pepper stubble, his 2 small pajamas stretched tight. He looked worn out, older than his 41 years. An old mutt shuffled in from the kitchen, groggy and confused. The K9 team scooped it up and hauled it outside. Emerson shoved through the cramped bedroom, scanning the scene. A half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels sat next to a prescription bottle, same level, same neglect. He squinted at the label, Rosemary Barr. Take 1 for sleeplessness. Who's Rosemary Barr? The assistant Di asked. Wife. Emerson eyed the bare walls, the lone toothbrush in the bathroom. Doubt it. Suicide setup. The SWAT guy muttered. Emerson shook his head. He'd have downed the whole bottle pills and whiskey. The room reeked of sweat and stale sheets. We tread carefully, the ADA warned. If he's impaired, his lawyer'll argue he couldn't comprehend Miranda. So no talking, and if he does talk, we play deaf. Emerson waved the medics over. They poked and prodded Barr, checked vitals, skimmed the prescription again. Verdict? Out cold, but otherwise fine. Stone cold psychopath, the SWAT leader muttered. No remorse, just passes out like it's nothing. You sure he's our guy? The ADA pressed. Emerson fished a wallet from a pair of slacks on a chair. License matched name, address, even the surly photo. Oh, it's him, Emerson said. Then we keep this clean, the ADA insisted. No slip-ups. Emerson gripped Barr's shoulder, rattling him awake just enough for glazed eyes to meet his. He recited Miranda, slow and clear. Barr's eyelids fluttered, then dropped. Back to dreamland. All right, haul him in, Emerson ordered. They bundled him in a blanket, dragged him to a squad car. The ADA and a medic climbed in after. Emerson stayed behind, combing the place. In the closet, he found faded jeans and dusty work shoes. The raincoat hung in the hallway, waiting. The garage held a beige Dodge Caravan, while downstairs in the basement, a collection of firearms waited. A scratched rifle hung on a wall-mounted rack, one among several. Below it, a workbench held 5 9mm pistols and stacks of ammo boxes, one half empty, labeled Lake City M852, 16-8 grain boat tail hollow point. Psalm 100 and kites. Nearby, glass jars filled with spent casings, set ready for reloading. The jar closest to the edge held only 5 brass shells, their lids left off as if tossed in hastily. Emerson bent down, catching the faint scent of gunpowder, cold but not stale. By 4 a.m., he was gone, replaced by forensics combing every inch of the house. A quick call confirmed Barr was locked up, under medical watch, sleeping soundly. Emerson managed a 2-hour nap before cleaning up for the press briefing. The press conference sucked the life out of the story. A real headline needs tension, a killer still loose, lurking in shadows, turning everyday errands into nerve-wracking risks. But with Barr already in cuffs, before the second news cycle, and Yanni knew the networks would shrug it off. No legs. Over before it began. Just some backwoods oddball, too sloppy to stay free overnight, probably guzzling malt liquor in his cousin's trailer. Not exactly prime time material. She'd get one more segment to recap the arrest, then fade back into obscurity. Disappointed but composed, she shifted gears mid-conference. Maybe this wasn't a fluke. Maybe it was good police work. A dangerous man caught fast, right in America's heartland, unlike those drawn-out coastal manhunts. Could she spin it? America's fastest. The chief handed the mic to Emerson, who stuck to facts, no grandstanding. Yanni sensed he thought they'd gotten lucky. Then the DA took over, framing it as just the beginning. His office would handle the real work. And yes, he'd push for the death penalty. James Barr came to with a foggy head at 9 a.m. Fingers inked, rights recited twice. Silence was his choice rare, but he held firm. No words, no slip-ups. People tried, but Barr kept his mouth shut. Emerson wasn't sweating it. Truth was, he preferred it that way. He liked building his cases, methodically gathering every scrap of evidence, examining it from every angle, refining it until the facts spoke for themselves. A confession. That was just a bonus, not the foundation. Too often they got torn apart in court, accused of being coerced or unreliable. So he avoided relying on them entirely. Unlike those flashy TV dramas where detectives badger suspects for hours, he trusted his forensic team to do their painstaking work without shortcuts. Rosemary Barr was James' younger sister, single and living in a downtown apartment. Like everyone else in the city, she was reeling from the news, first catching glimpses of the story Friday night, then hearing her brother's name repeated on the Saturday morning broadcast. At first, she thought she'd misheard. But the reporter kept saying it, James Barr, James Barr, James Barr. Her breath hitched, then came the tears, first confusion, then horror, then white-hot anger. She forced herself to steady her hands and act. She worked as a paralegal at a mid-sized law firm, one of those general practice offices common in smaller cities. The pay wasn't great, but the benefits were solid, and the partners had a standing policy, free legal help for employees and their families. Mostly that meant wills, divorces, or insurance disputes, not high-profile murder cases. Still, she had to try. She knew her brother. There was no way he could have done this. She called the senior partner at home, a tax specialist, who then reached out to the firm's criminal defense attorney. By noon, the partners had gathered at the country club, debating how to gently tell Rosemary they couldn't take the case. This wasn't their area. The optics were terrible. But she'd been a loyal employee for years, and they knew she couldn't afford private counsel. Public defenders. They didn't have much faith in those. David Chapman, the firm's litigator, broke the deadlock. He and the DA Roden went way back, same neighborhood, same profession, just different sides of the courtroom. Chapman stepped into the smoking room, dialed Roden's number, and had a blunt conversation. When he returned, his verdict was clear. It's a slam dunk. Her brother's guilty as sin. Roden's got every piece of evidence locked down, no holes, no doubts. This case will be in law school textbooks someday. The managing partner frowned. You sure he wasn't just feeding you a line? We don't bullshit each other, Chapman said. Best we can do is push for life without parole instead of the needle. That's the win here for Rosemary. And for her brother, no offense. How much work are we talking? The partner asked. The conversation in the law office was brief and to the point. Just the sentencing phase, one of the attorneys said. He's going to plead guilty, so that's all we'll need to handle. You good with that? The managing partner asked. Given the situation, yeah. How much time are we looking at? Not much. There's barely anything to work with here. Any angle for leniency? He served in the Gulf War. Could be some chemical exposure or lingering PTSD. Maybe we can cut a deal with Roden before the hearing. Might even wrap it up during lunch. The managing partner gave a nod, then glanced at the tax attorney. Tell your secretary we'll do everything possible for her brother. Barr never got to see his sister or Chapman before they transferred him from the precinct holding cell to county lockup. The moment he arrived, they stripped him of his personal belongings and handed him the standard inmate kit, paper-thin underwear, a bright orange jumpsuit, and cheap rubber sandals. The jail was exactly what you'd expect, overcrowded, loud, and reeking of sweat and disinfectant. The kind of place where tensions ran high, and the guards were too outnumbered to keep things under control. New inmates fresh fish were left to figure things out fast. But Barr had been through worse in the military. He kept his head down, lasted 2 hours, and then got pulled into an interview room. A man sat waiting for him, someone Barr thought he might have seen before. A small tape recorder sat on the table between them. "I'm David Chapman," the man said. "Your sister works at my firm. She asked me to step in." Barr stayed silent. "I'm recording this," Chapman added. "That okay with you?" Still nothing. "Think we met at a Christmas party once?" No response. Chapman waited, then pushed forward. "You understand the charges?" Barr's expression didn't change. "They're serious," Chapman pressed. "I can't help you if you don't talk to me." A long stretch of silence followed. Then finally, Barr leaned forward toward the recorder and spoke for the first time in hours. "They got the wrong guy." Chapman seized the opening. "Then tell me about the right one." But Barr shut down again. Chapman tried another approach. "Denying it won't work. The evidence is stacked against you. We need to focus on why this happened. PRT. Something from your service." Barr didn't bite. "You want my help or not?" Chapman snapped. Barr's answer was quiet but firm. "Get Jack Reacher for me." "Who?" "Jack Reacher. A friend." Silence. "Someone you served with." "Just get him." Chapman frowned. "Where is he? What's his deal?" Barr said nothing. "Is he a doctor?" Chapman tried. Barr almost laughed. "A doctor?" But that was all he gave. After that, the room fell quiet again. Chapman slammed the table and stormed out of the cubicle, hammering on the door until the guard finally let him out. The stale air of the jail hallway hit him as he was escorted back to the packed cell block, the murmurs of other inmates fading behind him. Later, in his office, Chapman sat across from Rosemary Barr and Franklin, the firm's investigator, a former cop turned paper trail specialist. No trench coat, no fedora, just a guy who knew how to dig through records faster than anyone else. "The case against your brother is airtight," Franklin said, flipping through his notes. "Emerson's running it, and he's by the book. Rodin's backing him up. But let's be honest, neither of them would stick their necks out unless they were sure." Rosemary clenched her fists. "He didn't do this." Chapman leaned forward. "He keeps asking for someone named Jack Reacher. Ever heard of him?" She shook her head. Chapman scribbled the name on a legal pad and slid it to Franklin. "My guess. A psychiatrist. Barr brought him up right after I laid out the evidence. Maybe he treated him before something that could help us with mitigation." Rosemary's voice was sharp. "My brother never saw a shrink. Not even in the army. We shared a house for years. He would have told me." Chapman exhaled, turning back to Franklin. "Then maybe Reacher was his old CO, someone who knew him back then. Could be useful." Franklin took the paper. "If he exists, I'll find him." Rosemary's eyes flashed. "We shouldn't be talking about damage control. We should be proving he's innocent." Chapman rubbed his temples. "They've got his gun, Rosemary. It doesn't look good." Franklin spent the next 3 hours buried in databases chasing ghosts. No psych licenses, no support groups, no news hits. He finally struck gold in the military archives. Reacher had served all right. A decorated MP major, honorably discharged. Barr, a low-ranking infantry grunt. Their paths crossed, but why would Barr ask for him now? The real mystery was Reacher himself. No property, no credit trail, no digital footprint. The man had vanished. Franklin leaned back, staring at the screen. "Either he's off-grid by choice," he muttered, "or he doesn't want to be found." James Barr had no warrants, no legal judgments against him. He wasn't tied down by family, no wife, no kids. He was practically invisible. Meanwhile, in lockup, Barr was having a very different kind of day. It all went sideways the moment he left his cell. Turning right toward the pay phones, he brushed shoulders with another inmate in the tight hallway. That's when he messed up. He looked up. In prison, eye contact isn't just a glance, it's a challenge. Barr didn't get that. The guy he locked eyes with was a Mexican gang member, ink covering his arms, but Barr didn't recognize the symbols. Another mistake. He should have kept his head down and kept walking. Instead, he muttered, "Excuse me," then gave a weak smile like they were sharing some inside joke. Bad move. "What are you looking at?" the guy snapped. Barr knew that tone. He'd heard it in bars, on street corners anywhere trouble brewed. "Nothing," he said, instantly realizing he'd made it worse. "You calling me nothing?" Barr dropped his gaze and walked away, but the damage was done. He could feel the guy's glare burning into his back. Forget the payphones, he wasn't about to get cornered in that dead-end lobby. He took the long way back to his cell, keeping his mouth shut, his eyes on the floor. For a couple of hours he thought maybe he'd dodged it. He was bigger than that guy, bigger than two of him. He just wanted to call his sister, make sure she was all right. So he tried again. This time the phones were packed men talking, others waiting, the air thick with sweat and frustration. Then in a blink the crowd vanished. Calls cut off mid-sentence. Guys peeled away like they'd seen a ghost. Barr turned. The tattooed Mexican stood there, gripping a shiv, a sharpened toothbrush wrapped in tape, with a dozen guys behind him, all built like fire plugs, all with the same shaved patterns on their heads. "Wait," Barr said. They didn't. 8 minutes later, he was in a coma. When they found him, he was barely recognizable, beaten, stabbed, skull fractured. Prison gossip said he'd disrespected the wrong crew, but at least he hadn't gone down easy. The Mexicans took some hits too, just not enough. Barr got airlifted to the hospital, stitched up, operated on. The doctors weren't optimistic. He might wake up tomorrow. Might never wake up. Either way, they weren't losing sleep over it. Word traveled fast Warden to Emerson, Emerson to Rodin, Rodin to Chapman, Chapman to Franklin. So what now? Franklin asked. Franklin asked. The line went quiet. Nobody had an answer. Chapman shrugged. It's stalled for now. You can't prosecute someone who's unconscious. What happens if he wakes up? If he's coherent, they'll move forward with the trial. And if he's not, then they won't. Courts don't try people who can't even think straight. So, where does that leave us? Nowhere, Chapman said. We weren't exactly losing sleep over it. Barr's guilt is obvious, and there's no saving him at this point. Franklin decided to call Rosemary Barr himself. He doubted anyone else would bother. Turned out he was right. When he delivered the news, she barely reacted. Just fell into a heavy silence, like she'd already hit her limit. "I suppose I should go to the hospital," she murmured. "Up to you," Franklin said. "He didn't do this. It's not right. Did you see him at all yesterday?" "You asking if I can vouch for him?" "Can you?" "No," Rosemary admitted. "I have no idea where he was or what he was doing." "Any spots he frequents? Bars, theaters, anything?" "Not really." "Friends he spends time with?" "I wouldn't know." "Any girlfriends?" "Not in years." "Other relatives?" "Just us. Him and me." Franklin stayed quiet, the line humming between them. "What now?" Rosemary finally asked. "Honestly, I'm not sure." "Did you track down that guy he mentioned? Jack Reacher?" "No luck. No sign of him anywhere." Will you keep trying? Not much else I can do. Fine, Rosemary said. Then we'll figure it out on our own. But as they spoke late that Saturday night, Jack Reacher was already heading their way. Chapter 2. Reacher was making the trip because of a woman. He'd spent Friday night in Miami's South Beach at a salsa club with a Norwegian dancer from a cruise ship. Too tall for ballet, but perfect for everything else. They'd met that afternoon. Reacher sprawled on the sand, soaking up the sun, when her shadow crossed his face. He opened his eyes to find her studying him. Or maybe his scars, which only grew more visible the darker he got pale lines against tanned skin. She was fair in a tiny black bikini, her posture giving away the dancer in her long before she mentioned it. Dinner ran late, then the club. Salsa wasn't Reacher's usual scene, but she made it worth it. Energetic, effortless, wearing him out by the time they stumbled back to her Art Deco hotel near the ocean at 4 a.m. A step up from his own motel, with cable TV to boot. He woke at 8 to the sound of the shower. Flipping channels for baseball highlights, he froze on CNN when an Indiana police chief said a name he recognized: James Barr. The screen showed a press conference, harsh lighting, a chyron labeling it the Friday Night Massacre. The chief repeated the name, then handed it off to a tired-looking homicide detective named Emerson, who ran through the basics. 41. Local. Army, infantry, Gulf War vet. Unemployed. Reacher sat up. This wasn't just a name he knew, it was a problem he couldn't ignore. Reacher kept his eyes on the TV screen. Emerson struck him as the kind of cop who got straight to the point, no fluff, no wasted words. After a quick statement, he dodged a reporter's question about Barr's interrogation and passed the mic to the DA, a guy named Rodin. Unlike Emerson, Rodin loved the sound of his own voice. He spent 10 minutes acting like he'd cracked the case himself, soaking up the spotlight, while the real work had been done by the cops. Reacher had seen it before. 13 years in the military. Police taught him that prosecutors always took the bow, while detectives did the heavy lifting. Rodin dropped Barr's name a few more times before hinting the state might push for the death penalty. Reacher waited, but no specifics followed. Then the local anchor, Ann Yanni, took over, summarizing the sniper attack: 5 innocent people gunned down in a parking garage, a city in shock. Yanni sounded personally wounded, like Emerson's efficiency had robbed her of a bigger story. The segment ended, CNN switched to politics, and Reacher killed the feed. The dancer stepped out of the bathroom, skin flushed from the shower, smelling like soap and shampoo. No towels, just her. So what's the plan? She asked, grinning. Indiana, Reacher said. He headed north through Miami's sticky heat to the bus station, flipping through a grimy schedule to map out the trip. Miami to Jacksonville, then New Orleans, St. Louis, Indianapolis, finally some rickety local bus into the middle of nowhere. The connections were a mess, stretching the journey past 2 full days. Flying would have been faster, but his wallet was thin, and buses suited him better. Besides, nothing urgent ever happened on a weekend. Except, apparently, Rosemary Barr calling her firm's investigator. By Sunday morning, she'd had enough. She reached Franklin at home, cutting straight to it. I need new lawyers. Franklin stayed quiet. Chapman already thinks he's guilty, she pressed, which means he's not even trying. I can't discuss that, Franklin said. He signs my checks. Rosemary let the silence hang. How's the hospital? Franklin finally asked. Woo. A nightmare. They've got him cuffed to the bed in intensive care, surrounded by convicts. He's in a coma. Where's he gonna go? What's the legal angle? arrested but not arraigned. They're treating him like he's already denied bail. It's some bureaucratic limbo. Probably accurate. He shouldn't be in cuffs. Or that hospital. A VA facility at least. But I need a lawyer who'll fight for him. Franklin hesitated. How do you explain the evidence? I know my brother. You left his place, though. Not because he's a killer. He blocked off a parking space. That's premeditation. So you think he did it too? I go by the facts. And right now, they don't look good. Another stretch of silence. Can you recommend another lawyer? Rosemary asked. You have power of attorney? He's in a coma. I'm his sister. Who else is gonna decide? Money. Not much. He's got some equity in his house. Switching lawyers now? Your firm won't like that. I don't care. You could lose your job. I'll lose it anyway if I don't help him. Rosemary gripped the phone tighter. If they convict him, I'll be free but infamous by association. A walking scandal. Franklin hesitated before answering. He had your sleeping pills. I gave them to him. No insurance. Why would he need them? Ah, couldn't sleep. The silence stretched until Rosemary broke it. You believe he did it? Franklin exhaled. The evidence is stacked against him. David Chapman isn't exactly fighting hard, is he? Or maybe Chapman's the only one who sees the truth. Rosemary rubbed her temple. Who else can I call? Try Helen Roden, the DA's daughter. Rosemary frowned. I don't know her. Just opened her own practice downtown. Hungry sharp works Sundays. Isn't that a conflict? No law against it. Chapman's cozy with your dad anyway. Helen's been gone for years. College, law school, clerking in D. Any good? Could be. Helen's office phone rang as she sorted files. The space was bare except for a thrift store desk and ambition. The city's subsidized rent had lured her to the glass high-rise, where NBC's local branch buzzed 2 floors below. She'd watched the chaos unfold from her window, the sirens, the news vans, and Yanni's polished updates. Rosemary's voice crackled through the line. Will you help my brother? Helen's grip tightened. Say no. Walk away. Clashing with her father now would be career suicide. Worse, taking this case would brand her the lawyer who defended the city's boogeyman. The shootings weren't just crimes. They'd shattered Indiana's pride like some coastal nightmare creeping into the heartland. Then Rosemary added, Can we sue the jail? They let him get hurt. Helen almost laughed. Unrealistic and broke. But the Bill of Rights nagged at her. If the evidence was as flimsy as her father claimed, she'd just shepherd a guilty plea. A constitutional formality. Okay, she said. He's innocent, Rosemary insisted. Helen stared at the empty chair across from her. Sure he is. Helen Roden suppressed a sigh as her new client insisted once more on her brother's innocence. They always say that, she thought. All right, she replied, keeping her tone neutral. She scheduled their next meeting for 7 the next morning, a test of sorts. If Rosemary Barr truly believed in her brother's case, she'd show up. And she did, punctual as promised, with Franklin trailing behind, willing to wait on payment until he saw how things unfolded. Helen had already spent hours at her desk by then. She'd reached out to David Chapman the day before, securing the audio recording of his initial interview with James Barr. Chapman had practically shoved the tape at her, relieved to be done with it. She'd played it over and over, late into the night and again before dawn. It was the only real insight they had into Bar's state of mind, maybe the only one they'd ever get. She hit play on the clunky old recorder, and the room filled with static, the rustle of movement. Then Chapman's voice. "I can't help you if you won't help yourself." Silence stretched before Bar's voice cut through. They got the wrong guy. He repeated it, insistent, almost desperate. Ellen fast-forwarded to Chapman's next line. "Denying it is not an option." Bar's response was immediate. "Get Jack Reacher for me." Chapman's confusion followed. Is he a doctor? Before the recording dissolved into the sound of fists pounding against a door. Helen stopped the tape. "He genuinely believes he's innocent," she said. "He says it outright, then shuts down when Chapman dismisses him. That much is obvious." Rosemary didn't hesitate. "Because he is innocent." Helen exhaled. "I talked to my father yesterday. The evidence is solid, miss." Bar. "I'm sorry, but your brother did this. Sometimes people change, and the ones closest to them don't see it." A heavy silence settled between them. "Is your father lying about the evidence?" Rosemary finally asked. "He can't," Helen said. "We'll see everything during discovery. There's no point in bluffing now." No one spoke. Helen broke the quiet. "But we can still help him. If he truly believes he didn't do it, that suggests delusion, either now or at the time of the crime. That changes things." "How?" Rosemary's voice was tight. "It still means admitting he did it. The consequences won't be the same. Treatment in a facility is better than a cell in a maximum security prison." "You're saying we should plead insanity?" Helen nodded. "It's our best option. And if we push for it now, we might get him moved to a better hospital before trial." Rosemary's hands clenched. "He could die. The doctor said that. I don't want him remembered as a criminal. Legally, he's still innocent. That's not enough." Helen met her gaze. "No, it isn't." Another pause. "Let's regroup at 10:30, Helen said. "We'll figure out our next move. If we're pushing for a transfer, we need to act fast." Rosemary's jaw set. "We have to find Jack Reacher." Helen nodded. "I passed his name to Emerson and my father. Emerson's team went through your brother's place. They might have found something. And my father needs to know so we can secure him as our witness, not theirs." "He could be useful to us," Rosemary Barr insisted. Franklin crossed his arms. "At most, he's just an alibi." "An old military connection, maybe," Helen suggested. Franklin shook his head. "Different ranks, different branches. It doesn't add up." Rosemary's voice tightened. "James asked for him. That has to mean something." Helen nodded. "I want to find him, too. He might have answers something to clear James's name. Or at least point us in the right direction." Franklin exhaled. "He's off the grid. If Seviyu's 2 hours away." Reacher lounged in the back of a Greyhound rolling south from Indianapolis. The trip had been slow but uneventful, a night in a New Orleans motel near the station, another in Indy. He'd slept, eaten, showered, but mostly just let the rhythm of the road lull him into a drifting calm. America flickered past the window, a blur of towns and highways, while the memory of the Norwegian woman lingered in his mind. His life was a patchwork of moments, details faded, but the weight of them stayed. He wasn't sure where she'd fit yet. Right now she felt like a missed chance. But she would have left anyway. Or he would have. CN had just sped things up. The bus hummed along Route 37 at 55 miles per hour, stopping in Bloomington. A few passengers stepped off, leaving behind an Indianapolis newspaper. Reacher flipped to the sports section, Yankees still leading the East, then skimmed the front page. A headline jumped out, "Snipers suspect, injured in prison attack. Brain damage. Coma. Doctors unsure if he'd wake up." The reporter waffled between outrage at the prison system's failures and quiet approval of Barr's attackers. This could get messy, Reacher thought. Further down, the article rehashed the shooting, adding new details. Barr's sister had moved out months before. The writer spun it as proof of his instability. The bus rolled on. Reacher folded the paper, rested his head against the window, and watched the wet asphalt ribbon past, the dashed center line blinking like a code he couldn't crack. The depot's roof shielded him from the morning glare as he stepped outside. 5 blocks east, a highway curled behind an old limestone building, maybe a courthouse or a bank. A sleek black tower loomed behind it. The air had a Midwest bite, but winter wasn't close yet. Reacher stretched, taking in the city, not big, not small, just steady. A place with history, maybe built on grain or railroads. He wore 3-day-old khakis and a faded yellow shirt, boat shoes with no socks. Boardwalk casual in downtown streets. His watch read 9:20. Diesel fumes hung in the air as he scanned the sidewalks, sizing up a town that didn't quite know if it was growing or just holding on. Ahead of him, the city skyline rose against the eastern horizon, stone facades, brick buildings, towering billboards. The tallest structure was a sleek black glass tower, unmistakably the centerpiece of downtown. He moved toward it, navigating through a maze of construction zones, potholes patched with fresh asphalt, gravel mounds, slow-moving dump trucks. Cutting through a side street, he passed the skeletal frame of a parking garage expansion, half-built and looming. The memory of Ann Yanni's urgent news report flashed in his mind. His gaze flicked upward before settling on a public square. At its center stood an empty fountain, its lone spout jutting up like a forgotten relic. A narrow path circled the dry basin, lined with makeshift memorials, wilted flowers wrapped in foil, laminated photos, plush toys, and burnt-out candles. A thin layer of sand still clung to the pavement, likely dumped by fire crews to soak up what had been spilled here. He glanced back at the garage. 35 yards max. Close enough. The square was eerily silent, the whole city holding its breath. It felt like the aftermath of a knockout punch, numb, disoriented. This spot was ground zero, a vortex of grief so dense nothing escaped it. He kept walking. The next building was an old limestone library, its doors open. Librarians know things, he thought. They'll point you in the right direction if you ask nicely. He did. A weary woman at the front desk gave him clipped directions to the DA's office. Downtown wasn't sprawling. A short walk past a bland government complex, DMV signs. A recruiting office led him to a block of discount stores and then to the courthouse. The building was generic, all flat roofs and prefab design, dressed up with mahogany doors and frosted glass. It could have passed for a low-budget megachurch. He bypassed the main entrance, circling to the office wing instead. A brass plaque beside the door read District Attorney with A. Rodin on a separate plate underneath. Elected officials, he mused. Cheaper to swap out the name every election cycle. Inside, a receptionist in a crisp white blouse eyed him from behind the counter. Her posture was perfect, her expression professional, but the tension in her shoulders betrayed the weight of recent events. "Jack Reacher," he said when she asked. "Hear about James Barr." Her fingers hovered over the phone. "You're not press? Army. Knew him years ago. She dialed, speaking in hushed, bureaucratic code, a Mr. Reacher here regarding the case before muffling the receiver against her chest. Do you have information? He could almost hear the secretary's pulse through the line. Yeah, he said. From the army. She relayed it, the conversation stretching. Roden's gatekeepers were thorough. The situation was obvious. There was no slipping past security without a solid excuse. That much was clear. Reacher glanced at his watch. Just past 9:40 a.m., but there was no real hurry. Barr wasn't going anywhere, still unconscious in a hospital bed. Tomorrow would work, or the day after. Worst case, he could always try reaching Rodan through Emerson, the cop. The receptionist hung up her phone. Go right up, she said. Third floor. Must be my lucky day, Reacher thought. She scribbled his name on a visitor pass, slid it into a plastic holder, and handed it over. He clipped it to his shirt and took the elevator up. The third floor was all fluorescent lights and low ceilings, with cheap fiberboard doors lining the hallway except for one set of polished wooden double doors standing open. Inside, a younger but clearly higher-ranking secretary sat at her desk. Mr. Reacher, she asked. He nodded, and she stood, leading him down the corridor toward the offices with windows. The third door bore a brass plaque, A. Rodin. What do the A's stand for? Reacher asked. She gave him a practiced smile. I'm sure Mr. Rodin will share that if he chooses. She knocked, waited for a deep voice to respond, then opened the door and stepped aside. Thanks, Reacher said. My pleasure, she replied. Inside, Rodin was already on his feet, the picture of professional courtesy. Reacher recognized him from TV mid-50s, trim, gray hair cropped short. In person, though, he seemed smaller, maybe 5'11", and just under 200 pounds. His navy suit, crisp blue shirt, and matching tie made his eyes look even bluer. The guy was put together, no doubt shaved smooth. Cologne, faint but noticeable. Meanwhile, Reacher felt like the walking definition of rough around the edges. 6'5", 250, hair too long, clothes bargain bin compared to Rodin's tailored look. Mr. Reacher, Rodin said. Reacher nodded, scanning the office. Government issue furniture, but tidy. The window offered a dismal view of flat rooftops, discount stores, the DMV, tangled ductwork. The black glass tower loomed in the distance under a pale sun. Behind Rodin's desk, framed degrees and photos with politicians lined the wall, alongside newspaper clippings boasting 7 guilty verdicts. On the opposite wall hung a graduation photo, a blonde in a cap and gown clutching a diploma. Pretty. Reacher let his gaze linger. My daughter, Rodin said. She's an attorney too. Really? Reacher said, keeping his tone neutral. Just opened her own practice here in town. Rodin's voice gave nothing away, no pride, no disapproval. You're scheduled to meet with her, I believe, Rodin added. Am I? Reacher said. Why? She's representing James Barr. Your daughter. That's allowed? Perfectly legal. Maybe not the wisest choice, but not unethical. He stressed wise, layering it with meaning, questioning her judgment, maybe even warning Reacher. The guy radiated competitiveness. She listed you as a potential witness, Rodin said. Why? She thinks you know something. Where'd she get my name? Rodin shrugged. Not sure. But someone tracked you down. So that's why I got in here. Rodin nodded. Absolutely, Rodin replied. That's precisely the reason. I don't usually take unscheduled meetings. Your team appears to follow that rule well enough, Reacher observed. I'd expect nothing less, Rodan said, gesturing to the chair. Have a seat. Reacher settled into the visitor's chair while Rodan took his place behind the desk. The window split the space between them. Neither man had sunlight glaring in his eyes. A fair setup, Reacher noted, unlike some DA offices he'd been in. Coffee? Rodan offered. Sure, Reacher said. Rodin picked up the phone and ordered 2 cups. I'm curious, he admitted. Why come to me first? The prosecution, not the defense. I wanted your take, Reacher said. On what? How solid your case is against James Barr. Rodan hesitated just long enough for a quiet moment before a knock interrupted. His secretary entered with a polished silver tray French press, delicate china, cream in a tiny pitcher, sugar, and 2 spoons. Definitely not standard office supplies. Rodin had taste. She set the tray carefully between them. Thanks, Reacher said. Of course, she replied before slipping out. Help yourself, Rodan urged. Reacher pressed the plunger down and poured black coffee, no frills. The rich aroma filled the space. The case against Barr is airtight, Rodan finally answered. My witnesses? None. And honestly, that's a plus. Eyewitnesses can be unreliable. What we have is better hard evidence. Science doesn't lie. How airtight? Perfect. The kind of trail that leaves 0 doubt. Best I've ever seen. I've heard prosecutors sound this confident before. Not me, Rodan countered. I don't gamble with capital cases. I only move forward when I know I'll win. Keeping track. Rodan tilted his head toward the wall behind him, lined with framed victories. 7 for 7. 100%. How long's that taken? 3 years. Barr will make it 8 if he ever wakes up. What if he's not all there when he does? If he's conscious enough to stand trial, he will. What he did isn't something we can overlook. Got it, Reacher said. Got what? You answered my question. You mentioned having army intel. I'll hold on to it for now. You were MP, right? 13 years. And you knew Barr? Briefly. Tell me about him. Not yet. Reacher, if you've got anything at all that could affect this case, you need to share it now. Do I? I'll get it either way. My daughter will subpoena it. She'll be angling for a deal. What's the A stand for? Excuse me. Your initials. Alexei Alexeyevich. Families from Russia, but way back. Before the revolution. Still holding on to traditions, I see. Obviously. What do people call you? Alex. Reacher stood. Well, thanks for the time, Alex. And the coffee. Going to see my daughter now? Worth it. You sound convinced already. Rodan gave a knowing smile. Procedure, he said. I'm bound by ethics to remind you you're on the witness list. You're obligated to go. Where's her office? The glass tower across the street. Fine, Reacher said. Might as well stop by. I still need whatever you're holding back, Rodan pressed. Reacher shook his head. No, he said. You really don't, he said. After handing his visitor pass back to the receptionist, Reacher stepped out into the plaza. The pale winter sunlight did little to warm the air as he turned slowly, taking in the surroundings. Every city had its own rhythm, its own texture. This one was no different. The buildings wore a faded brown hue, as if the local clay had seeped into their bones, staining the brick with the earth's memory. Even the stone had a rusty tint flecked with iron like old blood stains. Dark red accents dotted the facades. remnants of a time when barns stood where concrete now sprawled. The place had a quiet resilience. Not bustling, but alive, rebuilding, expanding. Fresh construction zones and raw curbs marked progress, a stubborn refusal to be defined by tragedy. A new parking garage loomed at the north end, a sign of commerce pushing forward. Too close to where it had happened, though. Just south and west of the kill zone. Farther out, the highway curved like a ribbon, slicing past the library before disappearing behind a sleek black tower. BC's logo gleamed near the entrance, a polished granite slab announcing its presence. Anne Yanni's domain, Reacher figured. And Helen Rodin's. East of the plaza, the DMV and recruiting office stood silent. That was where they'd come from, the victims, spilling out at the end of a long week, heading west toward cars and buses. Then the nightmare. The narrow walkway had bottlenecked them, made them easy targets. Like fish in a barrel. Reacher traced the length of the empty reflecting pool before pushing through the tower's revolving door. The lobby directory was a relic, black felt with white plastic letters, some suites vacant, others changing hands too fast for permanent engraving. Then BC second floor. Helen Rodin's office, for if. The letters were crooked, the spacing uneven. Not exactly Manhattan glamour. The elevator ride was brief, shared with a blonde woman who gave him a curious glance before stepping off on 2. Recognition flickered Anne Yanni, straight from the news broadcast. One more piece of the puzzle sliding into place. Helen Rodin's office was at the front, windows overlooking the plaza. No secretary yet, just an empty desk and a hollow reception area. He knocked, heard a muffled response, and stepped inside. She was younger than he expected, maybe 30, with the kind of lean build that suggested early mornings at the gym or lucky genetics. Her blonde hair fell past her shoulders, her father's sharp blue eyes locked onto him with an intensity that didn't waver. Dressed in black, a fitted stretch top under her blazer lycra, he noted. Bonway's a good choice. Hello, she said. Jack Reacher, he replied. Her eyes widened. You're kidding. Seriously, he shrugged. Last time I checked. That's unbelievable. Not really. Everybody's got to be somebody. I mean, how did you even know to come? We couldn't track you down. He tilted his head toward the window. Saw it on TV. Anne Yanni stretched as sunlight streamed through the blinds. Saturday morning had never felt so heavy. Thank God for TV, she muttered, rubbing her eyes. And thank God you showed up. I was in Miami, Reacher said, shoving his hands in his pockets. With a dancer. A dancer. Norwegian, he replied, moving toward the window. 4 floors up, the city sprawled beneath him, the main shopping strip, cutting south down the hill. The plaza below, transformed. What used to be a busy street was now a drained pool, its black tiles slick with grime. The new parking garage loomed just beyond, half a story lower. You were here when it happened? He asked. Helen Rodin's voice was quiet. Yeah, I was. See anything? Not at first. Heard the shots 3 in quick succession. First one, then a beat, then 2 more. By the time I stood up, the last 3 went off. Awful. Reacher nodded. Brave move, standing instead of ducking. The pause after the first shot told him everything. A pro adjusting for cold barrel, drift, wind, distance. You saw people go down. 2 of them, she said softly. Just unlucky. 3 shots, 2 hits. He missed once. 4th or 5th, they found the bullet in the pool. That's why it's empty now. Evidence. Reacher stayed silent. Helen exhaled. I saw the muzzle flashes. Little burst of light in the shadows. Standard for a rifle, he said, turning back. She extended her hand. Helen Roden. Should I've introduced myself properly? He shook it. Her grip was steady. Just Helen. No dramatic middle name? She froze. Reacher sem Gaftring. Met your dad, he said, releasing her hand. You went to his office? Today? Just left. Why? You're my witness. He was eager to chat. I asked questions instead. Like what? How solid his case was. Against Barr. Helen's jaw tightened. I'm Barr's attorney. You should have come to me. Reacher didn't respond. The case is airtight, she admitted. How'd you get my name? From Barr. Who else? Reacher scoffed. No way. She hit play on an old cassette deck. A stranger's voice crackled, denying it's not an option. She paused it. His first lawyer. We took over yesterday. Barr was in a coma yesterday. His sister's the client. Next of kin. She unpaused it. This filled the room, then a voice Reacher hadn't heard in 14 years, rough, quiet, unmistakable. Get Jack Reacher for me. He stood there stunned. Helen Roden tapped the stop button on her keyboard and leaned back in her chair. There, she said, glancing at her watch. It's 10:30. Why don't you stay for the client meeting? She introduced him like a magician, revealing his final trick. First came Franklin, a private investigator with the unmistakable air of a former cop. They shook hands, and Franklin gave him an appraising look. You're not easy to track down, Franklin said. Reacher smirked. Try impossible. Franklin's eyes narrowed with the same old cop instincts, assessing, weighing, doubting. Got a reason for staying off the grid? Call it a lifestyle choice, Reacher said. You clean. Cleaner than a hockey rink. Then Rosemary Barr walked in, tense and exhausted, her office attire rumpled from what looked like too many sleepless nights. She had the same sharp features as her brother, softened by time and worry. I'm Rosemary Barr, she said, her voice tight with hope. I can't tell you how relieved I am you're here. It feels like we might finally have a chance. Reacher stayed silent. The cramped office forced them into close quarters, Helen behind her desk, Franklin perched on the edge, Reacher leaning against the windowsill, and Rosemary pacing like a caged animal. Helen folded her hands. Here's the plan. We push for a medical defense, but we aim higher. How high depends on what we uncover. She turned to Reacher. Which brings us to you. We'd all like to hear what you have to say. You won't like it, Reacher said. Why not? Because you've got the wrong idea about why I'm here. Helen frowned. Then enlighten us. Reacher crossed his arms. Why do you think I went to your father first? I don't know. Because I didn't come to help James Barr. The room went still. I came to bury him, Reacher said. Rosemary's breath caught. Why? Because he's done this before. And once was enough. Chapter 3. Reacher shifted against the window frame, angling himself so he could watch the plaza outside instead of the stunned faces in the room. Is this conversation confidential? He asked. Completely, Helen said. Client privilege. Nothing leaves this room. Even if what I say hurts your case. A heavy silence settled before Helen answered. Are you testifying for the prosecution? Probably won't have to, Reacher said. But I will if it comes to that. Then we'd hear it eventually anyway. We'd depose you before trial to avoid surprises. Another pause. Reacher exhaled. James Barr was a sniper. Not the best, not the worst, just average. Reliable. Efficient. His gaze drifted to the recruitment center across the street, its flags flapping in the breeze. 4 kinds of people enlist, he said. Some do it for family tradition. Some out of duty. Some for a paycheck. And some they just want permission to kill. He turned back to them. Bar was the last kind. He thought it'd be fun. Rosemary looked away, her hands clenched. But he never got his chance, Reacher continued. Back when I was an MP, I made it my business to learn everything about him. And what I found wasn't pretty. For 5 straight years he trained relentlessly. I pored over his records some weeks. He'd put 2,000 rounds downrange, every single shot aimed at paper targets or silhouettes. By the time I tallied it up, he'd fired close to 250,000 bullets, and not one had an actual enemy. When Panama kicked off in '89, he got left behind. Back then, the army was massive, and they only needed a handful of guys. That ate at him. Then came Desert Shield in '90. He shipped out to Saudi Arabia, but when Desert Storm rolled around the next year, they made it a tanker's war. So Barr stayed put, scrubbing sand from his rifle, still drilling 2,000 rounds a week. After the dust settled, they sent him to Kuwait City for mop-up duty. Rosemary Ba leaned forward. What happened over there? Reacher exhaled. Me cracked. That's what happened. The Soviet Union was done. Iraq was back in its cage. He looked at the future and saw nothing but training exercises, 6 years of it, never once pulling the trigger for real. His whole training revolved around visualization. Picture the crosshairs on the medulla oblongata, that sweet spot where the spine meets the skull. Slow breath, gentle squeeze. That heartbeat pause before impact. The pink mist blooming behind the target's head. He'd imagined it 1,000 times. But he'd never seen it. And he wanted to. Badly. The room went dead silent. So one day in Kuwait City, Reacher continued, he went out alone. Found a spot, waited. Then he took down 4 guys stepping out of an apartment building. Helen Rodin's eyes locked onto him. He was posted up in a parking garage, Reacher said. 2nd floor, perfect angle on the front door. Turned out the victims were American NCO's weekend passes, civvies on, no idea what was coming. Rosemary shook her head. No way. He wouldn't do that. And if he had, they'd have locked him up. But he got an honorable discharge right after the Gulf. Even got a medal. So this can't be real. That's why I'm here, Reacher said. There was a complication. See, we started with 4 dead guys and worked backward. Took us forever to pin it on your brother. Along the way, we dug up dirt on those 4 NCOs. Ugly stuff we really didn't want to find. Helen frowned. What kind of stuff? Kuwait City was a gold mine back then. Rich locals had fled but left their valuables and sometimes their families behind. Those 4 NCOs. They decided to play conquerors. Help themselves to Rolexes, diamonds, even souvenirs. We found enough loot in their footlockers to open a jewelry store. And let's just say they weren't just collecting watches. Helen's voice tightened. So what you do? Politics got involved. The Gulf was supposed to be our pristine victory. Couldn't have headlines about our guys looting and worse. So the order came down, bury it. Which meant letting Barr walk. Because if his lawyer got wind of what those NCOs had done, game over. Taking Barr to court would have meant his lawyer pushing a self-defense angle claiming he was protecting the Army's reputation, even if his methods were messy. Every ugly detail would have come out, and we were ordered to avoid that at all costs. So we hit a dead end. No choice but to back off. Rosemary Barr's voice was quiet but sharp. Maybe it was justified. Maybe James knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't, Reacher said flatly. I'm sorry, but he had no history with those men. Never crossed paths before. When I tracked him down, he didn't mention them once. He'd barely been in Kansas City long enough to learn the streets. He was just killing for the thrill of it. Admitted as much to me before anyone else even knew what happened. The room went still. Reacher kept going. So we buried it. Shipped him out with an honorable discharge. Blamed the deaths on Palestinian militants easy enough to sell in Kuwait City back in '91. Didn't sit right with me. But it wasn't the first ugly compromise I'd seen. Barr walked free by pure luck. Before he left, I made sure he understood one thing. If he ever screwed up again, I'd come for him. And I meant it. The silence stretched. Then Helen Rodan spoke. This has to be classified. No way it could go public without blowing up into a scandal. Reacher nodded. Locked up tight in Pentagon files. That's why I asked if this conversation was privileged. You'd be risking serious heat just talking about it. Not my first time, he said. I came to see if I needed to risk it again. Turns out I don't. Your dad's got enough to put Barr away without me. But if that changes, I'll step in. Helen's eyes narrowed. You're here to pressure me. If I push too hard, you'll shut me down. I'm here to keep a promise, Reacher said. To James Barr. He walked out, leaving them in that heavy silence. The elevator ride down was interrupted when Yanni stepped in on the second floor. Reacher wondered if she just rode up and down all day, waiting for someone to recognize her. He didn't bother looking at her. In the lobby, he paused outside, weighing his options. Barr's coma complicated things. Waiting around for him to wake up could take weeks if it happened at all. Reacher wasn't the type to stay put. 2 days in one town was pushing it. But leaving wasn't simple. He couldn't drop hints to Alex Rodan or leave a callback number. For starters, he didn't own a phone. And Rodan was too sharp he'd pick at any loose thread until the whole story unraveled. Reacher had already slipped up by asking if his name came from the Pentagon. A careless mistake. Rodan would connect the dots, start digging, and when the Pentagon stonewalled him, he'd take it to the press. Probably Yanni, hungry for another headline. And Reacher couldn't let that happen. Gulf War vets already had enough to deal with chemical exposure, depleted uranium. The last thing they needed was another scandal. The only thing they had left was the war's untarnished reputation, a conflict seen as just and necessary. They didn't deserve to be dragged down by men like Barr and the mess he'd made. If word got out, people would assume everyone was guilty, and that wasn't true. Reacher had served in that army, and he knew better. It had been solid, honorable. So, unless it was unavoidable, he wasn't about to let that story spread. And he'd be the one to decide when it was necessary. That meant no loose ends to Alex Rodan, no open-ended promises. So what then? He figured he'd stay in town for a day, see if Barr's condition improved, maybe get a clearer picture from Emerson about the evidence. If things looked manageable, he could leave it in the DA's hands and walk away. If trouble flared up later, he'd hear about it eventually, maybe in some roadside diner or a beachside bar, years from now. Then he'd deal with it. 24 hours in a quiet Midwestern city. Might as well kill some time. He wandered south toward the river, guessing there'd be one. And there it was, wide, sluggish, cutting through the landscape like an afterthought. Probably some forgotten tributary feeding into the Ohio. The north bank was lined with massive stone blocks, each one perfectly cut and fitted, forming a weathered quay. Rusted iron bollards dotted the edge, remnants of an era when barges lined up to unload. The cobblestone street and wooden sheds still stood, their faded signs hinting at a busier past McGinty Dry Goods, Allentown Seed Company. Now it was just silence and weeds. Reacher walked the length of it, imagining the place a century ago, workers shouting, horses hauling carts, the river alive with trade. Today it was a relic waiting for revival. A city that put fountains in plazas wouldn't leave this waterfront untouched. Soon enough, some developer would turn it into a trendy spot, maybe a cafe, maybe a bar with weekend music, maybe even a little museum about the river's history. As he turned back, Helen Rodin was standing there. "You're not exactly hiding," she said. "Guess not," he replied. "Tourists always end up at the docks." She had a briefcase in hand, the kind lawyers carried. "Let me buy you lunch," she offered. They walked north, crossing an invisible line where the city shifted from worn-out storefronts selling spare parts to polished boutiques with designer dresses and overpriced coffee. The kind of place Reacher usually avoided. White walls, exposed brick, pretentious salads with too many ingredients. Helen led him to a corner table, ordered something with oranges, walnuts, and gorgonzola, plus herbal tea. Reacher skipped the menu and asked for the same minus the tea. Black coffee instead. "This is my favorite spot in town," she said. He nodded. She fit right in. Her dark hair fell straight past her shoulders, her outfit all black, her face still holding that fresh energy of someone just starting out. He was from another era, another world, entirely. "I need you to make sense of this for me," she said, crouching to unclip her briefcase. She pulled out an old cassette player, set it gently on the table, and hit play. Reacher recognized the voice immediately, James Barr's first attorney, blunt and resigned, denying it isn't an option. Then Barr's own voice cut in, urgent, "Get Jack Reacher for me." "You already showed me this," Reacher said. "But why would he say that?" Helen pressed. "That's what you want me to explain?" She nodded. "I can't," he admitted. "If anything, you're the last person he should have asked for." "Exactly. Did he have any doubt how you felt back then? 14 years ago? Not a chance. I made sure of that. Then why ask for you now?" Reacher stayed silent as their food arrived, a mix of crisp greens, tangy gorgonzola, walnuts, and oranges drizzled with raspberry vinaigrette. Not bad. The coffee was decent too. "Play the whole thing," he said. Helen set her fork down, rewound the tape, fingers poised over the buttons like a pianist's. No rings, just neatly polished nails. She hit play and picked up her fork again. At first, silence. Then the hollow echo of a prison metal clanging, a man's steady breath. A door creaked open, followed by the dull thud of someone sitting in a bolted-down chair. The lawyer's voice was weary, disinterested, already convinced of Barr's guilt. He fumbled through small talk, growing impatient with Barr's silence before snapping. "I can't help you if you won't help yourself." A long pause. Then Barr's voice, tight and close to the mic. They got the wrong guy. He repeated it. The lawyer scoffed, rattling off evidence, dismissing the claim. Then Barr's demand again get Jack Reacher twice. The attorney, confused, asked if Reacher was a doctor. Twice. Then the scrape of a chair, footsteps, fists pounding on a locked door. Silence. Helen stopped the tape. So why? She pressed. Why say he's innocent, then call for the one guy who knows he's guilty? Reacher shrugged. But her sharp gaze told him she already had a theory. You know something, she said. Maybe you don't realize it yet, but there's got to be a reason. Does it matter? He's in a coma. Might never wake up. It matters. Better treatment could make a difference. I don't know anything. Are you sure? Was there ever a psych eval back then? Never got that far. Did he plead insanity? No, he bragged about his score. 4 for 4. Did you think he was crazy? Crazy to kill 4 people for fun? Obviously. Legally insane? Doubt it. You must know something, Reacher, she insisted. It's buried in there somewhere. You need to dig it up. He exhaled. Have you seen the actual evidence? Just a summary. How bad? Airtight. No doubt he did it. This is about damage control now. And his mental state. I won't let them execute someone who wasn't sane. Then wait till he wakes up. Run tests. They'll argue the coma scrambled his brain, that he was fine when he pulled the trigger. Is your dad fair? He plays to win. Like daughter, like father? She hesitated. A little, she admitted. Reacher speared the last walnut, gave up on the fork, and popped it in his fingers. Helen studied him for a moment before speaking. You're zoning out on me, she said. What's the problem? Reacher swirled the last of his coffee. Just a loose end, he admitted. 14 years back, the evidence was shaky, almost non-existent. And yet the guy admitted everything. Now, the forensics are airtight. But he's pleading innocence. She frowned. That doesn't add up. Not yet, it doesn't. Then start with what you do know, Helen pressed. Why you? Out of everyone, why did he name you? There's got to be a connection. Reacher stayed silent. The waiter cleared their plates, refilled his cup without being asked, and left. He wrapped his hands around the warm mug, breathing in the bitter steam. Helen leaned forward. Mind if I ask you something personal? That depends, he said. How does someone like you just vanish? Franklin's usually got a knack for tracking people down. Maybe he's overrated. Or maybe you're just harder to find than most. Reacher shrugged. Some people don't want to be found. You don't strike me as the type. I was military, he said. The system owned me. Then one day, it didn't. So I walked away completely. Maybe it was petty. Maybe I was pissed off. But I got used to it. Sounds like a choice. More like a habit, he corrected. Now I can't go back. The check came. Helen paid, tucked her recorder into her briefcase, and they stepped outside. The afternoon sun glared off the construction scaffolding lining First Street. She turned toward her office. He scanned the storefronts for a decent hotel. Neither noticed the man slouched behind the wheel of a parked sedan Grigor Linsky, watching, waiting. He knew her routine, knew where she took clients for lunch. Chapter 4 The Metropole Palace had seen better days. 2 blocks from the shopping district, its faded grandeur clung to the high ceilings and worn marble floors. Reacher paid cash one night only under the name Jimmy Reese. He'd exhausted presidential aliases long ago, moved on to obscure Yankees infielders. Reese had a brief, forgettable career in the early 30s before vanishing into obscurity. Now, 90 years later, he was back just long enough for a single room with a lumpy mattress and a view of the fire escape. The place had history. A century ago, it probably buzzed with traders and river merchants. Now half empty, it clung to modernity with swipe cards and a refurbished elevator that groaned on its way up. His room smelled like dust and old wood. The bed sagged in the middle, but he stretched out anyway, lacing his fingers behind his head. Kuwait City flashed in his memory: white walls, white heat, white robes. The parking garage where Barr had set up was blinding under the sun. 4 men, all in aviators, all shot clean through the skull. The bullets had told the story: 168 grain match rounds, military grade. Not the kind of thing you picked up at a pawn shop. If Barr had used anything else, a handgun, an assault rifle, the case would have gone cold. But snipers leave signatures, and signatures get you caught. Most of the weapons in the area fired standard NATO ammunition, which made tracing the bullets nearly impossible. Half the forces in the region used the same rounds. But Barr had insisted on using his own specialized rifle, just this once, for the real thing. And those 4 custom rounds had ended up being his downfall. Still, it had been one of Reacher's toughest cases, maybe his best. He'd pieced it together with logic, paperwork, legwork, and gut instinct, narrowing it down until only Barr was left. The man had seemed almost relieved when he was caught, calm in a way that unsettled Reacher. He'd confessed immediately, without pressure, even seemed fascinated by how he'd been tracked down. Like he couldn't believe anyone had outsmarted him. He'd almost looked sorry when the legal mess set him free years later, like he regretted wasting Reacher's effort. Now, 14 years later, Barr wasn't talking. And something else felt off this time. Something Reacher couldn't quite place. Maybe it was the heat. Kuwait had been brutal, but this felt different. Grigor Linsky dialed his boss, the Zek. The title wasn't just a name, it was a sign of respect. The old man was 80, but still had the temper of a bull. He'd survived this long because weakness wasn't in his vocabulary. Without that edge, he'd have been dead before he turned 30, back when his real name stopped mattering. The lawyer went back to her office, Linsky reported. Reacher headed east off First Street. I didn't tail him, but he wasn't going toward the bus station. My guess, he's holed up at the Metropole Palace. Nothing else worth staying at in that direction. Silence. Then Linsky pressed. Should we do something about him? The Zek exhaled, static crackling over the line. He's military. Predictable. If he's at the Metropole, he won't stay in. Find him tonight. Make it look like an accident. No direct ties to us. And make it messy. How far do we go? Break something important. Or put him in a coma next to Barr. But leave the lawyer for now. Across town, Helen Rodin sat at her desk, fielding calls. The first was from Franklin, her investigator, bowing out. This case is a dead end, he said. I can't keep working for free. She didn't argue. Call me if the budget changes, she said, keeping it civil. 10 minutes later, her father's voice filled her ear. You never should take in this case. Not like I had options, she shot back. Winning could still mean losing, he warned. She laughed, sharp and humorless. And losing might be the only way to win. You get that, right? He said. She leaned forward. Tell me something. Have you ever gone into a case planning to lose? Silence stretched between them. Then, almost too casually, he changed the subject. Did Jack Reacher track you down? There was an edge to it, less a question, more a test. Yeah, he did, she answered, keeping her tone easy. Was he worth the trouble? Translation: how bad is this? He gave me plenty to chew on. Her father exhaled. So, should we talk about it? Just spit it out. Eventually, she said, when it makes sense. They wrapped up with vague dinner plans, his unspoken plea still hanging in the air. She hung up, lips curving. No lies, no dodging, just strategy. Law wasn't just about facts. It was a mind game, and she'd played her move. The next call came from Rosemary Barr, breathless. James is coming around. He pulled out his tube. They think he'll be fully conscious soon. Can he speak? Maybe by tomorrow. Will he remember what happened? They're not ruling it out. An hour later, Reacher stepped out of the Metropole, veering north past the discount stores near the courthouse. He needed new clothes, nothing flashy, nothing that screamed tourist. Seattle was next, and his Miami brights wouldn't cut it there. Inside a no-name shop, he grabbed pants the tag called Taub, a flannel, close in shade, plus the basics. He changed in the cramped stall, dumping his old gear. $40 for 4 days were a splurge, but worth it to travel light. Outside, the afternoon sun glared. The flannel was heavy, but he rolled the sleeves, popped an extra button. Good enough. The plaza fountain had been turned back on, water creeping over mud-streaked tiles. People lingered, but no one cut through the memorial space where Barr's victims had fallen. Instead, they detoured wide, skirting the NBC sign Respect, Superstition, Fear. Reacher couldn't tell. He wove through wilting flowers and perched on the low wall, sun on one shoulder, shade on the other. To his left, the DMV's glass doors. To his right, the elevated highway's lazy curve, cars sparse despite the building rush below. Then Helen Rodin dropped onto the wall beside him, winded. I take it back, she said. You're impossible to find. Yet here you are, he said. Only because I spotted you from my office. I called every hotel in town first, no luck. Hotels don't need to know everything. Jane's Barr's waking up. Could be talking tomorrow. Or not. You an expert on brain trauma? Just the kind I deliver. She shifted. I need a favor. Like, help me with something. It's big. He waited. And it help you too. Silence. Be my evidence analyst, she said. You think Franklin can handle this? She asked. She shook her head. Franklin's still tight with his old cop friends. He won't push hard enough. He won't dig deep. And you think I will? I want Barr locked up same as you. That's the point. You'd make sure their case is airtight. Then you can walk away knowing it's done right. You really think I'd tell you if I found a problem? I'd know, she said, by what you do next. If you leave, the case is solid. If you stick around, something's off. Franklin bailed, didn't he? A pause, then a nod. This case is a dead end. I'm doing it for free because no one else will. Franklin's got bills to pay. So he won't work for nothing. But I will. You need to see this through. You already planned to, that's why you went to my dad first. He's sure they've got Barr, but you need to check for yourself. You were always thorough. You said it yourself. You don't leave loose ends. Reacher stayed silent. This is your chance, she pressed. They have to hand over everything. Full discovery. The defense gets access to all of it. Still nothing. You don't have another option, she said. They won't just hand files to some random guy off the street. A solid case. A clean exit. No other way. Fine, Reacher said. She pointed. 4 blocks west, 1 south. PD's right there. I'll call Emerson. Let him know you're coming. Right now. Barr's waking up. I need this out of the way fast. Tomorrow, I'll be hunting down a shrink who'll work pro bono. A mental health defense is our only shot. Reacher followed her directions, passing under the overpass until he reached the corner. The police department took up most of the block tan brick, barred windows, razor wire along the perimeter. The parking lot was packed with squad cars, unmarked units, a crime scene van, even a SWAT truck. Inside, he found Emerson behind his desk. Reacher recognized him from the news, same pale, steady cop, average build, like he'd been born in a uniform. Gray slacks, short-sleeved white shirt, no tie. A tweed jacket hung on his chair. His face had that worn-in look, like years of the job had pressed itself into his skin. "Welcome to Indiana," Emerson said. Reacher didn't answer. "I mean it," Emerson added. "Nothing we love more than old pals of the accused showing up to pick apart our work." "I'm here for his lawyer," Reacher said. "Not as a friend." Emerson nodded. "I'll walk you through the basics myself. Then my forensics guy will take you through the details. Ask whatever you want. See whatever you need." Reacher almost smiled. 13 years in the military police had taught him how cops talked, the tone, the tells. Emerson's confidence was obvious. Wasn't worried. He knew his case was solid. "You knew Barr pretty well, right?" Emerson asked. "Did you?" Reacher shot back. Emerson shook his head. "Never met him. No red flags. His rifle legal. Clean as they come. The weapon was legally registered and completely stock, just like all the others he owned. Was he into hunting?" Emerson gave another slow shake of his head. "No membership, no range membership. Never spotted him out in the woods. No record, no red flags. Just a quiet guy flying under the radar. Honestly, he barely left a trace. You come across cases like this often? More than I'd like. When you factor in Indiana ranks 16th nationwide for homicides per capita. Beats out New York, beats out California. This town, middle of the pack. So yeah, we've handled our share. Sometimes there's a pattern, sometimes there's nothing. Either way, we know the drill." Reacher leaned back. "Talked to Alex Rodin earlier. He said you guys nailed it. Damn right we did. Your buddy was wrapped up 6 hours after the first shot. Textbook takedown, start to finish. No loose ends. I filed the report Saturday morning and haven't lost sleep since. Case closed, one of the cleanest I've seen, and I've seen plenty. So, is there any reason for me to dig into it? Absolutely. Got a forensics guy itching to walk someone through it. Solid guy deserves his time in the spotlight." Emerson led Reacher to the lab, introducing him as a legal consultant rather than Barr's friend, which smoothed things over. Then he left. The forensic specialist, Belantonio, was a lean, serious man in his 40s who looked more like an undertaker than someone with such a lively name. He clearly assumed Barr would plead guilty, robbing him of his courtroom moment. So he'd staged the evidence in a sealed garage bay, arranging everything on long white tables along the walls. Above them, plastic-covered documents were pinned to corkboards, each linked to the items below. At the center of it all sat, Bar's beige Dodge Caravan, looking out of place under the harsh fluorescent lights. The van was old, grimy, reeking of oil and rubber. The rear door was open, a work light angled inside to illuminate the carpet. "Impressive setup," Reacher said. "Best scene I've ever processed," Belantonio replied. "Want the tour?" He started with the traffic cone perched on butcher paper, dusted with print powder. The notes above it confirmed Bar's grit marks, clear as day. No room for doubt. Same with the quarter from the meter, same with the shell casing. Belantonio pulled up stills from the garage footage, the minivan rolling in before the shooting, speeding out after. He pointed out carpet fibers, dog hair, denim threads, even raincoat fabric, all matched to Bar's home. Then came the boots, their crepe soles perfect for transferring tiny rubber crumbs, identical to the ones found at the scene. Every piece locked into place. No wiggle room. Reacher examined the trail of cement dust leading through Bar's house, traces found in the garage, basement, kitchen, living room, and even the bedroom. He compared it to a sample from the parking garage, the lab report confirming they matched. Skimming through the 911 transcripts and police radio logs, he then flipped through the crime scene documentation, the first responder sweep. Belantonio's forensic team's work, Emerson's parking meter theory. The arrest report was pinned alongside everything else. SWAT's tactical entry. Bar asleep when they found him. His ID pulled from his wallet. The paramedics' checks, the K9 unit corralling his dog. The closet held his clothes, the basement his guns. Witness statements backed it up. A Marine recruiter heard 6 shots, and a cell carrier's recording showed a sound graph with 6 distinct spikes. The pattern matched Helen Rodin's account: 1 shot, then 2 in quick succession, a pause, then 3 more. The whole thing took less than 4 seconds. 4 seconds that shook the city, at least for a while. The rifle, sealed in plastic, was a Springfield M1A Supermatch with 4 rounds left in the magazine. Bar's prints covered it. The stock's scratches matched varnish from the scene, and ballistics tied the recovered bullet and shell casings straight back to the gun. Open and shut case. "All right, I've seen enough," Reacher said. "Solid, right?" Belantonio replied. "Better than 100 witnesses," Reacher admitted. Belantonio grinned. Forensics. Guys loved hearing that. "Anything bugging you?" Reacher asked. "Not a thing," Belantonio said. Reacher caught his reflection in the Dodge's tinted window, his shirt dulled to gray. Why leave the traffic cone behind? Could have tossed it in the van easy. Belantonio stayed silent. "And why pay for parking?" Reacher pressed. "Not my department," Belantonio said. "I deal with evidence, not motives." Emerson reappeared, waiting for Reacher to concede. He did, shaking their hands, praising the investigation. Walking back under the highway, the late sun at his back, he reached the plaza where the fountain still trickled, the pool slightly fuller. Inside the black glass tower, the elevator ride was quiet, no Anne Yanny, probably prepping for the evening news. Helen Rodin was at her desk when he walked in. "Look at me," he said. She did. "Pick your favorite cliché," he said. "It's a slam dunk. Like Willie Mays catching a fly ball." She didn't respond. "See any doubt in my eyes?" he asked. "No," she admitted. "Then start calling psychiatrists. If that's what you really want. He deserves a defense, Reacher." He crossed a line. "We don't just execute people." Reacher paused, then nodded. "Tell the shrink to think about the parking meter." "Who pays for 10 minutes before committing murder?" It's weirdly law-abiding, almost like he wasn't all there. Helen jotted it down. I'll make a note of it, Reacher said. You hungry? We could grab something to eat. We're not exactly on the same team here. We managed lunch. That was business. Doesn't mean we can't be civil. She shook her head. I already have plans. Dinner with my dad. He's not exactly on your side either. He's family. Reacher stayed quiet. After a beat, she asked, How'd it go with the cops? He gave a short nod. They were professional. Bet they weren't thrilled to see you. They don't know the real reason you're in town. Doesn't matter. Their case is solid. Nothing's over till it's over. Pretty sure the jury's already made up their minds. Loud and clear. She hesitated, then offered, If I can slip away, maybe we could meet up later. There's a bar about 6 blocks north, only place open on a Monday. I'll swing by if I can. Don't count on me either, Reacher said. Might be busy pulling the plug on your client. Downstairs, Rosemary Barr was waiting in the lobby, pacing near the elevators like she'd timed his exit. We need to talk, she said. Outside, he replied, steering her toward the plaza. The fountain murmured behind them as he took his usual spot near the makeshift memorial flowers, candles, photos. Rosemary stood close, her gaze locked on his, ignoring the tributes at their feet. You have to stay open to other possibilities, she insisted. Do I? If James wanted you here, he can't be guilty. That's a stretch. It makes sense, she pressed. I just saw the evidence. It's airtight. I'm not talking about 14 years ago. You can't. But he's innocent now. Reacher didn't answer. I get why you're angry, she said. You think he betrayed you. He did. But what if he didn't? What if this is all a mistake? Would you help him then? If you're willing to stand against him, shouldn't you be just as ready to stand for him? Sounds like a hypothetical. It's not. I'm asking if you're wrong. Will you fight for him like you're fighting against him now? If I'm wrong, he won't need my help. Will you? Sure, Reacher said. Easy promise. Then keep an open mind. Why'd you move out? She hesitated. He was always angry. Living with him was impossible. At what? Everything. Maybe you're the one who needs to reconsider. I could have lied, but I didn't. I need you to trust me. My brother's troubled, but he didn't do this. Reacher stayed silent. Will you at least try? She asked. He didn't answer. Just shrugged and walked away. No hospital. No unplugging machines. Instead, after a quick stop at the Metropole Palace to clean up, he headed to the sports bar. 6 blocks north took him past the highway, into a no-man's land where gentrification hadn't quite reached. The bar was a relic, could have been a hardware store or a garage in another life. Flat roof, cracked brick, moss creeping up the walls. Inside, it was the same as every other sports bar he'd ever known. Neon signs, flat screens, the faint smell of stale beer. Familiar, but no less lonely. The space was a cavern of glowing screens and sports memorabilia, the ceilings strung with industrial air vents painted matte black. Every wall pulsed with football broadcasts, some crisp flat screens, others flickering projections, each showing slightly warped versions of the same plays. Between the TVs, glass cases held autographed jerseys, scuffed helmets, and yellowed ticket stubs frozen in time. The servers wore pleated skirts and pom-poms, while the bartenders sported umpire stripes, calling out drink orders like foul balls. Reacher snagged a corner booth, his usual preference. A harried waitress materialized, and without glancing at the menu, he asked for a burger and a beer. Some things were universal. As he ate, the crowd thickened, voices rising over the drone of commentators. Strangers packed shoulder to shoulder at the bar, yet his table remained untouched. People sensed it, the unspoken perimeter around him. Then, because the universe enjoyed testing boundaries, a woman appeared balancing a plate of nachos and a sweating bottle. Red hair tumbled past her shoulders, her gingham shirt knotted above hip-hugging pants that defied physics. The boots were pure reptile, glossy under the neon. Textbook Americana, if the textbook had been left out in the sun too long. She caught him looking, mistook it for an invitation. "Mind if I crash here?" she called over the din. "Knocked yourself out," he said. She slid in beside him, not across, close enough that her knee brushed his. Up close, her eyes were the green of traffic lights, insistent. 3 buttons undone, lace peeking at the edges. She leaned in, all perfume and warm breath. "You into the game?" "Passably." "You play?" "Past tense." "Thanks for that." "Army tryouts." "Briefly." "Get cut?" "Got discouraged." Her lips quirked. "Taco." "Already ate." "Sandy," she offered. "Jimmy Reese." A flicker in her expression, recognition. Disappointment. "New around here, Jimmy?" "Often." She twirled a strand of hair. "If football's not your thing, maybe we could find quieter scenery. Got a license for that car of yours?" "License, skills, enthusiasm." He stayed silent. She shifted, fabric straining. "These pants, do they work for you?" The nearest screen blared a touchdown replay. Reacher took a slow sip of beer. The night was young, and so was she by about 20 years. "I think those look great on you." "Thanks. Only issue is, they're so tight I can't wear anything under them." Life's full of little sacrifices. You don't think they're too much. They're not see-through. That's good enough for me. Now picture taking them off. Not happening. I'm not even sure how you got them on. Her green eyes sharpened. You some kind of freak? You some kind of working girl? Hardly. I sell car parts. She hesitated, then reconsidered. Her next move was to leap up, shriek, and smack him across the face. The sound echoed through the bar, and every head turned. "He called me a whore," she howled. "A damn whore." Chairs screeched as men shot to their feet, big guys in flannel and work boots. 5 of them, cut from the same rough cloth. The girl smirked. "Meet my brothers," she said. Reacher stayed silent. "You just insulted me in front of them." 5 sets of eyes locked onto him. "He called me a whore." She wailed again. Rule 1, stay on your feet. Rule 2, make sure they know what they're dealing with. Reacher rose, unhurried, 6'5", 250, steady gaze, hands loose. "He called me a whore," she repeated. Rule 3, find the leader. Any group of 5 has 1-2 eager sidekicks. 2 who'd rather be anywhere else. Take out the leader and his main backups, and the fight's over. The hesitant ones bolt. So, 5-on-1? Never happens. 3-on-1 is the worst it gets. Rule 4, the leader makes the first move. A broad-shouldered guy with straw-colored hair and a flushed face stepped forward, the others falling in behind, like a wedge. Reacher matched his step. The downside of a corner booth? No retreat. But that was fine. Rule 5, never back down. Rule 6, don't wreck the place. Break a chair, and the owner starts worrying about insurance claims, which means cops. which means the outsider takes the blame. He called me a whore, the girl whimpered, like her world had shattered. She stood off to the side, eyes darting between Reacher and her brothers like she was watching a match. Take it outside, the big one growled. Pay your tab first, Reacher said. You won't be able to pay yours. You sure about that? That's the difference between us. What is? I'm the one who thinks. Got a real smart mouth, pal. That's the smallest of your problems. You called my sister a whore. You'd rather she was a nun. Get outside or I drop you right here. Rule 7, control the play. Fine, Reacher said. Let's go. The big guy grinned. After you. Stay put, Sandy, he ordered. I don't mind blood, she said. I bet you don't, Reacher said. Once a month it's probably a relief. Outside, the big guy snapped. Now. He herded the others toward the door, boots thudding on the wooden floor. Sandy trailed behind, while other patrons shrank back. Reacher tossed a 20 on the table, glanced at the football game, some team winning, some team losing, then followed the girl in the tight blue pants. They were waiting for him on the sidewalk, coiled tight in a half circle under the glow of street lamps. Each man cast 3 shadows, yellow from the poles, pink and blue from the bar's neon. The road was empty, quiet. Just the hum of distant traffic and the weight of what was coming. The street was quiet. The only sound a distant hum of sports commentary leaking from a nearby bar. The night air hung comfortably between warm and cool. Rule 8, size up the situation. The guy facing Reacher was built like a refrigerator, thick, solid, with a kind of bulk that came from years of weightlifting, not fighting. His nose was intact, his knuckles smooth. Not a brawler, then. Probably a former football player, the type who'd try to tackle first and ask questions later. Reacher braced himself just as the guy lunged, head down like a charging bull. Bad move. Rule 9, never rush Jack Reacher when he's ready for you. It's like sprinting into a brick wall. Reacher shifted his weight, pivoted, and met the charge with a perfectly timed shoulder strike. The impact sent the guy reeling, legs wobbling like a newborn deer's, arms flailing as he staggered back. Blood streamed from his nose, now officially broken. One down. Reacher stepped in and delivered a controlled kick to the groin left foot, because his right would have sent the guy's pelvis into orbit. Too soft, an old army instructor would have grumbled. But soft or not, it worked. The big man crumpled to the pavement like a sack of potatoes. The next 2 came at him together. A quick headbutt dropped the first. An elbow to the jaw took care of the second. They hit the ground and stayed there. The last 2? Predictable. They bolted, with the redhead Sandy hobbling after them in her too tight spandex and ridiculous heels. Reacher let her go. He checked the fallen trio, still breathing, still alive, then rifled through their wallets. IDs confirmed they were locals. Behind him, tires screeched to a stop. A cab. Helen Roden stepped out, tossing cash at the driver before he sped off, eyes fixed straight ahead, like he'd seen nothing. She froze, staring at the scene. Reacher, 3 unconscious men, neon lights painting the pavement in garish colors. What the hell happened? She demanded. You tell me, Reacher said. You're the one who lives here. These your people. Helen's gaze flicked from the blood on his shirt to the bodies behind him. Are you serious? Walk with me, he said. They moved quickly down the block, turning corners until the bar was out of sight. Helen finally slowed, her voice tight. You've got blood on you. Not mine, Reacher said. Then whose? Some idiots who thought jumping a stranger was a good idea. Girl in the bar slapped me, called in her brothers. 5 of them. 2 had the sense to run. Helen exhaled sharply. And the other 3 learned a lesson. She shook her head. You're telling me a girl slapped you and that led to this? It was a setup, Reacher said. So, I'll ask again, is this how things work around here? Lure outsiders into fights for fun? Helen rubbed her temples. I need a drink. Reacher halted mid-stride when Helen spoke. I was hoping we could grab a drink, she said. Then let's turn around, he replied. That's not an option. After what happened back there, 3 guys sprawled on the pavement. Police are definitely involved by now. He glanced behind them, then shrugged. Fine. My hotel, then. The lobby might have something. They moved through the dim streets, cutting south past the courthouse. Reacher eyed the building briefly. How'd dinner go? He asked. My dad was too busy grilling me about his case. Still convinced you're my star witness. You didn't set him straight? Couldn't. Not with your intel locked down. Small mercies. Leaving him in the dark, huh? Hardly. The man's got unshakable faith in his theories. As he should. You really bailing tomorrow? Absolutely. This town's off. Helen rolled her eyes. A woman hits on you, and suddenly it's a federal case. Reacher stayed silent. She pressed on. Come on, it happens. New face in a bar, decent-looking guy. Why wouldn't she flirt? You're not exactly hideous. He kept walking. What you say to set her off anyway? She wouldn't take the hint. So I asked if she was working the room. Helen winced. Call a woman that in Indiana, you're lucky it was just a slap. Her brothers would I've done worse. Those weren't her brothers. Same age, different last names on their IDs. Whole thing was staged. And that's the weird part, why bother? Either it's a hustle or a game. But I'm not carrying enough cash to make it worth their while, so it had to be for kicks. Which makes 0 sense, because they had to know how it'd end. 5 against 1. Around here, they'd bet on the 5. Or I was the only outsider in the place. She squinted ahead. You're at the Metropole. He nodded. Not exactly overbooked. Funny, I called earlier, and they swore you weren't registered. Old habit. I don't check in under my real name. Why? Force of instinct. Hard to break. The hotel's brass doors swung open to a near-empty lobby. A bartender lounged behind a deserted counter in the adjoining lounge. Ellen ordered a beer. Reacher doubled it. They settled by a draped window as the server brought bottles, glasses, and a bowl of pretzels. Reacher scrawled his alias and room number on the tab. Helen smirked. So, who's the Metropole's mystery guest tonight? Jimmy Reese. Who's that? Wait, he cut in, catching her flicker of reaction. The girl at the bar, she wasn't just fishing. She was hunting me. Asked my name, and when I said Jimmy Reese, she hesitated. Like someone had told her to find Jack Reacher. Helen frowned. Initials match. People do that. She recovered fast, Reacher said. Too fast. Someone sent her, and she wasn't leaving without me. Jack Reacher knew tonight wasn't going to end well for him, and someone was determined to make sure of it. Who were those guys? Helen asked, swirling her drink. Who even knows I'm here? The police, for one. You just walked out of their station. Reacher stayed silent. Helen frowned. Wait, were they cops? Trying to protect their case? I'm not here to tear their case apart. But they don't know that. To them, you're the wild card. Their case is airtight. And those guys didn't exactly scream law enforcement. Then who else has a stake in this? Rosemary Baugh. She knows my name. She knows why I'm here. Helen scoffed. Pransley, but that's insane. Rosemary's a quiet legal assistant. She wouldn't pull something like this. She wouldn't even know where to start. It wasn't exactly a professional hit. Compared to what? 5 guys is overkill for most people. Reacher didn't answer. Helen leaned in. Rosemary was at the hospital all afternoon. Her brother's waking up, she wouldn't leave his side. $10 says she's got a phone. No cells allowed near the IC2. Too much interference. Then a payphone. She's too distracted right now. By keeping her brother alive. Helen fell silent. Reacher tilted his head. She's your client. You sure you're not biased? You're missing the point. James Barr asked for you. That means Rosemary wants you here too. She needs you to figure this out. Why else would her brother call you in? Reacher took a slow sip of beer, then nodded. I was followed to the bar from here. If Rosemary went straight to the hospital this morning, she didn't have time to arrange that. So, we're back to someone who thinks you're a threat to the case. Why not the cops? They've got radios, manpower, they could track you anywhere. Cops don't send a girl to do their dirty work. She could be a cop too. Reacher shook his head. Too young. Too clueless. Too much hairspray. Helen pulled a pen from her bag and scribbled on a napkin, sliding it toward him. My number. In case you need it. I doubt anyone's suing me. I'm more worried about you getting arrested. Even if those guys weren't cops, someone might have called them. The bar owner. The hospital. Those 3 guys definitely went to the ER. And that girl knows your alias now. If things go south, listen to your rights and call me. Reacher smirked. Ambulance chasing. Call it a favor. He tucked the napkin into his pocket. Thanks. Still planning to leave tomorrow? Maybe. Or maybe I'll stick around and figure out why someone's so desperate to protect a case that's already bulletproof. Grigor Linsky gripped his phone tighter as the Zek's silence stretched. They failed, he repeated. I apologize. The quiet on the other end was worse than shouting. They won't lead back to us, Linsky added quickly. See that they don't. Linsky swallowed. No harm done, right? Unless it just pissed him off, the Zek said. Then there's plenty of harm coming. He's James Baugh's friend. That means something. Linsky didn't reply. Let him see you again, the Zek finally said. A little extra pressure never hurt. After that, keep your distance, the Zek warned. And then what? Then you watch, the old man replied. Make sure things don't spiral out of control. Reacher waited until Helen Rodin's cab disappeared down the street before heading back to his hotel. Upstairs, he peeled off his shirt and tossed it into the sink, letting cold water soak into the fabric. Bloodstains on a shirt he'd just bought? No thanks. He might have let it slide after a few wears, but not on something fresh out of the package. His mind raced with questions, but as usual, the trick was pinpointing the real issue, the one that mattered most. Why would anyone go to violent lengths to protect a case that was already airtight? First, was it really airtight? He replayed the day in his head. Alex Rodin's confident, it's as good as it gets. Emerson's smug, best done deal I've ever seen. And Bellantonio's eerie enthusiasm. Best crime scene I've worked. I love it all. Sure, they had their biases, professional pride, convenience, but Reacher had seen Belantonio's work firsthand. It was flawless, a slam dunk, like watching Willie Mays camp under a flyball. Or Lou Gehrig stepping up with the bases loaded. As certain as anything could be. But that wasn't the real question. He twisted the water out of his shirt and draped it over the heater, cranking the dial up before cracking the window. Outside, the town was dead silent, nothing like New York. More like someone had rolled up the sidewalks after dark. I went to Indiana, but it was closed. He stretched out on the bed, the damp heat from his shirt filling the room with a faint scent of wet cotton. The real question was Helen's tape. Jane's Barr's voice, rough and insistent. Get Jack Reacher for me. Why? Who was Reacher to Barr? That was the heart of it. Best crime scene I ever worked. Best I've ever seen. Why pay for parking? Will you keep an open mind? Get Jack Reacher for me. Reacher stared at the ceiling. 5 minutes passed. Then 10, 20. Finally he rolled over, fished the crumpled napkin from his pocket, and dialed Helen's number. She picked up after 8 rings, groggy. It's Reacher, he said. You okay? Fine, she mumbled. What's wrong? Questions. Is Barr awake yet? Not yet, but close. Rosemary left me a message she's back at the hospital. What was the weather like last Friday at 5? The weather. She paused. Overcast. Not great, not terrible. Normal for this time of year. Not really. Usually it's either sunny or pouring. This was just there. Hot, cold, neither. Comfortable. What you wear to work? She laughed, half asleep. Is this a prank call? Just answer. Same as today. Pantsuit. No coat. Didn't need one. You own a car? Yeah, but I take the bus to work. Drive tomorrow. Meet me at your office at 8. What's this about? Tomorrow, he said. Get some sleep. He hung up, checked his shirt, stiff but dry, and hoped it wouldn't shrink overnight. Chapter 5. Reacher was up at 6. A cold shower cut through the stuffy room's heat. His shirt had dried into a stiff board, but at least it still fit. No room service meant hitting the streets early. Outside, trucks rumbled past, hauling gravel and concrete to construction sites. He weaved through them, heading south toward the waterfront, past the edge of gentrification until he found a no-frills diner. Coffee, eggs, and a window seat perfect for keeping an eye on the street. No loiterers. No suspicious cars. Just another quiet morning in a town that shut down too early. If someone had tailed him the previous night, it made sense they'd try again. He stayed alert, scanning the sidewalks as he moved north along First Street. Morning sunlight glinted off storefront windows, giving him makeshift mirrors to check his 6. Plenty of foot traffic flowed around him, but no one matched his pace or lingered too long. Whoever was watching him would probably stake out the plaza, instead waiting to confirm he'd visit the lawyer's office. The fountain bubbled lazily, its basin half full. The memorials lining the edges looked more weathered than yesterday, flowers wilting, ribbons fraying. They'd stay until the final funeral, he guessed, then vanish overnight like an afterthought. He perched on the NBC monolith, back against the tower, killing time like any other early arrival. At 7:45, the plaza hummed with people prepping for the workday, smoking, scrolling phones, flipping through newspapers. Reacher skimmed the crowd. A newspaper was classic spy camouflage. But these days, a guy glued to his phone or loitering with a cigarette worked just as well. His gaze landed on a 60-something man hunched near a doorway, suit too heavy for the season, jaw working over a cigarette while he muttered into a Nokia. Eastern European cut, maybe Polish. The guy moved like his spine had been wired wrong, stiff and off balance. Not the chatty type, yet there he was, rambling into his phone like it was a lifeline. His eyes never flicked toward Reacher. At 7:55, Reacher pushed off the granite and headed inside. Grigor Linsky finally stopped the act and punched in a real call. "He's here," he rasped. "Just went up." The Zek's voice crackled back. "Did he make you?" "Pretty sure." "Then disappear. Shadows only from now on." Helen Rodan was already buried in work when Reacher stepped into her office. Her black suit was the same, but the blue shirt underneath matched her eyes perfectly, loose where yesterday's had been tight. Legal volumes sprawled across her desk, spines cracked, pages flagged. A yellow notepad overflowed with scribbled case law. "James Baugh woke up," she said without looking up. "Rosemary called me at dawn." "Any confessions?" "Only to doctors." "Cops are on hold. I need to get to him first." "No client talks to police without counsel." "What's he telling the medics?" "That he doesn't remember Friday. Docs say that standard head trauma can wipe out days, even weeks." Reacher crossed his arms. "So where's that leave you?" "Two nightmares. One he could be faking. And good luck proving that either way. Now I've got to track down a specialist to weigh in on this mess. If he's not faking, we're stuck in legal limbo. How do you give a guy a fair trial if he's technically sane but can't remember a damn thing about the crime? He'd be sitting there like a spectator at his own trial, completely lost. And the state's the one who put him in that position. Their jail, their responsibility. They can't just shrug and push forward like nothing happened." Helen sighed. "What's your dad going to say about this?" "He'll fight it like hell. No prosecutor wants to open the door to amnesia as a defense. Next thing you know, every suspect in lockup would suddenly forget everything after a conveniently timed scuffle." "It's happened before, though," Reacher pointed out. Helen nodded. "Yeah, but the legal precedents are a minefield. I've been buried in case law all morning, Dusky, Wilson, all these rulings full of loopholes and exceptions." Reacher stayed silent, watching her. "This is spiraling," she admitted. "We could end up with a trial just to decide if there can be a trial. Maybe even a Supreme Court battle. I didn't sign up to be the lawyer who wins on bizarre technicalities. That's not my style, and right now I can't afford that reputation." Reacher shrugged. "Then cut him loose. Plead him guilty and walk away." Helen shot him a look. "Last night when you called, I thought you were going to tell me he's innocent." "Wishful thinking," Reacher said. She turned away, but he added, "But..." She whipped back around. "There's a but?" "Yeah. Turns out he's not as guilty as I thought." "How?" "Grab your keys. I'll show you." The underground garage was packed with vehicles, NBC news vans, beat-up sedans, a shiny blue Mustang convertible that screamed Ann Yanni. Reacher could picture her cruising with the top down on weekends, hair perfectly windblown for the cameras. Helen's car, though, was the opposite, a nondescript green sedan, the kind you drive until your first real paycheck hit. "Where are we headed?" Helen asked as she pulled out into morning traffic. "South," Reacher said, shoving his seat back and crushing a pile of who knows what behind him. She frowned. "What do you know?" "It's not about me. It's about what Barr knows. About you." Reacher nodded. Enough to drag me into this. He should hate my guts, but he wanted me here anyway. Helen merged onto the bridge, the river stretching below them. We served together 14 years ago, Reacher said. 3 weeks tops. But he saw me crack a case everyone else thought was impossible. In his mind, I'm some kind of detective prodigy. That's why he asked for you? Reacher exhaled. Yeah, and last night I had to prove him right. The tires hummed against the iron trestle as they crossed into the next chapter of this mess. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows to their left as they drove, the river's sluggish current barely disturbing the weathered, wooden pilings of the wharf on their right. Take the next right, Reacher instructed. Helen turned onto a narrow county road, lined with ramshackle bait shops and roadside stands advertising smoked ribs and cold beer in foam coolers. But the case was already closed, she said, gripping the wheel. He knew that. Reacher shook his head, though she couldn't see it. Halfway closed, he corrected. That's all Emerson saw. Barr needed someone to dig deeper, but his first lawyer didn't care enough to try. That's why he was so pissed. Helen frowned. What else is there? You'll see. A lot? Enough to change everything. Then why didn't he just say it outright? Because he couldn't, Reacher said. And even if he had, who would have believed him? Ahead, the highway interchange loomed, just as he'd expected. Take the northbound ramp, he said. Helen accelerated into the curve, merging smoothly with the flow of trucks and sedans. The road arched over the river on a concrete span, the distant wharf a smudge against the horizon. Downtown rose to their right, its glass towers catching the fading light. The highway climbed steadily, flanked by low industrial buildings that flickered past like a grainy film reel. Get ready for the exit behind the library, Reacher said. The sign appeared well in advance, the lane markings shifting from dash to solid as the exit veered right. They eased onto the spur, the road narrowing as it curved behind the black glass high rise. Reacher glanced back, no tail. Slow down, he ordered. The engineers had designed the turn for caution, funneling traffic into a single widened lane that cut across the sharpest part of the bend. White diagonal stripes painted on the asphalt warned drivers to stay clear, creating a no-go zone of grit and debris. Pull over here, Reacher said. Helen hesitated. We can't just stop like you've got a flat. Do it. She jerked the wheel, tires thumping over the painted lines before coming to a stop on the neglected shoulder. Crumpled soda cans, shattered plastic, and glass fragments littered the ground, remnants of countless near misses. Reacher rolled down his window. Across the way, the steady hum of northbound traffic echoed from the parallel bridge, relentless as the river below. They waited nearly a full minute before another vehicle appeared on the deserted stretch of road behind them. A single pickup truck roared past, its gust of wind shaking their car as it sped by. Then silence settled over the elevated highway once more. Not exactly rush hour out here, Reacher remarked. Helen shrugged. This road was a political pet project. Leads to nowhere important. Just another taxpayer-funded boondoggle, but hey, at least some contractor got rich. Check the view, Reacher said. The highway stretched high above the city, its concrete barriers barely waist-high. Below and to their right, the ornate limestone facade of the old library stood out against the skyline, its slate roof looking close enough to run a hand over. What am I supposed to see? Helen asked. Reacher shifted in his seat, giving her a clear line of sight past him. From their vantage point, The plaza below was framed perfectly, a straight shot down the narrow gap between the reflecting pool and the retaining wall, ending right at the DMV's front door. James Barr was Army, Reacher said. A trained shooter. Not elite, but solid. And training drills certain instincts into you. Even if you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, you learn where to set up, how to make the shot count. Helen frowned. I'm not following. This is textbook sniper territory. Elevated position, clear sightline. Targets funneled straight toward you in single file. No need to adjust aim, just let them walk into your crosshairs. Shooting from the side? That's amateur hour. Moving targets, windage calculations, way more room for error. But he didn't shoot from here. Exactly. He should have. Had his van parked right where we're sitting, popped the side door, fired from inside. Tinted windows, no witnesses. 6 clean shots, brass casings contained, then gone before anyone knew what happened. No evidence, no trail. Just a muddy license plate and an empty stretch of road. Helen chewed her lip. 70 yards is still a long shot. For a guy with an M1A, that's like shooting fish in a barrel. And think about it, 5 o'clock sun at his back, perfect glare in their eyes. Or if it rained, tire tracks washed away. Either way, this was the play. Every tactical advantage screamed for him to be right here. But he wasn't. Nope. So what stopped him? Reacher turned the key in the ignition. Let's head back. Your office is where we'll find the answer. Helen Roden sank into her chair, her fingers drumming the desk. Reacher moved to the window, scanning the plaza below for the guy in the ill-fitting suit. No sign of him. What kind of strategizing? Helen asked, frowning. Barr just picked a bad spot to shoot from, that's it. Some outdated military theory from 14 years ago doesn't mean anything. He probably forgot it the second he left the service. Guys like him don't forget, Reacher said. I'm not buying it. That's why he ditched Chapman. She wasn't buying it either. That's why he called you. Helen raised an eyebrow. And you are convinced? I'm looking at a sniper who ignored a perfect vantage point for a lousy one. That doesn't just happen. He used a parking garage in Kuwait City. You said it yourself, it was the right spot. The targets walked straight into his line of fire. That was then. Maybe he's rusty now. Reacher shook his head. They don't forget. And if a guy picks a terrible spot over a great one, there's a reason. And reasons change everything. Helen crossed her arms. Sure, what was his reason? Had to be a damn good one. Because he boxed himself into a nightmare scenario, street level, tight space, a harder shot, in a spot so perfect for evidence that Emerson probably framed his first case report. Too perfect, actually. She blinked. You're saying he wanted to get caught. Not caught, just credited. Think about it. Why wear a raincoat when it's warm and dry? So he could leave fibers behind. Why wear shoes that track dirt everywhere? So they'd pick up trace evidence. Why fire from the dark? So witnesses would see the muzzle flash and lead cops right to the evidence. Why scrape his rifle against the wall? A gun that expensive doesn't get treated like that unless it's on purpose. And why leave the traffic cone? Easier to toss it in the van than leave it as a neon sign saying, "Clue here." Der Front Helen exhaled sharply. This is insane. 2 dead giveaways, Reacher continued. First, he paid for parking. Who does that? But he did just to leave a quarter with his prints on it. Tidy little bow on the whole package. And the shell casing? He could have fished it out of the trench. There was wire lying around. Belantonio's report said so. Would have taken 2 seconds. She leaned forward. What's the second giveaway? The angle. He needed to face the pool from the south, not the west. Had to be lengthwise. Why? Because he didn't miss Helen. He fired into the water on purpose. Needed that bullet to travel down the long axis, like a ballistics test, just enough distance to keep it intact. Sideways wouldn't cut it. Not enough water to slow it down clean. The bullet would have shattered against the wall. Too much force. Too much damage. Helen frowned. But why would he go through all that? Reacher stayed silent for a beat. Guilt. After 14 years. So he could finally get caught? He shook his head. A guilty man would have turned himself in the second they found him. Someone drowning in regret doesn't wait for handcuffs. Then, what's the reason? Because he had no choice, Reacher said flatly. Someone made him do it. Her eyes locked onto his. You're saying he was forced, she murmured. Exactly. Forced to pull the trigger, forced to take the fall. They told him to go home and wait for the cops. That's why he took the pill sitting there, counting down the minutes, knowing what was coming. Drove him half out of his mind. Helen didn't respond. He was manipulated, Reacher pressed. Trust me, it's the only thing that makes sense. He wasn't some lone psycho. That's why he kept saying they've got the wrong guy. He was trying to send a signal, hoping someone would catch on that they should be hunting the real puppet master. Still nothing from Helen. Reacher glanced out the window. The plaza fountain bubbled under the sunlight, the pool nearly full. No suspicious figures lurking. Helen pushed back from her desk but didn't move. I should be celebrating, she muttered. He still murdered 5 people. Not if the coercion was extreme. That changes things. Reacher stayed quiet. You think it was some stupid dare? A twisted adrenaline rush? Maybe, he said, but doubtful. Bar's too old for childish games. And if it was just for kicks, they'd have shot from the highway live to brag another day. So what was it? Something darker. Something with real stakes. Should we bring this to Emerson? No, Reacher said. Then reconsidered. Actually, maybe we should. There are reasons not to. Name one. Emerson's got his perfect case. Why would he poke holes in it now? No cop would. Then what's the play? 3 questions, Reacher said. Who, how, and why. This was a deal. Somebody profited, and it wasn't Bar. The who is the guy who sent those thugs after you last night. He liked how things were going and didn't want you messing it up. Bingo, Reacher said. So I need to find him. You might want to rethink that. Why? Could get your client killed, Reacher said. Bar's in a hospital bed with round-the-clock guards. Your client isn't James Barr. It's Rosemary. Think about what kind of threat could make a man like him comply. He knew he was staring at life in prison, or worse. So why play along? Why walk straight into that hell? Had to be one brutal threat. And what's the only thing Barr cares about? No wife, no kids. Just his sister. Ellen's silence stretched. They told him to keep his mouth shut, Reacher continued. That's why he asked for me. A coded cry for help. Because if he talks, the threat stays alive. I think he's trading his life for hers. Which means you've got a problem. If the puppet master sees you digging, he'll assume Barr talked. That's why Emerson can't know. But Barr didn't talk. You pieced it together. Sure, let's put that in the papers. Think anyone buy it? So what do I do? Nothing, Reacher said. There's nothing you can do. The harder you fight for James Barr, the more you risk getting Rosemary killed. Ellen stood there, the weight of it pressing down. The room stayed quiet. Helen leaned against the window, her fingers resting lightly on the sill as if she were about to play a quiet melody. The faint scent of fresh soap lingered around her. What if you went after him? She suggested. He slipped up, sent those guys after you. That gives you a reason to find him, separate from the Barr case. He wouldn't even suspect Barr talked. Reacher didn't react. I'm not here to play defense attorney. Then think of it as helping the prosecution, she countered. If two people were involved, why should only one take the fall? Silence stretched between them. Finally, Helen sighed. Or just do it for me. Across town, Grigor Linsky pressed his phone to his ear. They're still in her office, he murmured. Both of them right by the window. The elevator hummed as it carried Reacher to the top floor of the black glass tower. A narrow maintenance stairwell led to the roof, where he stepped out into the open air beside a rusted metal hatch. The gravel-covered tar paper stretched out underfoot, 15 stories above the city, not the tallest by New York standards, but high enough to see for miles. The river glinted to the south, and the highway split like a forked tongue, one branch curling east, the other stretching north toward a distant cloverleaf. Reacher braced against the wind as it tugged at his clothes, then memorized the road. He needed the one that would lead him where he had to go. Back on street level, the air was thick and still. He headed northwest, bypassing the sports bar by a block. The road he wanted was lined with tired storefronts, a gun shop with barred windows, a barber shop advertising $7 cuts, a faded motor court that had probably been on the edge of town decades ago. Past a ragged crosswalk, the buildings grew newer, the lots wider. Fast food joints, tire shops, a lube franchise with a neon sign promising quick oil changes. He kept walking, scanning the strip for the auto parts store. It had to be here. Every city had one, always near the tire shops and dealerships, always close to the highway. 10 minutes later, he passed a sprawling Ford lot. Rows of pickups angled proudly on display ramps. A massive inflatable gorilla loomed overhead, tethered by wires strung with tattered streamers. Beyond the new trucks sat the trade-ins, waiting for second chances. And just past them, a narrow fire road cut into the distance. The auto parts store was one of those chain franchises, clean, efficient, and brightly lit, with fresh asphalt in the parking lot and bold sale signs plastered across the windows. The usual promises: budget oil filters, antifreeze, on special, lifetime warranties on brake components, heavy-duty batteries for work trucks. A handful of vehicles were scattered across the lot: lowered Hondas with oversized rims and tinted headlights, beat-up pickups sagging under years of hauling, sedans pushing well past their prime. 2 cars sat isolated at the far end. Employee rides, Reacher figured. Management probably kept the prime spots open for customers, but the staff still wanted eyes on their cars. One was a modest Chevy with chrome mud flaps featuring pin-up silhouettes, the other a compact Toyota SUV. That one had to belong to the redhead. Inside, the air was frigid and thick, with the bite of synthetic lubricants and cleaning solvents. A few customers wandered the aisles, browsing. Near the entrance, racks of shiny aftermarket accessories, chrome trim, LED lights, anything to make a car look faster without actually improving performance. Toward the back, practical items in plain red boxes, gaskets, belts, the unglamorous guts of automotive repair. Reacher had never bothered with any of it. The army had mechanics for that, and after leaving, he'd never owned a car long enough to care. Between the flashy upgrades and the essential parts stood a service counter, a square of laminate and steel with registers, computers, and thick catalogs. Behind one of the screens was a guy in his early 20s, not one of the 5 from the bar, just some kid in red coveralls, playing the part of a pit crew mechanic. The embroidered name on his chest read Gary. Up close, he had the look of a guy who enjoyed making things difficult. "I need to talk to Sandy," Reacher said. "The redhead." Gary barely glanced up. "She's busy." "Then go get her." "What's it about?" "Personal. She's on the clock." "Legal matter." "You don't look like a cop." "Working with a lawyer." Gary crossed his arms. "I'll need to see some ID." Reacher exhaled. "No, Gary, you won't. What you will do is either call her out here or let me go back there myself." Silence. No movement. Reacher stepped around the counter and pushed through the door marked "No Admittance." Inside was a cramped office, white laminate desk, smudged with grease, stacks of invoices on either side. Sandy sat behind it, also in red coveralls, though hers fit a hell of a lot better than Gary's. The zipper was lowered just enough to suggest she knew exactly what she was doing. Her name was stitched across her chest, bold and impossible to miss. "We meet again," Reacher said. Sandy didn't answer. Just froze, invoice in hand, halfway between piles. She looked smaller than he remembered. Quieter, drained of the energy she'd had before. Like someone had let the air out of her. "We should talk," he said. "Don't you think?" She sighed, fingers tapping the edge of the desk. "I feel awful about last night." "Don't," he said. "I'm not mad. Just tell me how it happened." Her shoulders tensed. "I can't." "You can, Sandy. You were right there." She stayed quiet, adjusting a stack of papers until the edges lined up perfectly. "Who arranged it?" Reacher pressed. "I don't know." "Come on." "Someone told you to be there." "Jeb," she admitted. "Jeb Oliver. He works here. We grab drinks sometimes." "Is he around today?" She shook her head. "Didn't show up." Reacher remembered Gary complaining about being short-staffed. "Did you see Jeb after everything went down?" "No. I just got out of there." "Where's he live?" "Somewhere with his mom, I think. We're not that close." "What exactly did he say to you?" "That I could help him with something. Easy money." "Sounded like a good time?" She snorted. "In this town?" A Monday night staring at paint drying would count as entertainment. "How much did he give you?" Silence. Reacher leaned in. "Nobody does favors like that for free." "100, she muttered. "And the other guys?" "Same deal." "Who were they?" "His crew." "Whose idea was the whole brother act?" "Jeb's." "You were supposed to make a move on me." "But you didn't." "Nice recovery on your part." A flicker of pride crossed her face, rare in a life where wins were scarce. "How'd you know where to find me?" Reacher asked. "We were driving around in Jeb's truck waiting." Then his phone rang. "Who called?" "No clue." "Jeb likes being the guy with all the answers." "Let me borrow your car." "My car?" "I need to find Jeb." "I told you, I don't know where he lives." "I'll figure that out." "But I need a ride." She hesitated. "I've got a license," Reacher said, "and plenty of experience." A faint smile, she recognized her own words thrown back at her. Then quieter. "Was I convincing?" "Last night, I mean." You sold it, he said. If I hadn't been distracted, I'd have forgotten all about football. How long would you need the car? How big is this town? Not very. Then not very long. Is this serious? You got 100. So did 4 others. That's 500. Bet Jeb kept just as much for himself. Someone dropped $1,000 to put me in the ER. That's serious enough for me. She bit her lip. I shouldn't have gotten mixed up in this. It worked out. Am I in trouble? Could be, Reacher said. Or not. You lend me the car, maybe I forget your name. Promise. No harm, no foul. She dug through her purse and handed him the keys. It's the Toyota. I know, he said. Parked next to Gary's Chevy. How? Lucky guess. He took the keys and left her there, heading back to the counter where Gary was ringing up a customer. Reacher waited his turn. I need Jeb Oliver's address, he said when he reached the register. Gary frowned. Why? Business. Show me ID. You really want to dig into this? After what went down in your store? Gary hesitated, eyeing the growing line behind Reacher. Then he sighed and scribbled an address on a receipt. Some fights weren't worth starting. Reacher watched as the man rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a file before scribbling an address onto a scrap of paper, some freebie memo pad from an oil filter company. It's a few miles north of here, he said, sliding the note across the desk. Appreciate it, Reacher said, tucking the slip into his pocket. The red Toyota fired up instantly, its engine settling into a steady hum as he adjusted the seat and mirror. He buckled in, propping the address against the dashboard, blocking the tachometer, not that he cared. The fuel gauge showed plenty for the trip, and that was all that mattered. The address was simple, just a number on a rural route. No confusing street names like Oak Lane or Pine Drive, which, in Reacher's experience, often outnumbered the actual trees in some towns. He pulled onto the highway, scanning the cloverleaf maze of signs until he spotted the right route. The drive would be a zigzag east first, then north. The SUV handled well enough, though its boxy shape made it feel top-heavy on turns. The engine whined under the strain, and the cabin carried a faint trace of perfume. The first stretch was a decent county road, but after the turn, the pavement narrowed, the shoulders crumbling into dirt. Fields stretched on either side, dotted with massive irrigation rigs, spinning lazy circles over winter crops. The corners where the water didn't reach lay barren, rocky. Wasting land like that seemed inefficient. But Reacher figured it made sense, where water was the real commodity, not dirt. 4 miles in, he passed a handful of mailboxes, marking dirt tracks leading to weathered farmhouses. He slowed as he neared the Oliver place, a mailbox perched on stacked concrete blocks, the number painted in peeling white. The path ahead was rutted, fresh tire marks cutting deep into the mud. Expensive treads, wide and aggressive. Not the kind you'd find on a budget ride. The Toyota jolted along the uneven trail until the farmhouse came into view, a sagging clapboard structure with a barn behind it. Parked out front was a gleaming red Dodge Ram, its chrome grille catching the light. The truck looked brand new, a stark contrast to the aging buildings. Reacher pulled up beside it and stepped out. The house and barn had seen better days. But the truck? That was fresh off the lot Hemi engine, 4-wheel drive, tires built for rough terrain. Probably worth more than the property. The barn doors were secured with new iron clasps and a heavy-duty U-lock. The only sound was the distant whisper of irrigation sprinklers. No movement, no dogs, just a sharp tang of fertilizer hanging in the air. Reacher knocked twice on the front door. No answer. He tried again before circling to the back, where a woman sat on a porch glider, a faded dress clinging to her wiry frame. A golden liquid sloshed in the pint bottle clutched in her hand. The woman looked like she could have been anywhere between 40 and 70. It all depended on whether she'd bothered to shower or catch up on sleep. One leg was curled beneath her, while the other pushed the porch glider in a slow, lazy rhythm. Her bare feet scraped against the wooden planks. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice rough. "Jeb," Reacher said. "Not here. Not at work either." "I know. So, where is he?" "How the hell should I know? You his mother." "Yeah." "You think I'm stashing him somewhere?" "Feel free to look around." Reacher stayed silent. The woman kept rocking, the glider creaking softly with each sway. A bottle sat in her lap, half empty. "I'm serious," she said. "Go on. Tear the place apart. I'll trust you." "Why?" "Because if you're telling me to search, he's not here. Like I said, Jeb's gone." "What about the barn?" "Locked from the outside. Only keys with him." Reacher didn't answer. "He took off," the woman added. "Vanished. Vanished. For now, anyway." "That his truck?" She nodded, took a slow sip from the bottle. "So he walked?" Reacher asked. "Got picked up. By a friend." "When?" "Late last night." "Where to?" "No clue." "Take a shot." She shrugged, rocked, drank. Probably. He's got people everywhere. California, Arizona, maybe even Mexico. Planned trip?" Reacher asked. She wiped the bottle's rim with her dress and offered it to him. He declined, lowering himself onto the porch step. The wood groaned under his weight. The glider kept moving, its hinges whispering with each pass. The air smelled like damp cushions and cheap bourbon. "Let's be straight," she said. "Jeb came home last night with a busted nose and a limp. And I'm betting you're the one who gave it to him." "Why?" "Who else would come sniffing around?" "Sounds like he bit off more than he could chew." Reacher stayed quiet. "So he ran," she said. "Like a coward." "Did he call someone? Or did they call him?" "How should I know? That phone's glued to his ear. Only thing he loves more than his truck. You see who picked him up? Some guy in a car. Waited out on the road, didn't come down the driveway. Too dark to see much. Just headlights and taillights like any other car." Reacher nodded. The only tire marks in the mud were from Jeb's truck. The mystery car must have been too low to risk the rough path. "He say when he'd be back?" She shook her head. "Was he scared?" "More like deflated." "Deflated?" "Just like the redhead at the auto shop." "All right," Reacher said. "Thanks. You leavin'?" "Yeah." He walked back to the Toyota, the glider's rhythm fading behind him. The hiss of sprinklers cut through the quiet. He reversed to the road, swung the wheel, and headed south. Back at the store, he parked beside the Chevy and walked straight past Gary, pushing through the no admittance door. The redhead was still at the desk, invoices nearly done. The finished pile towered. The other had just one sheet left. She wasn't touching it, just leaning back like she never wanted to step outside again. Reacher dropped the keys in front of her. "Thanks for the wheels." "Find him?" she asked. "He's gone." She didn't respond. "You look tired," Reacher said. Silence. "You look like you're running on empty," he said. "No fire, no excitement. So, last night you were bouncing off the walls." "I'm on the clock now." "You were on the clock then too, getting paid and everything?" "You promised you'd drop it." "I am." Good luck out there, Sandy. She studied him for a long moment. Same to you, Jimmy Reese, she finally said. He turned, shutting the door behind him, and stepped into the sunlight. His boots hit the pavement as he walked south toward downtown. By the time he reached Helen Rodin's office, the place was packed. 4 people stood inside Helen, plus 3 he didn't recognize. A slick-looking guy in a tailored suit had taken her seat behind the desk while she hovered beside him, deep in conversation. The other 2, a man and a woman, lingered by the window like they were waiting their turn. The woman had dark hair tucked behind wire-rimmed glasses, while the man was bald, with thick frames perched on his nose. Both wore jeans and button-downs, their names printed boldly on conference-style badges. Mary Mason, M.D., Ph.D., and Warren Niebuhr, M.D., Ph.D. Psychiatrist, Reacher guessed, pulled straight from some seminar. Helen glanced up. "Everyone, this is Jack Reacher," she announced. "My investigator backed out, so he's stepping in." Reacher kept his face blank. "News to me." She gestured to the man in her chair. "Alan Danuta, top veterans rights attorney out of D. Flew in last minute." "You didn't waste time," Reacher said. "Couldn't afford to," Danuta replied. "Today's make or break for Barr." "We're heading to the hospital," Helen added. "His sister's already there. The doctors say he's stable enough for evaluation." "I figured Alan would consult remotely, but he insisted on coming in person." Danuta shrugged. "Easier to read a room, face to face. Luckily, Dr. Mason and Dr. Niebuhr were already in Bloomington for a conference," Helen said. "Memory trauma is my focus," Mason offered. "Coercion and dependency in offenders," Niebuhr added. Reacher crossed his arms. "So this is the dream team. What about Barr's sister?" "She's with him now." "Why?" "We need to talk. Alone." Helen excused them, steering him into the hallway. "Any progress?" she asked. The woman and the 4 guys were hired by a friend, Jeb Oliver. Paid them each $100, probably skimmed a cut for himself. "I checked his place." "Done." "Where?" "No idea. Some guy in a car picked him up." "Who is he?" "Works at the same store as the woman. Also slings pills on the side." "You sure?" Reacher nodded. "Fancy padlock on his barn meth lab or stash house. Take your pick. Drives a truck way above his pay grade. Still lives with his mom. And that means dealer because statistics. Small-time criminals flunk rental checks. Saw it in a study." Helen stayed quiet. "They were all wired last night," Reacher continued. "Probably speed. The woman was crashing hard today, total zombie." "They were high? Then you got lucky." Reacher smirked. "If you're picking a fight with me, aspirin's your best shot. Where does this leave us?" From Oliver's angle, he was doing someone a solid. Pot job, pot favor. Worth $1,000, easy. James Barr's situation was escalating, and the pieces didn't quite fit. Whatever was going on, it wasn't just about some low-level auto parts manager. There had to be bigger players involved. "You think Barr was mixed up with a drug dealer?" Helen asked. "Not necessarily by choice," Reacher said. "Could have been forced into something. We just don't know why yet." Helen exhaled sharply. "That changes things." "Only a little," Reacher admitted. "So what's the move?" "We hit the hospital. Let Mason figure out if Barr's amnesia is real. If he's faking, we lean on him until he cracks. If not, well, we pivot. And if he's telling the truth, then we find another way in." Helen didn't press further. Reacher had a habit of holding cards close to his chest. The drive to the hospital was quiet. Helen took the wheel of her Saturn, Alan Danuta riding shotgun, while Reacher stretched out in the back. Mason and Niebuhr tailed them in a rented Taurus, the two cars pulling into the visitor lot side by side. As they stepped out, Grigor Linsky watched from a distance, idling in the same Cadillac that had spooked Jeb Oliver's mother the night before. He tapped his phone, and the Zek picked up instantly. "They're here," Linsky said. Reacher's shop already checked the kid's place. And nothing left to find. The river took care of the evidence. The Zek's voice was calm. "Then we're secure. For now. But they'll keep digging. Let them. The system here moves slow. By the time they piece it together, it won't matter." The hospital loomed ahead. A no-frills concrete block painted white, smelling of antiseptic and stale air. Reacher hated places like this. Too many memories, too much quiet suffering. The group moved down a fluorescent-lit hallway, Mason and Niebuhr leading the way like they owned the place. Helen and Danuta lingered behind, heads bent in conversation. Just before they reached the elevators, Helen turned, catching Reacher's arm. "Ever heard of Eileen Hutton?" she murmured. Reacher went still. "Why?" "She's on my father's updated witness list. Army background. You know her." He hesitated. "She was the prosecutor 14 years back." Helen's grip tightened. "So what does she know?" "Everything." Her eyes flashed. "How?" "There was no trial." Reacher looked away. "We were involved. I told her." "You..." Helen cut herself off, voice dropping to a furious whisper. "You shared classified details with her?" "It wasn't like that. We were on the same side." "Convenient." He shrugged. "It was a long time ago." Helen shook her head, turning back toward the elevators. "This case just kept getting messier." "We had history," Reacher said. Helen Roden shook her head. "That's oversharing, Reacher." He stayed quiet. Helen exhaled sharply. "This is spiraling. She can't act on what she knows it's classified, and she's still active duty." Reacher waited. "You think I'm lying?" he asked. "Then why is her name even in this mess?" "Because of me," Reacher admitted. "I brought up the Pentagon to your dad when I couldn't figure out how my name got dragged into this. He must have dug deeper. I expected he would. If she talks, this whole thing collapses before it starts." "She won't. Or maybe she will. Who knows how the military plays these things?" The elevator chimed, and the group shifted toward the doors. Helen lowered her voice. "You need to talk to her. She'll be here for a deposition. Find out what she's planning to say. She's probably got a star on her shoulder by now." "I can't just demand answers." "Figure it out," Helen said. "Use whatever leverage you've got. Or maybe I don't want to. We're still on the same side, at least when it comes to Barr." Helen didn't answer. She stepped into the elevator. The 6th floor was all sterile concrete and steel, more like a prison than a hospital. A wired glass security door led to an airlock, with signs pointing to the ICU, isolation wards, and a neonatal unit. Reacher figured the state had paid for this place. It had all the charm of a DMV waiting room. A corrections officer met them at the desk, made them sign waivers, then waved them toward a doctor. The guy looked exhausted, mid-30s, like he hadn't slept in days. He led them to a waiting area with chairs that looked like they'd been salvaged from a junkyard. "Barr's awake and coherent," the doctor said. "Stable, but not exactly healthy. We're limiting visitors to 2 at a time and keep it short. Reacher caught Helen's smirk. She knew the cops would come in pairs, so the rule meant she'd get Bar alone first. His sister's with him now, the doctor added. She'd like you to wait until they're done. Once he left, Helen turned to the group. I'll go in first, introduce myself, get his consent. Then Dr. Mason should see him. After that, we'll decide next steps. She was talking fast, nerves showing. Reacher realized none of them, except him, had ever met Barr. To Helen, he was an unwanted client. To Mason and Niebuhr, a case study. To Danuta, maybe a Supreme Court footnote. They were all betting on a stranger. They took seats in the chlorine-scented silence. The only sounds a faint hum of pipes and the distant beep of a monitor. No one spoke. They all knew this would take time. No sense rushing into the unknown. Reacher studied Mary Mason from across the table. She was younger than he expected for someone with her credentials, early 40s maybe, with an approachable demeanor. Her oversized glasses framed eyes that radiated warmth and confidence. Whether it was professional polish or genuine kindness, he couldn't tell. How does this work? He asked. The evaluation, she said. I operate on the assumption that amnesia after severe trauma is usually legitimate. The research backs that up. Then I observe. Genuine patients are visibly distressed. They struggle to recall. They push against the gaps. Fakers, they dodge. Their body language gives them away. They avoid eye contact, shift in their seats, anything to sidestep the missing time. Sounds like guesswork, Reacher said. Mason shrugged. Mostly is. Scans show activity, but interpreting them? Still subjective. Hypnosis can help, but courts don't trust it. So yeah, I'm paid to give an opinion, not proof. Who testifies for the other side? Someone just like me. I've testified for both. So it's a credibility contest? Pretty much. Juries usually go with whoever has the fancier degrees. You've got plenty of those. Enough, she admitted. How much will he lose? At least several days. If the injury happened Saturday, Wednesday might be his cutoff. Before that, fragments hazy, unreliable. That's the baseline. I've seen cases where months vanished, even without a coma. Any chance of recovery? Maybe from the edges. He might piece together the days leading up to the blackout, a meal here, a drive there. But there's always a wall. Usually whatever happened right before sleep on the last day he recalls. What about 14 years ago? Long-term memory's a different beast. Brains aren't computers, they're messy, organic. Think of tossing fruit down a flight of stairs. Some memories bruise, some don't. But 14 years. That's deep storage for anyone. The waiting room fell silent. The steady beep of a monitor pulsed, faintly steady, rhythmic, oddly soothing. Then a door creaked open down the hall. Rosemary Barr emerged, clean but drained, her face etched with exhaustion. She hesitated, scanning the corridor before moving toward them. Helen Rodin intercepted her, murmuring in hushed tones. Reacher watched as they exchanged updates, medical, then legal, before Helen guided Rosemary forward, her grip supportive, but firm. Rosemary glanced at the psychiatrists, then at Alan Danuta, and finally at Reacher before turning away without a word. She moved toward the security desk, her back rigid, refusing to acknowledge them any further. Classic avoidance, Neba observed. We're here to dissect her brother physically, mentally, legally. It's intrusive, and she knows it. Acknowledging us means admitting just how much trouble he's in. Or maybe she's just exhausted, Reacher said. Helen stood abruptly. I'm going in to see him now. She strode down the hallway and disappeared into the same room Rosemary had exited moments before. Reacher tracked her until the door clicked shut, then turned back to Niebuhr. You ever dealt with coercion like this before? Niebuhr tilted his head, the way psychiatrists do when they're about to turn a question back on you. Reacher smirked. Of course he had. They probably taught that move on day 1 of med school. Plenty of times, Reacher admitted. But usually there's clearer proof of an immediate threat. You think a threat against his sister isn't serious? That was your theory, wasn't it? She wasn't kidnapped. She wasn't locked in a basement. He could have warned her, sent her away. Exactly, Niebuhr said, which means he was ordered not to. They wanted her exposed, unaware, defenseless. That tells us how much control they had over him and how powerless he felt. Imagine living with that kind of fear, that guilt, every single day. Ever seen a man so scared he'd do something like this? Yes, Niebuhr said. Me too, Reacher admitted. Once or twice. Whoever's behind this isn't just threatening, they're calculated. Probably built up leverage over time. A dependency, maybe. A need to impress, to belong. Fear mixed with something else. A woman. Niebuhr shook his head. Men don't kill to impress women. They do it for other men. Someone dominant, persuasive, not sexually, but psychologically. An alpha breaking a beta. Reacher exhaled. And the sister was the final push. Human motivations messy. Most people don't even know why they do what they do. Tell me about it. Niebuhr raised an eyebrow. Do you know why you do things? Sometimes. Other times? No clue. Maybe you could analyze me. Normally I charge $300 an hour. That's why I can afford to do pro bono work like this. Reacher grinned. How about $5 and a cup of coffee? Niebuhr gave a half-hearted smile. Tempting, but no. Silence settled over the waiting area. Danuta stretched his legs, shuffling through paperwork balanced on his knees. Mason might have been dozing, eyes shut. Niebuhr stared blankly ahead. They were all pros at waiting, Reacher included. 13 years as an MP had taught him that hurry up and wait was the real motto, not whatever was engraved on the badge. He tuned into the steady beep of a distant heart monitor, letting time pass. Outside, Grigorlinsky turned his car around, eyes fixed on the hospital doors in his rear view. He bet himself nothing would happen for at least an hour, maybe 90 minutes, max. He mentally ranked his targets. If they didn't all leave together, who mattered most? The lawyers and doctors would follow routine, predictable as clockwork. But the soldier, that was the wild card. Linsky decided he'd follow whoever walked out alone. Odds were, it'd be him. Helen Roden stepped out of James Barr's hospital room 15 minutes after entering, her expression unreadable. She moved past the waiting area, her eyes locking onto Mary Mason. "You're up," she said simply. Mason rose without a word, leaving behind her purse and any semblance of legal tools, no files, no pen, just her steady footsteps, fading down the hallway. Reacher tracked her until the door clicked shut behind her, then settled back into his chair, the air thick with silence. "I liked him," Helen murmured, more to herself than anyone else. Niebuhr leaned forward. "How's he holding up?" "Barely," Helen admitted. "Looks like he tangled with a freight train and lost. Bruised, broken, barely there. Is he lucid?" "Clear enough, but his memory's shot." He remembers a baseball game on the radio could have been yesterday or last season. Or 3 years ago, Reacher cut in. Danuta shifted in his seat. Did he agree to your representation? Verbally, Helen said. He can't sign anything. Not with cuffs bolting him to the bed. You went over the charges. Had to. He asked why he even needed a lawyer. Andrew, he thinks he's guilty. A heavy pause settled over them. Danuta snapped his briefcase shut, dropping it to the floor with a thud. Welcome to the messy middle, he said, straightening his tie. This is where real law happens ugly, complicated, and never black and white. Feels more like a losing battle, Helen countered. We can't let this go to trial. The state nearly killed him through sheer incompetence, and now they want to drag him into court? Not if he can't remember his own name. What kind of defense would that be? My father will lose it. Obviously. We cut him out. Go Federal Bill of Rights violation. Then appeals, then SCOTUS. That's the play. That's a marathon. Danuta nodded. 3 years, minimum. Wilson's case took almost 4, and we're staring down the same path. And if we lose, then we fight a trial with whatever we've got. Helen exhaled, rubbing her temples. I'm not built for this. Not the strategy, not the stakes. Bullshit. You're sharper than half the lawyers in this city. Financially, then. This'll bleed us dry. Veterans groups will back us. Barr served honorably. They won't let him rot. Helen's gaze flicked to Reacher, who stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the wall. His thoughts were loud enough to hear. This guy walks twice? Danuta drummed his fingers. There's another option. Less glamorous, but it's on the table. Which is, hand your father the puppet master. Half a win's better than none, and the puppet master's the prize anyway. You think he'd bite? You tell me. But no prosecutor passes up the bigger fish, not if he wants to keep his job. Helen shot another glance at Reacher. The puppet master's a ghost. We've got nothing tying him to this. Your call, Danuta said. But Pa doesn't see a courtroom. Not like this. One thing at a time, Helen said. Let's hear what Mason says. 20 minutes later, Mason returned. Reacher studied her walk, the precision in her stride, the certainty in her eyes. No hesitation, no second guessing. She smoothed her skirt as she sat. Permanent retrograde amnesia, she announced. Textbook case. No faking it. Niebuhr frowned. How far back? Mason almost smiled. Ask the Melabiv. His timeline stuck on baseball. The last clear memory he had was a Cardinals game on the radio. But if you count backward from today, I guess it's been at least a week since he was fully aware. Including Friday, Helen pointed out. Danuta sighed. Yeah, that's the timeline. Helen pushed back from the table and the others followed, shifting toward the door like a silent agreement had been made. Reacher wasn't sure if it was deliberate or just instinct, but either way, Barr was no longer a person to them, just a case file, a problem to solve. You go ahead, Reacher said. Helen paused. You're staying? He nodded. Figured I'd check in on an old friend. She moved closer, lowering her voice. Why? 14 years is a long time. She studied him, then shook her head. Don't do anything stupid. He smirked. Not much of an alibi if I did. She hesitated, then turned and followed the others out. Reacher waited until they disappeared past security before heading down the hall to Barr's room. He didn't knock, just pushed the door open and stepped inside. The heat hit him first. The place felt like an oven. Sunlight filtered through closed blinds, casting a pale glow over the machines, crowding the space monitors. IV stands, wires snaking across the floor. Barr lay motionless, his head locked in a brace, his wrists cuffed to the bed rails. Bandages covered his skull, his shoulder, his chest. The heart monitor beeped steadily, its jagged lines reminding Reacher of gunfire recordings. "Who's there?" Barr's voice was thin, strained. His eyes darted, searching. Reacher moved into view. "You," Barr whispered. "Yeah. Me. Why?" "You know why." Barr's fingers twitched, rattling the cuffs. "Guess I screwed up." "Guess you did." Reacher watched his eyes, the only part of him that could still react. The rest was locked down, wrapped up, immobilized. "I don't remember anything," Barr said. "Sure about that?" "It's just blank." Reacher leaned in. "You know what happens if you're lying to me." "I can imagine." "Triple it." Barr exhaled, his voice breaking. "I'm not lying. It's gone. No defiance, no excuses, just a hollow admission." "Tell me about the game," Reacher said. "Radio," Barr murmured. "Not TV. Always liked the radio. Reminded me of being a kid, listening to the Cardinals from St. Maime. Louis, all those miles away. The air was thick with the lazy hum of summer crickets chirping, the distant crack of a bat against a ball drifting from a radio somewhere. You all right?" Reacher asked when the silence stretched too long. Barr winced. "Head's killing me. Feels like I had surgery or something." Reacher didn't respond. "I hate watching baseball on TV," Barr muttered. "Not here to talk about your viewing habits," Reacher said flatly. "You ever watch it? Don't own a TV. Seriously? You can grab one for $100. Less if you go small. Check the phone book. No phone. No place to put one either." "Why's that?" "You're not still enlisted." "How'd you know?" "Nobody stays in that long. Not from our time." "Some do," Reacher said, his mind flickering to Eileen Hutton. "Officers, maybe," Barr scoffed. "Nobody else. I was an officer. You should remember that. You weren't like the rest." "That's what I meant." "How so?" "You actually worked. Tell me about the game." "Why no house?" "You doing okay?" "Now you're worried about me." "Don't like seeing people struggle." "I'm good," Reacher said. "Trust me. You're the one with issues. You a cop now?" "Local." "Never seen you around." Reacher shook his head. "Just passing through." "From where?" "Nowhere. Everywhere." "Why are you here?" Reacher stayed silent. "Oh," Barr said, catching on. "You're here for me." "The game." "Tell me." "Cubs versus Cardinals. Tight match. Cards won in the 9th walk-off error. No hits, just mistakes. You remember it clear. Die-hard Cards fan. When was this?" "Don't even know what day it is now." Reacher let the quiet settle. "I can't believe I did what they're saying," Barr whispered. "Evidence doesn't lie." "For real?" "No doubt." Barr squeezed his eyes shut. Tears leaked out. "How many?" "5." Barr's breath hitched. His face twisted. "Why?" "The first, why would I?" "Why'd you do it the first time?" Reacher countered. "I was messed up back then," Barr choked out. "No excuses. But I changed. Swear I did. 14 years clean." Reacher stayed quiet. "I almost ended it back then," Barr admitted. "Couple times. The shame. Only thing that kept me going was knowing those KC guys were scum. Felt like penance. Why keep the guns? Reminders. Kept me honest. Hard to stay straight without 'em. Ever use them? Sometimes. Not often. Just at the range. Where? Cops checked. Kentucky side. Cheaper there. You know the plaza downtown? Course. I live here. Walk me through it. How you do it? I don't remember doing it. Then, how would you? Hypothetical. Like a mission brief. Targets. Pedestrians. Leaving the DMV. Barr's eyes closed again. That's who I? 5 of them, Reacher confirmed. Barr broke. Reacher dragged a chair over, spun it backward, and sat. When? Barr rasped. Friday. Afternoon. Barr went still for a long moment. How'd they catch me? You tell me. Traffic stop. Why? I'd wait till late. Maybe 5. Crowds. Park on the highway behind a library high ground. Sun at my back, no glare on the scope. I would have rolled down the window, steadied my aim, and emptied the clip before hitting the gas again. The only way I'd get caught is if a cop pulled me over for speeding and spotted the rifle. But I'd have been smart enough to stash it and keep my speed in check. No reason to draw attention. Why take that risk? Reacher stayed silent. What? Barr pressed. You think a trooper stopped to check on me while I was parked? Maybe thought I had a flat or ran out of gas. You own a traffic cone? Reacher asked. A what? A traffic cone. Barr hesitated, then frowned. I've got one, I guess. Not sure it's really mine. Had my driveway repaved crew left a cone behind to keep people off. Left it there for days. Never came back for it. Where is it now? Tossed it in the garage. Still there? Probably. It's been months. You keep receipts? Barr winced against the restraints. It was some fly-by-night crew. Pretty sure they stole the asphalt from the city, probably from the First Street repairs. Paid cash, no paperwork. You got friends? A couple. Names? Just guys I know. New ones? Don't think so. Women. They steer clear. Tell me about the game. Already did. Where were you? Car? House? Home, Barr said. Eating. You remember that. Bob blinked. The shrink told me to focus on details might jog my memory. I was in the kitchen eating cold chicken and chips. That's all I've got. Drinking anything? Beer? Coffee? No clue. Just remember listening to the game on my Bose. Got a TV in there too, but I prefer the radio. Reminds me of being a kid. How'd you feel? Feel? Happy? Upset? Normal. Barr went quiet. Told the shrink normal, but I think I was actually in a good mood. Like something big was coming. Reacher said nothing. I really screwed up, huh? Barr muttered. Tell me about your sister, Reacher said. She was here earlier. How do you feel about her? She's all I've got. How far would you go for her? Anything, Barr said. Define anything. I'll plead guilty if it helps her. She might still have to move, change her name. But I'll take the hit. She bought me that radio. Birthday gift. Silence. Why are you here? Barr asked. To bury you. I deserve it. You didn't shoot from the highway. You were in the new parking garage. First Street. North End. That's insane. Why would I do that? You asked your lawyer to find me. Saturday. Why? You're the last person I'd want around. You know about Kuwait City. Why drag that up? What was the Cardinals' next game? No idea. Try. I need context. Nothing's there, Barr said. Just that winning run. Announcers lost it, couldn't believe the Cubs choked again. Typical, right? What about before the game? Earlier that day. Blink. What's your usual routine? Not much. I don't do much. What happened in their last game? Don't remember. What's the last thing you do recall? Barr exhaled. Maybe going out somewhere. When? Not sure. The room was quiet except for the steady beep of the heart monitor, its rhythm faster than it should have been. Barr's cuffs clinked against the bedrail as he shifted. Alone? Reacher asked. Maybe not, Barr muttered. Don't remember where, though. Reacher leaned back in the stiff hospital chair, letting the silence stretch. The IV bags hung above the bed, their labels catching the light. What's in those? Barr asked. Reacher squinted. Antibiotics. No painkillers. Nope. Barr exhaled bitter. Guess they figure I don't rate any. Reacher didn't answer. We go back, don't we? Barr pressed. You and me. Not like we were buddies. Damn right. But connected, Reacher admitted. Barr's voice turned thin. So do me a favor. Mike what? Pull these IVs out. Reacher didn't move. Why? So I can check out early. No. Why the hell not? Not your time, Reacher said, standing. He pushed the chair against the wall and left without another word. Outside, the hospital lot was empty, Helen's car already gone. He walked, cutting through downtown past half-finished construction sites, the air thick with dust. The library was still open, its fluorescent lights buzzing. The librarian, a tired-looking woman with smudged glasses, pointed him toward the archives. He skipped the weekend editions, flipping instead through midweek papers. Wednesday's sports section had it. Cubs versus Cardinals, a messy ninth inning? Walk, steal, error, just like Barr had described. The game had ended late Tuesday night, 67 hours before the shooting. Reacher backtracked to the precinct, a squat brick building that never closed. The desk sergeant waved him through after a quick call. Bellantonio met him in the evidence bay, the corkboards now layered with fresh reports under plastic sleeves. Updates? Reacher asked. Always, Bellantonio said. We're thorough. Like what? Dog hair matched. Bar's mud. Where's the dog now? Put down. Reacher's jaw tightened. Dodd didn't pull the trigger. Bellantonio stayed quiet. What else? Reacher pressed. Ballistics confirmed. Rare ammo. Barr bought it in Kentucky last year. Lange practice. Bellantonio nodded. We tracked that too. And the traffic cone? City property. No paper trail. Reacher scanned the board, slow and deliberate. What aren't you telling me? Nothing's missing. You sure? Positive. Reacher smirked. You ever play poker? No. Smart. You'd lose bad. Bellantonio didn't blink. Start worrying, Reacher said, and walked out. Bellantonio leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. He's not gonna let this slide. He'll come after you for that dog. Reacher shook his head. Doubt it. Outside the office, Emerson stood waiting, jacket buttoned, but tie loose, the look of a cop tangled in legal red tape. His expression was pure frustration. You talked to him at the hospital? He asked. Total blank after Tuesday night, Reacher said. You've got a fight coming. Emerson exhaled hard. Fantastic. Maybe keep your inmates from getting beaten next time. Rodin's bringing in experts. His daughter already did. There's case law. Case law cuts both ways. You really want that guy walking free. Your mess, Reacher said. Not mine. Glad you're satisfied. Nobody's satisfied, Reacher said. Not yet. He left the station and walked the long stretch back to the black glass building. Helen Roden was alone at her desk, papers spread out. The others had cleared out. Rosemary confronted her brother about Kuwait City, she said. She told me after visiting him at the hospital. And? Reacher asked. He admitted it was true. Bet that was a tearful chat. Helen shook her head. Rosemary's wrecked. Says James is too, can't believe he threw away 14 years. Reacher stayed quiet. The office hummed with silence. Then Helen slid a sheet of paper toward him. Eileen Hutton's a brigadier general now. Good for her, Reacher said. She was a major back when I knew her. And you, Captain, wasn't that against the rules? Technically. For her, she was JAG Corps. Lawyers break laws too. She's still JAG. Obviously, they don't retrain them. Stationed at the Pentagon. That's where the brains are. She's coming tomorrow. Reacher said nothing. Depositions at 4, Helen added. She'll probably fly in early, check into a hotel. Too late to head back after. You want me to wine and dine her? No, Helen said. Lunch. Before she meets my father. I need to know her angle. They put Bar's dog down, Reacher said. Old age. That doesn't bother you. Should it? The dog didn't hurt anyone. Helen didn't respond. Which hotel? Reacher asked. No clue. Catch her at the airport. What flight? Don't know. No direct from D. So she'll connect in Indianapolis. Earliest she lands is 11. Silence again. Sorry, Helen said. For telling Danuta we had nothing on the puppet master. Didn't mean to shut it down. You weren't wrong, Reacher said. At the time. She studied him. But now they've overplayed their hand at the station. Fibers, ballistics, dog DNA, an ammo receipt from Kentucky. Even tracked the traffic cone to city records. But no footage of Barr placing that cone in the garage beforehand. You sure? Reacher nodded. They'd have plastered it everywhere by now. No stills means no tape. Means Barr didn't do it. Someone else did. The puppet master, Reacher said. Or another puppet. After Tuesday night. Barr swears the cone was still in his garage then. Helen held his gaze, the pieces clicking into place. The footage must have captured whoever was involved. Exactly, Reacher agreed. But there'll be too many vehicles to sift through. You can eliminate some. Focus on a sedan, something too low to handle rough back roads. So the puppet master is real then? How else would this have played out? Ellen sighed. Alan Danuta's probably right. My father would trade Barr for the mastermind in a heartbeat. It's the smart move. Reacher stayed silent. Which means Barr walks, Helen pressed. You get that, don't you? The prosecution's case is falling apart. There's no way around it. Still, Reacher didn't respond. I'm not thrilled either, she admitted. For me, it's just damage control. I can spin it, blame the jail's security lapses. Make it clear I didn't let him off. But Reacher finally spoke. You came here to take him down, and now he's slipping away. What's your next move? I don't know, Reacher admitted. What options do I even have? Only 2 that worry me, Helen said. First, you could bail on helping me track down the guy behind this. I can't do it alone, and Emerson won't lift a finger. And the second, you could handle Barr yourself. That's always an option. But you can't. You'd spend the rest of your life behind bars if you're lucky. Only if I got caught. You would be. I'd know it was you. Reacher smirked. You'd turn me in. I'd have to, Helen said. Unless you were my lawyer. Then you couldn't say a word. I'm not your lawyer. I could hire you. Rosemary Barr would figure it out and sell you out in seconds. And Franklin, he heard everything. Reacher exhaled. I still don't know what I'm doing. How do we find this guy? Why would I even want to? Because you don't strike me as someone who settles for half the truth. Reacher said nothing. I think you want answers, Helen pushed. You hate being played. You don't like getting jerked around. Silence. Besides, this whole thing reeks, Helen added. 6 victims, the 5 dead, and Barr himself. That's stretching the definition of victim a little thin for me. Doctor, Niebuhr thinks we'll find a recent connection. Some new acquaintance. We could start there. Barr told me he doesn't make new friends, Reacher said. Just a couple of old ones. Was he lying? Didn't seem like it. So Niebuhr's wrong. Niebuhr's speculating. He's a shrink. That's all they do. I could ask Rosemary. Would she know his circle? Most likely. They're close. Then get a list, Reacher said. Is Dr. Mason guessing too? Absolutely. But I think she's onto something. And if Niebuhr's wrong about the friend, what's the backup plan? We go on the offensive. How? Someone tailed me last night, and I spotted another one this morning in the plaza. Next time I see him, I'll have a chat. He'll talk. Just like that. People usually do when I ask politely. Why? Because I ask nicely. Don't forget to ask Eileen Hutton nicely, too. See you around, Reacher said. He headed south past his hotel and ducked into a diner for a cheap meal. Then he wandered north, taking his time through the plaza, past the sleek black tower, beneath the overpass, all the way back to the sports bar. The whole walk took nearly an hour, and no one followed him, no men in ill-fitting suits, no one at all. The bar was half empty, baseball games flickering on every screen. He claimed a corner table and watched the Cardinals grind through a meaningless late-season game against the Astros. Between innings, he kept an eye on the door. Nobody came. Tuesday dragged on even slower than Monday in the quiet Midwest town. Grigor Linsky pressed his phone to his ear, watching the neon glow of the sports bar from his car. He's back at the same place, he muttered. Did he spot you? The Zek's raspy voice crackled through the line. Not a chance. Then why's he circling back there? Linsky exhaled, rubbing his stiff neck. Just killing time. Walked in circles for an hour, hoping I'd slip up and show myself. A pause. Then the Zek's order came sharp and final. Leave him. Get back here, we have things to discuss. Across town, Alex Roden's call sliced through Emerson's family dinner. The detective set down his fork with a sigh, stepping into the hallway to perch on the creaky stair. Phone wedged against his shoulder, he hunched forward, irritation tightening his voice. What's so urgent? Rodan didn't waste words. We need to handle Reacher. Now. Emerson scoffed. He's not the problem. The evidence against Barr is solid. This isn't about evidence anymore, Roden snapped. It's about the amnesia defense. About how hard Helen fights it. And she won't back down with Reacher breathing down her neck. Emerson massaged his temple. That's on her, not me. You don't get it. Rodan's tone turned icy. She'll fold if Reacher's gone. But right now? He's got her convinced there's reasonable doubt. I need him gone. Can't just arrest him for existing, Emerson shot back. Then find a reason. A parking ticket, jaywalking? I don't care. Break his hold on her. This isn't some cowboy movie, Emerson growled. But the line was already dead. Linsky winced as he slid into the Cadillac's plush seat, his spine a roadmap of old pain. Years ago, they'd taken a hammer to his vertebrae one by one, letting each fracture heal before starting anew. Plain scales, they'd called it. He never spoke of it. The Zek had endured worse. The car purred to life, its smooth ride a small mercy. America had its perks: soft seats, quiet engines, cops too tangled in red tape to be a real threat. He'd crawled through dirt in other countries. Here he drove a Cadillac. The Zek's mansion loomed ahead, a gaudy relic from a dry goods tycoon, now surrounded by acres of flattened earth. No trees, no gardens, just open sightlines and crushed limestone. A fortress disguised as a home. Linsky parked, flexing his stiff fingers. Comfortable, yes, but comfort had its price. The property had no fences after years behind wire. The Zek refused to live like a caged man. No extra locks, no bars. The openness was his choice, but it also worked as security. Cameras covered every angle. By day, visitors were spotted from 2 football fields away. At night, infrared caught them almost as far. Linsky parked and stepped out into the quiet. The gravel pit nearby had gone dark at 7, leaving only the hum of crickets. He glanced at its shadowed bulk before heading toward the house. Before he reached the porch, the door swung open. Warm light spilled out, framing Vladimir's broad silhouette. If the Zek had sent his right-hand man to greet him, then Chenko was already inside. Which meant the old man was worried. Linsky didn't hesitate. At his age, fear was a luxury he couldn't afford. Vladimir said nothing, just shut the door and trailed him up the stairs. The first floor was a ghost town, empty rooms, save for one with 4 monitors displaying every compass point. Sokolov or Raskin would be glued to those screens, working their shift. The real action happened on the 2nd floor, kitchen, dining room, office. Above that, bedrooms. But tonight, the living room was the center of it all. The Zek's voice called out before Linsky could knock. The old man sat cradling a glass of tea. Chenko slouched on the couch like a bored cat. Vladimir took his place beside him. Linsky stood, waiting. "Sit, Grigor," the Zek said. "No one blames you. The boy messed up." Linsky lowered himself into an armchair, positioning himself just a hair closer to the Zek than Chenko. Hierarchy mattered. The Zek was 80, Linsky past 60. The other 2, still in their 40s, capable but without the weight of decades behind them. "Tea?" the Zek asked in Russian. "Please." "Chenko," the Zek said. "Get Grigor a glass." Linsky hid a smile. Chenko being ordered to serve him was a message, loud and clear. And the man didn't flinch, just unfolded himself from the couch and returned with a steaming glass on a silver tray. Chenko was compact, all wiry muscle and wild black hair. Vladimir, though, a mountain of a man, blond and built like he'd stepped out of some old war poster. Maybe there was German blood in there somewhere. Maybe from the wrong side of history. "We've been talking," the Zek said, "and we misjudged one thing. Small but troublesome." "The cone," Linsky said. "Bar's not on tape placing it," the Zek replied. "But will it matter?" Linsky tilted his head. "Your thoughts?" "Depends who's looking," the Zek said. "Emerson and Rodan won't care. It's a loose thread, but they're not the type to pull on it. Why would they? No case is perfect, and they know it. They'll probably dismiss it as an unsolved mystery, maybe even tell themselves Barr switched cars to throw them off. But it's still a gap in their case. If the right person digs deep enough, the whole thing could fall apart. The proof against Barr is solid. The Zek gave a slow nod. True. So why wouldn't that be enough? Normally it would. But Barr might not even be Barr anymore. Legally speaking, he's a ghost. Severe amnesia means Rodin might never get him in a courtroom. And if Rodin can't lock him up, he'll want someone else to blame. If that someone becomes more important than Barr himself, how could Rodin resist? Linsky took a sip of his tea, too hot, too sweet. All this over a tape? He asked. Depends on the soldier, the Zek replied. His persistence. His instincts. He was an MP, Chenko cut in, his American accent flawless. Linsky shot him a look. Chenko rarely spoke English. Here, maybe he was self-conscious about sounding like he belonged somewhere else. That doesn't mean much, Linsky said in Russian. Nor to me, the Zek agreed. But it's something to consider. Killing him now would raise alarms, Linsky pointed out. Depends on how it's handled. What options do we have? The redhead could be useful again, the Zek mused. Vladimir scoffed. She'd be useless against him. The guy's built like a tank, and he's trained. But she's already tied to him, Linsky countered. People know she tried to frame him. If she turned up beaten half to death, he'd be the first suspect. Let the cops take care of him for us. She'd know who really hurt her, Vladimir said. She'd know it wasn't him. The Zek smiled. Linsky recognized the tactic. He liked pulling answers out of people, like some twisted philosopher. Then maybe she shouldn't be able to talk at all, the Zek suggested. Dead. Hasn't that always been the most reliable solution? But she's probably got plenty of enemies, Vladimir argued. Not just him. Maybe she's the type who leaves a trail of pissed-off men behind her. Then we make sure the trail leads straight to him. Maybe she's found near his hotel, like he lured her there. Inside? No, outside. Somewhere he wouldn't notice her right away. Let someone else call it in while he's still asleep. Makes him an easy target. Why would she be there? Maybe he attacked her and she stumbled away before collapsing. The Metropole Palace, Linsky confirmed. That's where he's staying. When? Chenko asked. Whenever you're ready, the Zek said. Meanwhile, the Astros scraped out a messy win against the Cardinals, 10-7. Sloppy defense. Too many errors, the kind of game that left both teams embarrassed. Reacher had lost interest by the 5th inning. His thoughts drifted to Eileen Hutton instead. She was part of the bigger picture. He'd spotted her once back in the States before the Gulf, just a glimpse across a courtroom enough to remember her. Figured he'd never see her again, which seemed like a shame. Then she showed up in Saudi Arabia during the slow grind of Desert Shield. Reacher had been there early, a demoted captain stuck in the chaos. The first weeks were always a brawl between MPs and the grunts they were supposed to control, but eventually things settled. Desert Shield was no different. 6 weeks in, the makeshift military justice system was finally taking shape. Jailers, judges, and prosecutors shipped in to handle the workload. Hutton arrived as one of those prosecutors, and Reacher figured she'd volunteered, which suited him just fine. Volunteers usually meant no ring on the finger, and sure enough, her left hand was bare when they first crossed paths. Then he spotted the oak leaves on her collar major's rank. That could complicate things for a freshly demoted captain, but when he met her gaze, any hesitation vanished. Her eyes were sharp blue, full of wit and trouble, and something else that made the desert heat feel even more intense. At 31, Reacher wasn't one to back down from a challenge, especially when the temperature hovered above 120 degrees and standard uniform had devolved into shorts and tank tops. Proximity and sweat had a way of speeding things along, and this was a hell of a lot better than freezing through a Minnesota November. The rank difference made the first move tricky, but she met him halfway, and the next 3 months were smooth sailing. Then, like always, new orders came through. No goodbyes, no last glance, just the sudden end of something good. Now, years later, he sat in a dim bar until the spawn started looping the same highlights. He tossed cash on the counter and stepped into the yellow glow of streetlights, deciding against returning to the Metropole Palace. The place had a gloomy weight to it, even by his low standards. A motor court he'd passed earlier caught his eye, one of those old roadside relics, well kept but forgotten by time. Perfect. He circled the block once, listening for footsteps behind him, but the night stayed quiet. Inside, he woke the clerk and paid cash under the name Don Hefner, a Yankee second baseman from 34 who'd batted. I'd T61 in a rough season. The room would do. Meanwhile, Chenko and Vladimir slipped out just past midnight. The job required the right kind of violence, something messy, something that looked like rage. Vladimir, with his size, could sell it. The girl's place wasn't far, tucked under the highway overpass where the concrete pillars cut through the empty lots. They knew the way. They'd been there before. The clerk handed him a heavy brass key and gestured toward the far end of the hallway room, number 8. The space smelled faintly of mildew, the wallpaper peeling at the edges. The bedspread and curtains had clearly been there for decades, and the bathroom fixtures belonged in a museum. But the shower ran hot, and the deadbolt clicked solidly into place. He rinsed off quickly, then smoothed his shirt and pants beneath the mattress, his version of pressing clothes. By morning, they'd look presentable enough. A close shave, a second shower, and a trip to the barber would finish the job. He wanted to look sharp, just in case Hutton remembered anything, if she remembered anything at all. Meanwhile, Chenko pulled his car off the highway, parking in the shadows east of the overpass. He and Vladimir slipped beneath the concrete arches, approaching the apartment complex from the rear. Staying close to the brick walls, they moved silently toward her door. Chenko motioned for Vladimir to hang back before rapping lightly on the wood. No answer. Not surprising it was past midnight. He knocked again, firmer this time. Then once more, loud enough to wake her, but not the neighbors. A light flicked on behind the curtains. Soft footsteps padded toward the door. "Who is it?" Her voice was muffled, groggy. "Me," Chenko said. Sandy hesitated. "What do you want?" "We need to talk." "I was asleep." "I know. I'm sorry. It's the middle of the night." "It can't wait," he insisted. A long pause. Then fabric rustled as she retreated, then returned. The door creaked open. She stood there, arms crossed over a thin blue robe. "Well, you're coming with us," Chenko said. Vladimir stepped into view. Sandy's eyes narrowed. "Why's he here?" "He's helping." "Helping with what?" "You need to go out." "Like this?" "No way." "Then get dressed," Chenko said. "Like you're going somewhere nice. A date. Just look the part." She scoffed. "It'll take forever, shower, hair, makeup." "We'll wait." "Who am I supposed to be meeting at this hour?" Doesn't matter. You just need to be seen. How much? 200. Bonus for the late notice. How long? 5 minutes tops. Just a quick walk. She hesitated. 250. Chenko nodded. While Sandy got ready, the two men sat in her living room, listening to the muffled sounds of running water, the hum of a blow-dryer, the sharp clicks of makeup compacts. Vladimir fidgeted, his forehead damp. Not from nerves, just the proximity to a half-dressed woman. Chenko rolled his eyes. Some guys had no discipline. An hour later, Sandy emerged, looking like she'd stepped off a runway. A sheer black top clung to her frame, the lace beneath leaving little to the imagination. Skinny black pants hugged her hips, tapering just above her ankles. Strappy heels completed the look. With her fiery hair and sharp green eyes, she could have been on a magazine cover. Too bad, Chenko thought. My money, she demanded. After, he said, show me first. It's in the car. Then let's go. They moved in silence, Chenko leading, Sandy in the middle, Vladimir trailing behind. The mist had settled over the parking lot, the car's windshield fogged up. Inside, the seats were empty. No cash. No surprise. Chenko had known that all along. He halted 6 feet away, pivoted, and gave Vladimir a quick nod. Now, he said. Vladimir stepped forward, his right hand landing on Sandy's shoulder from behind. With a sharp twist, he yanked her upper body sideways before driving his left fist into her temple just above and slightly forward of her ear. The impact was brutal, sending her head snapping violently to the side. Her legs buckled instantly, and she dropped straight down like a coat sliding off a hook. Chenko crouched beside her, waiting a beat before pressing 2 fingers to her neck. Nothing. Neck's broken, he muttered. Vladimir flexed his hand. Placement's everything, he said. Sideways force, sure, but you want a little rotation too. Not just a clean break, more like a twist. Like the snap of a noose. Hand all right? Gonna ache tomorrow. Solid work. Always aim to impress. They popped the car's rear armrest, hefting her body across the back seat. She was slight, barely taking up space. Up front, they drove in silence, skirting east, before doubling back toward the Metropole Palace. They bypassed the trash-strewn loading bay, rolling to a stop near a fire exit. Vladimir hauled her out by the shoulders, dumping her in a crumpled heap against the alley wall. Back in the car, Chenko glanced over his shoulder. The scene played perfectly a girl fleeing in panic, maybe stumbling down the fire escape, tripping at the worst moment. One bad fall, and a weakened neck does the rest. He eased the car forward, keeping the speed unremarkable, blending into the early morning traffic all the way back to the Zek's place. Reacher jerked awake at 7, his internal clock never off by much. He scouted the area in a meandering loop, checking for shadows. Nobody. A drugstore 2 blocks over supplied him with cheap razors, shaving cream, and toothpaste, plus a cup of coffee that tasted like burnt cardboard. Back at the motel, he pressed his clothes under the mattress, downed the coffee, then scrubbed himself raw in the shower. 22 minutes, hair washed twice. Breakfast was a gamble at the drive-through counter. A rubbery ham and egg muffin that might have been assembled in a lab, followed by 2 slices of lemon pie just to remind his taste buds they still worked. By 8:30, he was sliding into the barber's chair, freshly shaved and alert. Meanwhile, 3 miles south, the Metropole Palace's alley was already swarming with cops. The Honduran cleaner had found the body at dawn, sprawled like a discarded doll. He didn't need to check for a pulse. Death has a way of announcing itself. He just bolted inside, yelling for the night porter. He headed back home. No green card meant staying clear of any police involvement. The night porter grabbed the desk phone, called 911, then slipped out the fire exit to check the scene. 30 seconds later, he was back inside, looking shaken. Within 8 minutes, 2 squad cars and an ambulance rolled up. The paramedics confirmed the victim was dead on arrival, so the ambulance left. Cops cordoned off the alley and the fire exit before taking the porter's statement. He claimed he'd stepped out for fresh air and found the body himself, covering for the undocumented guy from Honduras. Close enough to the truth that the officers didn't question it. They just held the scene, waiting for Emerson. Emerson arrived at 6:25 a.m. with his second-in-command, Donna Bianca, the city medical examiner, and Bel Antonio to process the crime scene. The first half hour was all technical measurements, photos, collecting trace evidence. Then Emerson moved in and hit his first roadblock: no purse, no ID. The girl was a complete mystery. By 7:15, Ann Yanni showed up behind the Metropole with an NBC crew, a cameraman, and a sound guy lugging a boom mic with a fuzzy gray windsock. The sound guy leaned against the police tape, stretching the boom as far as it would go, catching Emerson's voice in his headphones. Emerson was speculating with Bianca. Maybe the girl was working the streets. No needle marks, so she wasn't there to score. Young, decent-looking, dressed like that in the middle of the night? Probably not cheap. Probably carrying a fat stack of 20s fresh from some suits at Mem. Someone had been waiting either for her specifically or just any easy target. Either way, they'd taken her purse and clocked her harder than necessary. No prints in the system unless she had a vice record, and Emerson wasn't banking on that. He figured her identity would come from inside the hotel, either the night porter running girls in and out, or the John who'd called her. Nobody leaves, he told Bianca. We're talking to every guest and staff member. Find us a room. And put out a bolo for a guy with too many crisp 20s. Big guy, Bianca added. Emerson nodded. Real big. That punch wasn't light. The ME hauled the body off to the morgue, while Bianca took over the hotel bar for interviews. By 8:30 a.m., they were 2/3 done. Meanwhile, Reacher sat in a barber's chair, getting a military-style cut short on the sides, 1.5 inches left on top. The barber, an old pro who'd probably been doing the same cut since the Korean War, flipped the clippers to square off the sideburns and clean up the neck. He held up a mirror for Reacher to check the back. Good, he asked. Reacher gave a nod. Not bad, except for the pale strip where his Miami tan hadn't reached. He'd let his hair grow a little longer down there, and now the contrast was obvious. The barber dusted off Reacher's shoulders and peeled away the towel. Reacher handed over $7 plus an extra $1 for the tip. Stepping outside, he took a slow lap around the neighborhood, no tails, no watchers. Back in his rented room, he splashed water on his face and touched up the rough patches the barber's dull clippers had missed. Meanwhile, over at the Metropole, Emerson and Donna Bianca wrapped up their interviews by 9:20 a.m., with nothing to show for it. The night clerk swore up and down he'd never seen the missing girl. The handful of guests they questioned? Dead ends. Emerson wasn't new to this. He knew when people were telling the truth, and sometimes accepting that truth was just as crucial as sniffing out lies. After 3 wasted hours, they chalked it up to a bad lead. Then the call came in. Gary from the auto parts store had rolled in at 8 a.m. to find half his crew missing. No Jeb, no Sandy. At first, he'd just been irritated. He'd dialed Sandy's place, got no answer, figured she was running late. But by 9:30, irritation turned to dread. He called the cops, asking about accidents. The desk sergeant hesitated, then asked for details. The second, Gary, described Sandy petite, 19, red hair. The call got bumped straight to Emerson. Gary closed shop for the day, and a squad car hauled him downtown. First stop, the morgue. By the time he stumbled into Emerson's office, pale and shaky, Donna had to steady him. Emerson studied his statistics, said most female victims knew their killers. But Gary? No way. That kind of raw shock wasn't something you faked. Emerson eased into the questions. When did you last see her? Any exes? Any trouble? Then the big one. Anything odd lately? And that's when Gary spilled it, the huge stranger who'd come in yesterday, demanding Jeb's address, borrowing Sandy's car. Olive green clothes, built like a tank. 2 private chats with Sandy in the back. And now Jeb was gone too. By 10:15, Emerson was on the phone with DA Alex Roden. Happy coincidence, he said. We've got a dead girl 19, snapped Neck. And guess who she tangled with yesterday? A guy who sounds exactly like your favorite problem child. Roden paused. Reacher? Tall, tan, aggressive. And breaking a neck with one hit? That's not exactly beginner's luck. Who was she? Redhead from the auto parts store, near the highway. Another kid vanished from that same store, the officer said. Where exactly did this go down? Right by the Metropole Palace Hotel. Is that where Reacher's holed up? Not according to the guest list. So is he a person of interest or what? Right now, he's our best lead. When are you bringing him in? The second I track him down. Roden reached for his phone. I'll call Helen, she'll know where he is. Roden spun a story for his daughter, claiming Belantonio needed to clarify a minor detail about the prosecution's evidence. Helen wasn't buying it. What detail? She pressed. Just something they discussed. Probably nothing, but I'm covering all bases. Don't want to give you any ammo for an appeal later. Helen's mind flashed to the traffic cone. He's headed to the airport, she said. Why? Meeting Eileen Hutton. They know each other. Seems that way. That's shady. Knowing someone. Trying to sway her testimony. Roden scoffed. He won't do that. When's he back? After lunch, I think. Roden exhaled. Fine. It can wait. Except it couldn't. Emerson bolted for the airport, Donna Bianca in tow. They slipped through a restricted access point and commandeered a security office with a one-way view of the arrivals area. No Reacher in sight yet. They planted themselves for the long haul. Reacher wasn't at the airport. He wasn't stupid. Any seasoned officer knew small aircraft were death traps. More soldiers died in peacetime crashes than anything else. A sharp brigadier general like Hutton wouldn't touch a puddle jumper from Indianapolis. She'd take a commercial flight from D, then drive the rest of the way. Reacher hit the library, nodding at the librarian before pulling out the yellow pages. He flipped to hotels, scanning for the obvious choice someplace, close to the courthouse with easy highway access and government rates. The Marriott suites fit the bill. Some eager JAG Corps clerk had probably booked it online, printing directions to impress Hutton. She had that effect. He dialed the payphone in the lobby. Checking a reservation, he said. Name. Hutton. Confirmed. 1 suite tonight only. Reacher hung up. She'd be wheels down by noon, up at dawn, cab to Reagan, rental car by mid-morning. He stepped outside, weaving through the plaza crowd, past the recruiting office, toward the courthouse. The clock was ticking. He spotted the Marriott without trouble and grabbed a booth in the corner of the cafe, nursing a coffee while he waited. Meanwhile, Helen Roden dialed Rosemary Barr's office, only to be told she wasn't in. The receptionist's voice carried a hint of discomfort. Helen tried Rosemary's home number next, and she picked up on the second ring. "Did they fire you?" Helen asked. "Unpaid leave," Rosemary replied. "I offered to take it. People were treating me like I had some kind of disease." "That's rough. Just how people are, I guess. I might need to figure something out. Maybe even move." Helen shifted gears. "I need names anyone your brother was close to, especially new friends." Rosemary let out a dry laugh. "New. James doesn't do new. He's the kind of guy who's had the same coffee mug for a decade." "Old friends, then. You got a notepad?" "A whole legal pad. Waste of paper. You could fit his social circle on a napkin." "There's got to be someone." Rosemary hesitated. "There's Mike from down the street. They talk about mowing grass and the Cubs. Typical guy stuff." Helen scribbled Mike, baseball, lawns. "Anyone else?" A longer pause this time. "Charlie," Rosemary finally said. "Tell me about Charlie. Never really met him. Saw him once he was leaving, as I walked in." James acted like they went way back. "What's he look like?" "Short. Hair like a wire brush dipped in ink. Local. Probably." "How'd they know each other?" Another silence. "Guns," Rosemary said. Helen jotted Charlie. Firearms, just as Donna Bianca pulled up flight schedules on her phone, calculating travel times between D and Indianapolis. The last direct flight landed too early, and the next one too late. "She'll be on the 12:35, she concluded. Emerson checked his watch. "Which means Reacher's about to show." Back at Helen's office, a courier arrived with 6 boxes of prosecution evidence discovery materials required by law. He made 2 trips with a dolly, stacking them in the empty reception area. Helen signed off, then cracked open the first box. Inside were stacks of documents, photos, and 11 R-Pars tapes labeled with case numbers. No VCR in the office, so she'd have to haul them home. Meanwhile, the Marriott's cafe had a silent TV mounted in the corner, its screen flickering with muted news. Reacher stared at the TV screen in the hotel lobby, watching a commercial where a woman in a breezy sundress twirled through a meadow. He couldn't tell if they were selling perfume, clothes, or hay fever pills. A news ticker flashed noon report, and he checked his watch. Right on time. His eyes flicked to the front desk. "No Hutton." "Not yet." The screen switched to Anne Yanni, standing outside the Metropole Palace, her lips moving urgently before the footage cut to a dim alley at dawn. Police tape. A body under a sheet. Then a driver's license photo filled the screen. Alexandra Dupree. Sandy. Reacher's jaw tightened. They crossed a line. The image lingered before shifting to Emerson, his face haggard under the camera lights. Even without audio, Reacher knew the script. "We'll catch him." "I spotted you from the desk," a voice said. Thought, "Do I know this guy?" Hutton stood in front of him, her hair shorter, her skin paler than he remembered, but otherwise unchanged. Still sharp. Still put-together khakis, a crisp white tee under an unbuttoned Oxford, penny loafers with no socks. "No ring. Remember me?" she asked. "Hello, Hutton," he said. "Hard to forget." She held a key card and a purse. A rolling suitcase at her feet. "Tell me this is a coincidence," she said. Her smile was warm, but her eyes had that old warning, "Try me." "Sit down," Reacher said. "Let's eat. Lunch. It's noon. You were waiting for me." He glanced back at the TV. Sandy's face flashed again. Hutton followed his gaze. "That the girl from the radio?" Sounded like a war zone driving in. What had they say? Homicide. Broken neck. Single strike to the head. Not here, Reacher said. Still brutal. Yeah. She took the seat beside him, close, like Sandy had. You look good, he said. She stayed quiet. I mean it, he added. So do I, she said. If this were D, I'd be all sentimental. But first, tell me, you're not here for what I think. Which is, keeping your promise. You remember that. Every word. One evening, they'd discuss the whole thing in detail. You're here because the army got dragged into court, Reacher said. Putton gave a slow nod. Some overzealous prosecutor. Rodin, Reacher confirmed. That's the one. My fault, Reacher admitted. Hutton exhaled sharply. What exactly did you say to him? Nothing useful, Reacher said. But he let something slip. My name was on the defense's witness list. Their list? Hutton frowned. Reacher nodded. Took me by surprise. So I asked if he'd pulled it from some old Pentagon file. Not a chance, Hutton said flatly. Figured that out, Reacher replied. But the damage was done. I said Pentagon and a guy like him. He's the type who double-checks everything. So, sorry about that. You should be, Hutton shot back. Now I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, lying under oath for the next 2 days. You don't have to lie, Reacher said. Just to cite national security. Hutton shook her head. We debated it. Drawing attention is worse. That Palestinian operation was shaky. If it falls apart, everything does. So I'm here to swear Barr was a model soldier. You good with that? You know how it is. The mission comes first, and right now the mission is keeping KC buried. Why send you? Kill 2 birds. If they sent someone else, I'd still be a loose end. This way, I can't talk without admitting I lied under oath. They're not stupid. Surprised they still care. It's old news. How long since you've been in? 7 years. Then you wouldn't know, Hutton said. Know what? Where it landed back then. It stopped at one colonel's desk, the one who shut it down. And Colonel Peterson is now Lieutenant General Peterson. 3 stars. Congressional Liaison. 4th star coming soon. Next in line for Vice Chief of Staff. Reacher let that sink in. Complicated, he muttered. Damn right, Hutton said. So this stays buried. Whatever you think you owe, you can't talk. They'd make sure of it. Neither of us needs to say a word. It's over. Glad to hear it. Mostly. Ask me how they actually got my name. How? From James Barr himself. No way. That was my reaction too. But now I believe it. Why? We should eat, Reacher said. Because I think someone else knows. Emerson and Bianca gave up at 12:50. No sign of Reacher. The flight arrived on schedule, but no high-ranking officer stepped off. They lingered until the terminal emptied, then drove back to town. Meanwhile, Reacher and Hutton settled into a quiet corner booth. A waitress finally noticed them and hurried over. The menu was basic diner fare. Reacher went for grilled cheese and black coffee. Hutton chose a chicken Caesar salad with tea. Between bites, Reacher laid out the case, the odd location, the signs of coercion. He mentioned Niebuhr's theory about Barr's so-called new friend, though Barr had insisted he barely had any friends at all. Can't be new, Hutton said. This was too calculated. The evidence lined up too neatly. Both shootings happened on the 2nd floor of parking garages, 14 years apart. Same rifle model, the same specialized boat tail ammo, even the same desert boots Reacher hadn't seen since Desert Shield. Whoever planned this knew Barr's history inside out. That kind of trust didn't come from a new acquaintance. It took years for Barr to open up about Kansas City. Reacher gave a slow nod, which means someone else knows the details. That's the person we need. Hutton leaned in. Our priority is containing this before it blows up. Not my problem, Reacher said. I don't care if Peterson gets promoted. You should care about 250,000 vets getting dragged through the mud. One scandal taints them all, and they didn't deserve that. Reacher stayed silent. Hutton pressed on. Barr wasn't exactly a social butterfly. Narrow the list, and you'll find your guy. Still nothing. 2 problems, 1 solution, she added. Take down the puppet master, and the army breathes easy. Then why isn't the army handling it? Too much visibility. Reacher exhaled. I've got my own issues. No jurisdiction, for starters. Worse, I'm about to be arrested. Hutton blinked. For sale, Hutton blinked. For what? That girl behind the hotel. The puppet master tried using her as bait Monday night. I went to see her yesterday twice. Now she's dead, and I'm the last person they'll look for. Alibi. Depends on the timeline. Probably none. Hutton frowned. That's a problem. Temporary, Reacher said. Forensics will show her neck was snapped by a left-handed strike to the right temple. I'm right-handed. I could have knocked her out, but not like that. You sure they'll buy it? I used to be the guy explaining this to juries. But I'm not sticking around to find out. Running? Staying. Just off the radar. Slows me down, but I'll manage. Hutton studied him. Bull priest, bull pro pope. Need backup. A faint smile crossed Reacher's face. Good to see you, Hutton. Really. How can I help? There's a cop, Emerson. He'll corner you after your deposition. Played dumb, say you never saw me. She hesitated. You're rattled. I can tell. He dragged a hand over his face. Barr's past doesn't bother me. If someone made him pay for what he skipped out on, fine. But this girl, she was just a kid, didn't deserve any of it. Hutton stayed quiet, then shifted gears. You sure about the sister being leverage? I don't see another angle. No visible threat. A prosecutor wouldn't touch it. Then why would Barr cooperate? No answer. See you later, she asked. I've got a place nearby, he said. Unless I'm in cuffs by then. The waitress swung by for dessert orders. More coffee for him? Tea for her. The conversation kept rolling, low and steady, like the hum of distant traffic. Helen Roden sifted through the 6 boxes of evidence, piecing together fragments of James Barr's life. Among the paperwork, she found a photocopy of a single sheet, his makeshift phone directory. Just 3 numbers written in precise handwriting. 2 belonged to his sister Rosemary, her condo and her office. The 3rd was for Mike, the neighbor down the street. No mention of anyone named Charlie. She dialed Mike's number. 6 rings, then voicemail. She left a message, her tone urgent, asking for a callback about something important. Meanwhile, Detective Emerson worked with a sketch artist, refining the details of Jack Reacher's face, dirty blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, a deep tan. They estimated his height at 6'5", weight around 250, age somewhere between 35 and 45. The sketch was digitized, colorized, and printed in bulk. Emerson handed stacks to patrol officers with orders to flood the city hotels, bars, diners, anywhere a stranger might pass through. At 3 that afternoon, Mike returned Helen's call. He agreed to meet, sounding cautious but cooperative. His house was a 20-minute cab ride from downtown, on the same street as Barr's place. The neighborhood was a patchwork of 1950s ranches, some well-kept, others showing their age. Barr's home looked weathered, Mike's was neatly maintained. Mike was in his 50s, worn down by years of early shifts at a paint supply warehouse. His wife, Tammy, arrived just as Helen introduced herself. A part-time dental assistant, she had the kind of tired smile that came from juggling work and life. She disappeared to make coffee while Helen and Mike settled into an uneasy silence in the living room. "So," Mike finally said, "what do you need from me?" Helen leaned forward. "You were close with James Barr." Mike glanced toward the doorway. "Just neighbors," he corrected. "His sister called you a friend." "Neighborly, sure. Some might call that friendly. Did you ever spend time together?" "If he was walking his dog, we'd chat." "About what?" "Yard work. Paint. Who fixed his driveway?" "Sports." Mike nodded. "Baseball, mostly." Tammy returned with a tray of coffee, cream, sugar, and a plate of store-bought cookies. She sat beside her husband, her posture stiff. Helen stirred her coffee. "Were you ever inside Barr's house?" Mike hesitated. "Once or twice." "They weren't friends," Tammy cut in. Helen met her gaze. "Was it a shock what he did?" "Of course," Tammy said. "Then you shouldn't feel guilty for knowing him." "Nobody saw it coming." Tammy's fingers tightened around her cup. "You're trying to get him off." Helen shook her head. "No, I'm just trying to understand." Helen leaned forward, her voice low but firm. "There's a theory floating around that he wasn't the only one involved. I need to make sure anyone else responsible faces justice too." Tammy shook her head. "It wasn't Mike." "I don't believe it was either," Helen agreed. "Not after meeting him. But someone else might be connected, maybe someone you or Mike have seen around, even in passing." Mike shrugged. "Barr wasn't the social type. No friends, far as I know. Just lived with his sister until she left. That seemed to be all he needed." "Ever hear the name Charlie?" Helen asked. Mike frowned. "Nope. What kind of work did Barr do before?" "Honestly, no clue. Been unemployed for years." Tammy cut in. "I've noticed a guy hanging around the neighborhood. Comes and goes at odd hours, like he belongs there." Helen's pulse quickened. "How long?" "Since we moved in. I'm home more than Mike, so I see things." "Last sighting?" "Last week, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday." "Description?" "Short, wiry. Hair like black wire, stiff, sticking up." Charlie, Helen thought. Meanwhile, Eileen Hutton strode briskly from the Marriott, reaching the courthouse steps with a minute to spare. A secretary ushered her upstairs to a sterile conference room, where a camera and microphone waited. Alex Roden entered with his team, all business. "State your full name and rank for the record," he said. Hutton faced the lens. "Eileen N. Hutton. Brigadier General, JAG Corps U. Army." Rodan kept it brisk. "How would you describe James Barr's service?" "Solid but not standout." "Any disciplinary issues?" "None on record." "Any connection to recent events here?" "Not that I'm aware of." Rodan exhaled. 6 questions in, he was fishing blind. "Any reason the Pentagon would track Barr specifically?" "None." Defeated, Rodan dismissed her. Thanks, General. Helen stood outside Barr's house, the police tape flapping in the breeze. The plywood-covered door gave the place a hollow, abandoned feel. Nothing left to find. She called a cab and headed to the county hospital. The late afternoon sun washed the building in soft gold as she rode the elevator up. The doctor at the desk barely glanced up when she asked about Barr's condition. Uninterested. So she pushed past him. Inside the room, Barr lay awake, cuffed to the bed, his head immobilized. His eyes flicked to hers, alert, but trapped. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling, unblinking. The steady rhythm of his shallow breaths matched the slow beeps of the heart monitor beside him. His wrists twitched against the cuffs, the metal clinking softly against the hospital bed's railing. Someone there, he muttered. Helen moved closer, stepping into his line of sight. They treating you okay? She asked. Can't complain, he replied. Tell me about Charlie. Is he here? No. Mike show up? Doubt it. They only let lawyers and family in. Barr fell silent. Helen pressed. Just those two? Mike and Charlie. Pretty much, Barr said. Mike's just the guy next door. What about Jeb Oliver? Barr frowned. Who? Works at the auto shop. Never met him. You sure? His expression tightened like he was digging through his mind, eager to please. Honest, I don't know the name. You ever mess with drugs? No way, Barr said. I don't even drink. I just exist. That's why none of this adds up. 14 years and now this? Why wreck everything? Back to Charlie, Helen said. We hang out sometimes. With guns? Occasionally. Where's he live? No clue. How long you known him? 5-6 years. And you've never been to his place? He always came to mine. You got his number? Nah. He just pops by when he feels like it. You too tight? Sure. How tight? We get along. Enough to tell him what happened 14 years ago? Barr shut his eyes. Did you? Helen pushed. No answer. Seems odd, she said. Not knowing where your best friend lives. Didn't want to pry, Barr muttered. Having a friend at all was enough. Eileen Hutton rose from the deposition table, exchanging quick handshakes before stepping into the hallway. A man blocked her path, tall, stern. The cop Reacher had mentioned. Emerson? He flashed his badge. Got a minute? About what? Jack Reacher. I knew him. 14 years ago. When you last see him. Back then. Kuwait. After that, we got shipped out. Can't remember who left first. You see him today? He's here. In town. Right now. Small world, she said dryly. How would you get here? Flew into Indy, rented a car. Staying the night? Got a choice? Where? Marriott. Reacher killed a woman last night. You sure it's him? He's our only lead. Doesn't sound like him. Call me if you see him. He handed her his card. Basin Direct Line cell. Why would I? Like you said, small world. The cruiser rolled north, crawling through rush hour. Past the pawn shop, past the barber's faded 7 any cut sign. It turned into the motel lot, and the passenger cop strode inside. He slapped a flyer on the counter. Call us if this guy shows. The clerk squinted. He's already here. Name's Hefner, though. Room 8. The cop froze. He in there now? Dunno. Comes and goes. How long's he staying? Paid for 1 night. The clerk still had the key, which meant one thing: he wasn't done with the place. Guess he's planning another visit tonight, one officer muttered. Or he never left, the other replied. The clerk just shrugged. Unless. The first cop motioned to his partner, who killed the engine, and joined them. "Room 8, fake name," the lead cop said. "Think he's inside?" "Only one way to find out." They dragged the clerk along, but kept him at a distance. Guns drawn, they knocked once, twice, but got no answer. The first cop took the master key, eased it into the lock, and nudged the door open an inch before kicking it wide. Both officers swept inside, weapons scanning every corner. The room was empty. Just a few sad toiletries on the sink, a half-used razor, dried shaving cream, a squeezed-out toothpaste tube. "Guy travels light," the first cop remarked. "But he's not gone for good," his partner said. "Not if he left his stuff behind." Chapter 10. Reacher sprawled across the bed in room 3110 at the Marriott, half asleep. He and Hutton had talked so long in the coffee shop she'd nearly missed her meeting. At the last second, she'd shoved her key card at him, told him to drop her bag in her room, then bolted. He figured he was supposed to leave the key at the front desk afterward. But he didn't. No rush. He stashed her bag and lingered. The room wasn't ideal, third floor, windows that probably didn't even open. Too high for a quick exit, too corporate for comfort. Room 8 at the motor court had been better ground floor alleys to slip into, a real shot at disappearing. Here, 3 stories up, no escape route. Probably some lawyer's bright idea to keep guests from taking accidental dives onto the pavement. Still, it worked for now. He shut his eyes. Sleep when you can, old army wisdom. Emerson had his plan locked in. Donna Bianca took room 7. 2 patrolmen hid their car 3 blocks over and waited in room 9. Backup units covered the streets north and south. The clerk got one job. Call Bianca the second Hefner walked in. Hutton returned to the Marriott at 4:30. No key, no message. She rode the elevator up, found room 310, and knocked. The door opened. Reacher stood there looking like he'd just woken up. "How's my room?" she asked. "Bed's decent," he said. She sighed. "I'm supposed to call Emerson if I see you." "You gonna?" "No." "Perjury and aiding a fugitive," he said. "Busy day." She dug out Emerson's card. "You're their only lead. He gave me 3 numbers. They don't seem like they're messing around," she said. He took the card from her hand and slipped it into his back pocket alongside the cocktail napkin with Helen Rodin's number scrawled on it. At this rate, he'd become a walking contact list. "How'd it go with Rodin?" he asked. "Simple enough," she replied. He didn't press further. She moved through the suite, checking the bathroom, bedroom, living area, and the small kitchen. Satisfied, she set her bag neatly against the wall. "You staying?" she asked. He shook his head. "Can't." She shrugged. "I could swing by later if you want." A brief silence hung between them before she finally said, "Fine. Come back later." Alex Rodin shut his office door and dialed Emerson. "Any luck finding him yet?" "Soon," Emerson answered. "We've got eyes everywhere, including his room at that rundown motel." "He's using an alias." Rodin's interest sharpened. If he used a fake name there, he might have done the same at the Metropole. "I'll verify it," Emerson said. "I'll show the clerk his photo." Rodin hung up, already picturing the headlines he'd frame for his office wall, first bar, then Reacher. Reacher left Hutton's suite, opting for the stairs instead of the elevator. On the ground floor, he avoided the lobby, slipping into a dim back hallway that ended at a fire exit. He wedged the door open with his foot, pulled out Emerson's card, and tore it clean down the middle. Folding the half with the name into a tight square, He pressed it into the door's locking mechanism with his thumb, jamming it just enough to keep the latch from catching. He eased the door shut, gave it a firm push with his palm, then walked away, past a dented dumpster, and through the staff parking lot before hitting the street. The sidewalks were crowded, the roads thickening with rush-hour traffic. He kept a steady pace, using his height to scan for patrol cars or officers posted on corners. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of damp pavement and something chemical fertilizer, maybe. A storm was brewing somewhere close. Beneath the shadow of the elevated highway, he turned west. The massive concrete pillars loomed overhead, their bases surrounded by neglected lots, strewn with trash, old brick warehouses with grimy skylights, and newer metal sheds housing auto shops. He passed behind the black glass tower, staying in the highway's cover before angling south toward the library. Mid-stride, he stopped suddenly, crouching to adjust his shoe as if shaking out a pebble. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed no one was tailing him. He moved on. Off to the library, he had a 40-yard stretch with no cover. The plaza lay to his east. He paused briefly on the spot where Helen Rodin had parked the day before, the same place James Barr should have been on Friday. From ground level, the view was different, but the angles lined up. The wilted memorials against the pool's southern wall were just faint smudges of color in the distance. Beyond them, the DMV's door swung open as people trickled out. He checked his watch 10 to 5. Cutting across the open space, he reached First Street, then looped a block south and 3 east, approaching the parking garage from the west. Inside, he spotted the security camera, a grimy lens mounted high in the corner where 2 concrete beams met. He gave it a casual wave. The angle was all wrong, too high to catch license plates. The lower pillars were battered with scrapes and paint smears, proof of careless drivers. If the camera had been mounted at bumper level, it wouldn't have lasted a day. The garage was nearly empty, just a handful of cars scattered across the second level. He moved quietly toward the far northeast corner, footsteps muffled by the thick concrete. The spot where James Barr had parked was taken now, no memorial, no marker, just another sedan squeezed into the tight space. Downtown parking was ruthless, like that. Ahead, the transition between the old structure and the new construction was blocked by layers of tape yellow caution strips sandwiched between fresh police barriers. He lifted the strands with his forearm, ducking under without bending too low. No need to kneel, no need to leave a trace. Even at his height, he slipped through, cleanly, careful not to disturb the scene any more than necessary. The new section stretched long and narrow, about 40 yards deep and 200 across. 35 paces in, he stopped short of the outer wall, keeping his distance. No reason to crowd the edge like some restless animal. The view was clear enough from where he stood. Below, a steady stream of people trickled out of the government building, some pausing to light cigarettes, others cutting west at a brisk pace. None walked the path Barr's victims had taken. The makeshift memorials kept them veering north, skirting the pool instead. Reacher imagined them moving straight ahead instead, funneling into the bottleneck. Slow but not too slow, packed tight. The angles would have been brutal close-range shots with barely any room for error. Like trying to hit a sparrow darting past your face. He raised his arm, finger extended, tracing their path. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. 6 shots, 4 seconds. Precision under pressure. Exceptional work. A chill settled in the damp air, the scent of wet concrete sharp in his nose. For a second, his mind flashed to Kuwait, the heat, the glare, the dust thick in his throat. 4 shots there, 6 here. Different places, same calculation. More people spilled from the building, clustering briefly before peeling off toward the highway. No lingering figures, no cops in sight. He turned back, slipping under the tape again, then took the ramp down to street level. The library loomed ahead, its shadowed entrance welcoming. He crossed the open stretch of sidewalk, slipped in through the side door, and passed the front desk without a second glance. No reason to draw attention. Not yet. Emerson would likely plaster wanted posters everywhere, post offices, dive bars, motel lobbies, before he'd even think to check libraries. That bought Reacher time. He slipped into the lobby unnoticed and headed straight for the payphones. Fishing a crumpled napkin from his pocket, he punched in Helen Rodin's number. She answered after 5 rings, probably digging through her bag, squinting at her phone. "Are you alone?" he asked. "Reacher." Her voice was tense. "Yeah. Are you alone?" "Yes," she said. "But you're in deep trouble." "Who tipped you off?" "My father." "You buying what he's selling?" "No. I'm coming to you. There's a cop in the lobby." "Figured as much. I'll use the garage." He hung up, skirted past the front desk, and ducked out the side exit. Keeping to the shadows under the overpass, he moved like a ghost until he reached the back of the black glass tower. The garage ramp loomed ahead. A quick scan left. Right then he strode down, past satellite news vans and a cherry-red Mustang he guessed belonged to Ann Yanni. The elevator doors slid open just as he pressed the button. Perfect timing. 3 people stepped out, chatting about weekend plans. Reacher slipped inside and hit the button for the 4th floor. The car lurched upward, then stopped lobby level. The doors parted like a slow reveal. The cop stood right there, arms crossed, scanning the street. Some guy in a suit shuffled in beside Reacher, nodding like strangers do in tight spaces. No words. The cop scratched his head, adjusted his cap. The doors closed. 4th floor. Helen's door was already cracked open. She shut it fast behind him, her fingers trembling. Dressed in a crisp white blouse and a black pencil skirt, she looked more like a grad student than a lawyer. But her eyes were all business sharp, conflicted. "I should turn you in," she said. "But you won't," Reacher replied. She exhaled. "No. I should, but I won't." He leaned against the wall, arms folded. That girl, she didn't deserve any of this. She was just a kid. And she played you. Didn't bother me. Someone else had a problem with her. Or she was just collateral damage. Reacher's jaw tightened. Exactly. And now the puppet master's got a bigger problem me. Because I'm not going anywhere. Is it safe to stay? Safe enough. But this mess is slowing me down. You'll need to pick up the slack. She led him to her office, sinking into her chair while he took the floor, back against the wall, eyes avoiding the window. "I've already started," she said. "Talked to Rosemary, Barr's neighbors, even went back to the hospital. There's a guy, Charlie. Short, wiry, obsessed with guns. Skittish, like he's got something to hide. He's been around 5-6 years. Barr's only real friend, apparently." Reacher nodded. "That tracks. And Barr swears he doesn't know Jeb Oliver, never touched drugs." "You believe him?" Helen hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. He's wrecked over this. Like he spent years cleaning up his act and now it's all gone to hell." Reacher smirked. "Tell that to the victims." "Cut him some slack," she shot back. Something felt off about the whole situation. "You think this Charlie guy knows anything about what happened in Kuwait City?" Helen asked. "Barr wouldn't give me a straight answer," Reacher said. "But yeah, I'd bet he does. Where's Charlie based?" "Barr claims he doesn't know. Seriously, he only runs into him occasionally. The guy pops up when he wants to. Like I said, tracking him down won't be easy. Reacher stayed silent. Did you talk to Eileen Hutton? Helen pressed. She's not a problem. The military is keeping things quiet. What about the guy tailing you earlier? Gone, Reacher said. Haven't spotted him since. They must have called him off. So we're stuck. Not exactly. We're piecing it together. There are at least 4 players here. First, the old man in the suit. Second, this Charlie character. Third, someone massive, strong, and left-handed. Why him? He's the one who killed that girl last night. The old guy's too frail, and Charlie sounds too slight. Plus, the evidence points to a left-handed strike. And number 4 is the one pulling the strings. Reacher nodded, hiding in the background, calling the shots. Safe bet he's not the type to get his hands dirty. But how do we reach him? If he pulled your tail, he probably pulled Charlie back too. They're lying low. There's another angle. A glaring one. Which is... We've been looking at this backward, Reacher said. We've been so focused on who pulled the trigger, we missed the bigger picture. What should we have seen? We should have asked the right questions. Like what? James Barr fired 4 shots in Kuwait City. Here he fired 6. Okay, Helen said. 2 more shots here. So? Except he didn't, Reacher countered. Not if you think about it differently. Truth is, he fired 4 fewer here. That makes no sense. 6 is 2 more than 4, not 4 less. Kuwait City was scorching. Middle of the day, streets empty, only an idiot would be outside. Barr took out every person he saw. 1, 2, 3, 4, done. No one else was dumb enough to be out there. At the time, it seemed logical. He wanted to see what happened when he pulled the trigger. Maybe once wasn't enough, so he kept going until there was no one left. And in Kuwait City, he ran out of targets. Helen stayed quiet. But here, Reacher continued. There were at least a dozen people in that bottleneck. Maybe 15. He had a 10-round mag, but he stopped after 6. Just like that. Left 4 bullets in the gun. It's right there in Bellantonio's report. That's what I meant. He fired everything he could there, but held back here. The psychology's different. Why? Maybe he was in a rush. With an autoloader. The voicemail recording has 6 shots in 4 seconds. He could have emptied the whole mag in under 7. 3 extra seconds wouldn't have changed anything. Helen didn't respond. I asked him, Reacher said. When I saw him in the hospital, I played it like a hypothetical. How would he have done it? He knows the area. Said he'd park on the highway behind the library, roll down the window, and unload the whole clip. Silence. But he didn't, Reacher said. He stopped after 6. Cold. Calculated. That changes everything. This wasn't some unhinged spree. He wasn't pushed into it for kicks. This was planned, Helen. This wasn't some random act of madness. There was a method to it, cold, calculated, and precise. That changes everything. We missed it. We should have realized from the start that this wasn't about the shooter. It was about the people he killed. They weren't just bystanders caught in the crossfire. Targets? Helen asked. Hand-picked, Reacher said. And once they were down, Barr walked away, 4 rounds still in the chamber. A deranged killer wouldn't have stopped. He'd have emptied the whole magazine. This wasn't a rampage. It was a hit. The office fell silent. "We need to dig into the victims," Reacher said. "Find out who wanted them gone. That's our way in." Helen stayed still, processing. "And we need to move fast," Reacher added. "We've already burned 3 days chasing the wrong angle." Up on the 6th floor of County General, the exhausted doctor wrapped up his rounds, saving James Barr for last. Not because he expected any surprises, just the opposite. Dealing with common criminals was bad enough, but keeping a mass shooter alive just so the state could kill him later? Ridiculous. Still, duty called. So he stepped into Barr's room, grabbed the chart, and skimmed the vitals. Barr was awake, eyes tracking. "Alert," the doctor scribbled. "Feeling good," he muttered. "Not exactly," Barr answered. "Responsive," the doctor noted. "Too bad," he said, clicking his pen shut. Barr's right hand twitched against the bedrail, fingers working like he was rolling something invisible between them. "Knock that off," the doctor snapped. "Knock what off?" "Your hand." "Can't help it." "How long's that been going on?" "A year or two." "Not just since you woke up?" "No." The doctor flipped through the chart. 41 years old. "You drink?" "Not really. Maybe a sip now and then to sleep." The doctor didn't buy it until the tox screen and liver tests confirmed it. Clean. Not even close to an alcoholic. "Seen a doctor lately?" "No insurance." "Any stiffness?" "Some. Other hand do this too." "Sometimes." The doctor scrawled at the bottom of the chart. "Tremor in right hand, not trauma-related, unlikely alcohol-induced, possible early stage, PA." "What's wrong with me?" Barr asked. "Shut up," the doctor said, slapping the chart back on the bed before walking out. Helen sifted through the evidence boxes, pulling the charges against Barr. 5 counts of first-degree murder, victims listed with names, ages, addresses, jobs. She scanned the page, tracing the columns. "No clear links," she said. "Not all of them were targets," Reacher said. "Probably just one. Maybe 2. The rest, misdirection. A hit dressed up as chaos." "I'll start digging," Helen said. "See you tomorrow," Reacher replied. He took the fire escape stairs, avoiding the elevator, and slipped back into the garage, unnoticed. Moving fast, he crossed the street and ducked beneath the overpass, just another ghost in the city. A shadow with a smirk. Then he paused, reconsidered, and decided to hunt for a payphone. 2 blocks north of the discount clothing store he'd visited earlier, he spotted one outside a corner grocery named Martha's. The booth faced a cramped alley, repurposed as parking, 6 cars wedged into slanted spaces. Beyond them, a brick wall topped with jagged glass shards. The alley twisted behind the store, probably looping back to the next block. Good enough cover. Pulling Emerson's crumpled business card from his pocket, he dialed the cell number, shoulder braced against the wall, eyes scanning both ends of the alley. The line rang once before Emerson picked up. "Yes. Guess who?" "Reacher." "Got it in 1. Where are you?" "Close. We're looking for you." "I heard." "Turn yourself in." "Not happening." "Then we'll come get you." "Good luck with that." "You know Franklin?" "Yeah." "Ask him how that worked out." "Different situation. You could have been anywhere." "You got the motel staked out?" Silence. "Keep your guys there," Reacher said. "Maybe I'll swing by. Or maybe I won't. We'll find you." "Doubt it. You're not that good." "Maybe we're tracing this call." "Save yourself the trouble. I'm outside Martha's grocery. Come in. Make me a deal. Find out who left that cone in the garage, and I'll think about it." Barr did it. "His van's not on the tapes." He borrowed a car. From who? A buddy. Then find that buddy. Name's probably Charlie. Small guy, wiry black hair. I don't negotiate. I didn't kill the girl. Says you. I liked her. Touching. And I wasn't at the Metropole last night. Which is why you dumped her there. And I'm not left-handed. What's that mean? Tell Balantonio to check with your M. We'll find you. Nobody ever has. He hung up, crossed the street, and ducked behind a stack of concrete barriers in an empty lot. 6 minutes later, 2 squad cars rolled up, lights flashing. 4 cops spilled out, 2 storming the store, 2 hunting the phone. He watched them regroup, frustrated. One officer radioing in with a defensive shrug. By the time they gave up, Reacher was already gone, melting back toward the Marriott. Elsewhere, the Zek flexed his ruined hands. Frostbite had taken all but a thumb and 1 finger on each. Decades ago, a week stranded in the cold had decided his fate. The uneven wear on his red army coat pockets had saved his left hand. The right wasn't so lucky. Survival sometimes came down to the smallest things. The cold had crept into his fingers, starting with the pinky and moving inward. He'd pulled his hand from his pocket, letting the frostbite take hold until all feeling vanished. Then, before infection could set in, he'd bitten off the dead digits, dropping them to the ground like brittle twigs. His left hand still had the pinky 3 fingers gone. 2 hacked off by a man with shears, the 3rd by his own hand with a sharpened spoon. A desperate choice, but better than whatever waited in that machine shop. The details were hazy, but the whispers had been clear. Losing a finger was better than the alternative. Now ruined hands were just relics of another life. He barely noticed them until he had to dial a damn phone. Everything was too small these days. Punching in Linsky's 10-digit number was a struggle, but he managed, jabbing the call button with his remaining pinky before shifting the phone to his other palm. He didn't need to press it close. His hearing was sharp as ever, a small mercy. Linsky answered on the first ring. Yes, they lost him, the Zek said. I was wrong to call off our own watch. Where have they searched? Everywhere and nowhere. He stayed at the motel last night, but he won't go back. They've got the lawyer's office covered, but otherwise they're fumbling in the dark. What do you need? Find him. Take Chenko and Vladimir. I'll send Raskin. Work together. I want him found by tonight. Reacher paused 2 blocks from the Marriott. He knew Emerson's playbook. 13 years on the job meant predictable moves. First, restaurants, diners, cafes, anywhere a man might grab a meal. Then, known associates, which meant Helen Rodin's office and maybe Eileen Hutton. The lobby cop would check the 4th floor, so Reacher stayed clear, scanning for a spot to wait. Behind a shoe store, he found a brick alcove shielding a plastic dumpster. Leaning against it, he had a narrow view of the Marriott's entrance. Not a bad hideout, clean, smelling of fresh leather and cardboard. Nothing like the stench behind a fish market. If Emerson was sharp, he'd show within half an hour. Slower, maybe an hour. The streets were quiet, barely a soul in sight. The scent of new shoes distracted him, making him glance down at his own worn boat shoes, fine for Miami. Not ideal now. He might need something sturdier soon. He shifted his weight, testing his stance, then stilled. Time to watch and wait. He tested his footing once more, lifting his other boot before pausing mid-step like a paused video. His gaze dropped to the pavement as a half-formed thought nagged at him, something buried in Bellantonio's mountain of case files. Then movement flickered at the edge of his vision, pulling his attention toward the Marriott entrance 2 blocks down. A patrol car's grille slid into view, dipping sharply as it braked. 2 officers stepped out, their uniforms crisp under the streetlights. Reacher checked his watch. 23 minutes. Not bad. Emerson was efficient, but not superhuman. The cops disappeared inside standard procedure. 5 minutes with the front desk clerk, who'd hand over Hutton's room number without hesitation. Small-town hotel staff weren't exactly civil rights warriors, and the local PD had a way of making their presence felt long after checkout time. They'd knock, Hutton would answer, and the whole thing would be over in 10 minutes tops. Reacher tapped his watch again. Right on cue, 8 minutes later, the officers reappeared, lingering by the doors. One tilted his head to his shoulder mic, radioing in a dead end before climbing back into the cruiser. Enjoy the wild goose chase, fellas, Reacher thought. My night's about to get a lot more interesting. He waited until their taillights vanished, then stepped out from the brick alcove and headed for Hutton's room. Meanwhile, Grigor Linsky sat parked in a fire lane outside a grocery store, his car framed by a window plastered with a garish orange ad for discount ground beef. Probably rancid, he mused, or crawling with bacteria. The kind of slop he and the Zek would have murdered for back in the day. And murdered wasn't hyperbole. Linsky had no delusions about the men they'd become survivors, yes, but the kind who thrived by crushing anyone weaker and groveling before anyone stronger. Grace and nobility got you killed. Ruthlessness kept you breathing. Raskin's Lincoln pulled up behind him, listing like a sinking ship. The man himself climbed out, every inch the washed-up Moscow thug, bulky, dull-eyed, wrapped in a bargain-bin leather jacket. Not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but he'd crawled out of Afghanistan in one piece, and that counted for something. Raskin slid into the back seat without a word, slapping 4 copies of Emerson's wanted poster onto the console. The Zek's handiwork, no doubt. The sketch was decent, close enough to get the job done. Appreciate it, Linsky said, though Raskin didn't bother replying. 2 minutes later, Chenko's Cadillac rolled in, completing the trio of ominous black sedans. Chenko at the wheel, as usual, with Vladimir riding shotgun, one compact and wiry, the other a hulking blonde. A funeral procession in the making. Linsky smirked. Jack Reacher's gonna wish he'd stayed gone. They piled into Linsky's Cadillac, Chenko riding shotgun, while Vladimir and Raskin settled into the back. The seating arrangement wasn't random, it was hierarchy in motion, an unspoken rule they all followed without question. Linsky grinned as he passed out copies of the wanted poster, keeping one for himself even though he didn't need it. He'd memorized Reacher's face by now. We're hitting reset, he announced. Starting fresh. Cops always miss something, and we won't. Meanwhile, Reacher shoved the fire door open, slipping the makeshift lockpick into his pocket before stepping inside. The hallway swallowed him as he made his way to the elevator, riding up to the 3rd floor. He rapped on Hutton's door, a line from some old military flick playing in his head, something about a woman worth saluting. She took her time answering, probably still shaken from the cops' earlier visit. When she finally opened the door, she stood there, wrapped in a robe, hair damp from the shower, backlit like something out of a dream. "You came back," she said, voice edged with amusement. "Did you think I wouldn't?" He stepped inside, letting the door click shut behind him. "Cops just left," she said. "I know," he replied. "Watched them the whole time." "Where were you?" "Behind the shoe store." "Surprisingly clean dumpster." She arched a brow. "You need a shower?" Not yet. Dinner, then. Room service. Less walking, less trouble. She nodded. Smart. But not right now. Should I get dressed? Not yet. A beat past. Why not? Unfinished business, he said. She didn't answer, just studied him. Good to see you, he added. It's been 3 hours, she pointed out. Today, he corrected. After all this time. Then he moved in, hands framing her face, fingers tangling in her hair like he used to. His thumbs traced the curve of her cheekbones, slow and deliberate. Should we do this? She murmured. Don't you want to? 14 years is a long time. Like riding a bike. Think it'll be the same. Better. How much better? We were always good, he said. How much better could it get? She hesitated, then pulled him down, their mouths meeting in a kiss that erased years in seconds. Familiar, electric. Her hands worked at his shirt, buttons popping open one by one until her palms slid over his skin, rediscovering every ridge and scar. Clothes hit the floor, his shoes, her robe, until they were stumbling toward the bed, a tangle of limbs and urgency. Later, Hutton traced the lines of his body with her fingertips, cataloging the changes time had etched into him. Across town, Linsky prowled the streets in his Cadillac, methodical as ever. He checked the salad bar, then the docks, weaving through the quiet grid of the city. No crowds, no chaos, just patience and persistence. Sooner or later, everyone surfaced. That was one thing he knew for sure. He looked at her and said, "You haven't changed a bit," and she laughed, replying, "Neither have you," though they both knew it was a polite lie. Time had carved its marks into both of them. The Reacher she remembered from the desert had been lean, all sinew and sun-baked endurance, moving with the effortless grace of a predator. Now he was broader, his muscles dense and gnarled like weathered oak. The old scars she recalled had softened, replaced by fresher ones, and new lines framed his eyes. But his nose was still unbroken, his teeth intact, small victories in a life of hard knocks. Her fingers traced the ridges of his knuckles, rough as walnut shells wrapped in scar tissue. Still a fighter, she thought, still trading his hands for his face. When she pressed a fingertip into the divot just left of his sternum, a gunshot wound, old but new to her, he shrugged. New York, he said. Years back. Everyone asks. Everyone. Anyone who sees it. She shifted closer. And how many people see it? He grinned. Beaches, locker rooms, that kind of thing. And in bed. I'm not a monk, he said. Did it hurt? Don't remember. Was out cold for weeks. It's right over your heart. Lucky it was a pea shooter. Should have aimed for my head. For him, maybe. Not for you. Luck's always been on my side. She sighed. You should take better care. I do what I can. Across town, Chenko and Vladimir moved like shadows, avoiding the motor court where cops swarmed. Their first stop was a dimly lit sports bar, half empty, the air thick with the scent of stale beer. They scanned the room, no Reacher, just a handful of guys nursing drinks. Vladimir lingered by the door while Chenko checked the restroom, waiting as a stall door creaked open. Just some guy. Back in the car, they prowled the streets, methodical, scanning every corner. Hutton propped herself up, studying Reacher's face. His eyes were the same piercing blue, like glacial ice under sunlight, but softer now. 14 years ago, they'd been sharp with cynicism, scanning rooms like a predator locking onto prey. Now they held something lighter, almost boyish. You got a haircut, she said. This morning, he admitted. Heard you were coming. Didn't want you thinking I'd gone full mountain man. Aren't you? Purpose, sure. What kind of man does that? The kind who likes his freedom. She stretched. We should eat. Fine by me. What's your pick? Whatever you're having. Big portions we'll share. You sure? Could order your own. He shook his head. Easier for your expense report. One meal looks better than two. Worried about my image? Worried about your next star. Peterson owes you now. 2 stars would be nice. Be nice for me too, Reacher said. Payback for all the 2 stars who screwed me over. She rolled her eyes. Food, he said. Salad, she countered. Guess it's gotta be me, Reacher said with a shrug. You don't want to. Hutton asked. Start with a chicken Caesar, then a steak. You take the salad, I'll handle the meat. Throw in a massive dessert and a full pot of coffee. I prefer tea. Not happening, Reacher replied. Some lines I won't cross. Not even for the Department of Defense. I'm thirsty. They'll bring ice water. They always do. I outrank you. You always have. Ever seen me sip tea because of it? She shook her head, slipped out of bed, and crossed the room barefoot. After scanning the menu, she picked up the phone and ordered Caesar salad, a 16-ounce sirloin, a pie with ice cream, and a pot of coffee. Reacher grinned. 20 minutes, she said. Shower first? Raskin moved through downtown like a ghost, sketch in hand, mental checklist, ticking off spots, restaurants, bars, diners, convenience stores, hotels. He started at the Metropole Palace, scanning the lobby and bar with no luck. 2 blocks over, he ducked into a Chinese place, quick and unnoticed. He knew he was good at this unremarkable, forgettable. Average height, average build, a face that blurred into the background. People's eyes passed right over him. Reacher wasn't at the Chinese spot, the sub shop, or the Irish pub. Pausing on the sidewalk, Raskin decided to head north, check the lawyer's office, then swing by the Marriott. Linsky had hinted those were the places the women frequented. And guys like Reacher? They never blended in. Meanwhile, Reacher stepped out of the shower, borrowed Hutton's toothbrush and comb, then towelled off and gathered his clothes. He was fully dressed, perched on the bed, when the knock came. Room service, a voice announced. Hutton peeked out from the bathroom, hair half-dried. You get it, Reacher said. Me. You signed for it. You could forge my name. In 2 hours, when the cops circle back, I'd rather not have a witness downstairs who knows you're not alone. You ever take a break? The less I relax, the longer I stay lucky. Hutton smoothed her hair and opened the door. The rattle of the cart, clinking plates, and the scratch of a pen followed before the door shut again. Reacher walked into the living room to find a wheeled table set for one. One set of silverware, Hutton noted. We didn't think that through. We'll share, Reacher said. Almost romantic. I'll cut your steak and you can eat with your hands. Or feed it to me. Shoot, I've ordered grapes. She smirked. Remember James Barr? He asked. Ancient history, she said. But I reviewed his file yesterday. How good was he with a rifle? Middle of the pack. Not the best, not the worst. That's what I recall. But the garage scene? That was precision work. Better than I remember him being. There's a lot of evidence pointing his way. Reacher nodded, silent. Maybe he practiced, she offered. 6 years in, nearly 18 out. Some guys improve late. Maybe, he said. She studied him. You're not sticking around, are you? Planning to bolt after dinner. Because of the cops. You think they'll come back? They will, Reacher said. Bet on it. I don't have to let them in. At a place like this, cops do what they want. If they track me down here, you're screwed, Reacher said, leaning against the wall. Hutton crossed her arms. Not if you're clean. You think that matters? He shook his head. They don't care about proof. Fugitives make them crazy. They'll haul you in too and let the lawyers figure it out later. By then, your promotion. Gone. She sighed. So what's your move? Haven't decided yet. But I'll come up with something. The black glass tower was locked down for the night. Raskin rapped twice on the door. Inside, a security guard glanced up from his desk. Raskin held up the sketch like a badge. The livery, he mouthed. The guard shrugged, grabbed his keys, and let him in. Rodine's office, Raskin said. 4th floor. The guard barely reacted. Lawyers got deliveries all the time. Boxes, files, guys pushing dollies. One more didn't raise alarms. He went back to his desk while Raskin headed for the elevator. 4th floor. First sight, a cop posted outside Rodin's door. That told Raskin everything. If Reacher had been here, the place would have been swarming. So he faked confusion, backtracked, and slipped away. Downstairs, he gave the guard a quick nod and vanished into the night. Reacher had given up on the coffee after 5 cups. Hutton didn't seem to mind. 5 out of 6 was close enough. Look me up in D, she said. Count on it, he replied. Just don't get caught. Not by these clowns. For a long second, he just looked at her, memorizing the moment. Then he kissed her once, quick, and walked out. Raskin spotted him instantly 30 yards out, cutting behind the Marriott. The fire door swung open, and there he was, tall, broad, pausing just long enough for the light to catch his face. No doubt, it was him. Raskin melted into the shadows, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. Reacher moved west, relaxed, unaware. Raskin let him get some distance before following, phone already in hand. Raskin punched in Gregor Linsky's number and pressed the phone to his ear as he trailed Reacher from 40 yards back. The line clicked. Yeah? Linsky answered. Got him, Raskin muttered, keeping his voice low. Westbound from the Marriott. He's near the courthouse, 2 blocks north. Where's he headed? Raskin hesitated, watching as Reacher paused at the intersection, then turned right toward the dim stretch beneath the overpass. Hold on, he whispered. He ducked behind a pile of debris in an abandoned lot, eyes locked on Reacher's silhouette. He just cut north. Maybe the sports bar. We'll move up, Linsky said. Set up 50 yards past the bar. Call me in 3 minutes. Don't lose him. Raskin ended the call but kept the phone pressed to his ear, weaving through the lot until he reached a crumbling brick wall. He leaned against it, peering around the corner. Reacher was still moving, arms loose, stride steady, like a guy who didn't think anyone would dare follow him. Linsky wasted no time. He called Chenko and Vladimir, snapping orders to meet him north of the bar, then dialed the Zec. We've got eyes on him, he reported. North side of downtown. Booze tailing. The Zec asked. Raskin. On foot. A pause. Then the Zec's voice, cool and deliberate. Wait till he stops. Then have Chenko call the cops. Let him play the concerned citizen bartender clerk, whatever sells it. Raskin kept his distance, dialing Linsky again, and leaving the line open. Reacher's dark clothes blended into the night, but the pale strip of skin above his fresh haircut caught the faint light, bobbing slightly with each step. Amateur move, Raskin thought. Back in Afghanistan, they'd have used boot polish if they'd had any. Or barbers. Then Reacher halted. Raskin ducked into a shadow just as Reacher glanced over his shoulder, and turned left down a side street. "He's heading west again," Raskin hissed into the phone. "Still on track for the bar?" Linsky asked. "Or the motel. Either way, we're good. Close the gap. Don't let him slip." Raskin bolted forward, slowing as he reached the corner. He pressed against the wall, then peered around and froze. The street stretched ahead, empty under the glow of distant streetlights. Reacher was gone. Chapter 11 boat shoes, Reacher mused, were a mixed blessing. Some yacht guy had hacked grooves into the soles for better grip, and now they were everywhere flimsy, impractical, but damn near silent. He'd spotted the guy in the leather coat the second he stepped out of the Marriott's side exit. 30 yards away, poorly angled, lit up like a Christmas tree by the parking lot lights. The guy had frozen, just for a second, but it was enough. Reacher didn't miss much. Reacher sized up the man trailing him, piecing together details from the brief glimpse he'd caught under the streetlights. Average build, pale skin, reddish hair turned amber by the sodium glow, definitely not law enforcement. That jacket gave him away. Too stiff, too polished, the kind of boxy leather coat you'd find in some Eastern European boutique, not a department store. Not American fashion, that was for sure. He kept moving, listening to the rhythm of the footsteps behind him, thick soles, short strides, the occasional scrape of rubber against pavement. This wasn't Charlie. Too big, wrong hair, not the one who'd killed the girl. That meant the count was off. Not 4, 5, maybe more. Handguns weren't much of a threat at this distance. Reacher knew the stats: most handgun fights happened within 12 feet, not 120. If this guy tried anything, he'd hear the slide rack back first. Plenty of time to react. Part of him wanted to turn the tables, circle back, and lay the guy out, just for the hell of it. Reacher had always believed in striking first. But not yet. Maybe later. He took a sudden turn, letting his pursuer fall into the rhythm, left, right, like a metronome. The streets were empty, the city still half asleep after dark. Then, faint but unmistakable, the electronic chirps of a cell phone dialing. Who was this guy calling? Reacher picked up his pace, then stopped abruptly at the next corner. A quick glance, a sharp left, and he was sprinting fast, silent across the street and into an alley. He dropped low, pressing flat against the concrete in a shadowed doorway. The guy would be scanning for a standing target, not something at ground level. Footsteps echoed from the opposite sidewalk. The pursuer was locked on to the left side, expecting Reacher to stay in line. But Reacher wasn't where he was supposed to be. He waited, motionless, listening. The game had just changed. Reacher knew the guy would scan the left side of the street first: doorways, alleys, any place a man could hide. He stayed still, listening as the footsteps drew closer. The guy finally came into view on the opposite sidewalk, moving hesitantly, phone pressed to his ear. He paused, scanning the right side now, shifting awkwardly like he was second-guessing himself. For a moment, it looked like he was rewinding in real time before disappearing from sight. Reacher rose without a sound and melted deeper into the alley, slipping behind a bulky exhaust vent. He crouched, motionless. The wait stretched on until the footsteps returned, softer now, cautious. The guy was on his toes, leather soles whispering against the pavement. The scent of cheap cologne and sweat drifted closer. He stopped just out of reach, squinting into the dark. One more step and you're done, Reacher thought. But the guy turned and walked away. Now it was Reacher's turn. He followed, matching the rhythm of pursuit, close enough to track, far enough to stay unseen. Big as he was, he moved like a shadow when he needed to. Years of practice had taught him patience, how to predict a target's next move. The guy in the leather jacket checked every corner, but half-heartedly, convinced his quarry was still ahead. He muttered into his phone, frustration tightening his voice. Reacher kept his distance, sliding between patches of darkness as the streetlights grew brighter. The guy's search grew sloppy, frantic. He froze 20 feet from the corner, shoulders sagging in defeat. No more stealth, just loud, aimless steps, like a man with nothing left to hide. Reacher waited, making sure it wasn't a trap, then trailed him. Raskin passed the sports bar, spotting Linsky's and Chenko's Cadillacs parked in a line. Here comes the disappointment, he thought. But Linsky, ever diplomatic, shrugged it off. Probably took a wrong turn, he said, or ducked into an alley. These things happen. Did you even check behind you? Vladimir asked. Obviously, Raskin lied. Chenko exhaled. So what now? Linsky reached for his phone. I'll get the Zek on the line, he muttered. Vladimir crossed his arms. He's gonna be furious. We had Reacher right in our grasp. The call connected, and Linsky delivered the update in clipped tones. Raskin studied his expression, but as usual, it gave nothing away. Years of practice had made him unshakable. The response on the other end was brief, just muffled static before the line went dead. Linsky snapped the phone shut. We keep searching, he said. Half-mile radius from Raskin's last sighting. The Zek sending Sokolov as backup. 5 of us should be enough, Chenko scoffed. Or we'll just be 5 exhausted guys with nothing to show for it. Linsky extended the phone toward him. Feel free to call and tell him yourself. Chenko stayed silent. North is yours, Chenko, Linsky ordered. Vladimir, take the south. Raskin, backtrack east. I'll cover the west. Sokolov can plug the gaps when he arrives. Raskin moved fast, retracing his steps through the dim streets. The Zek's logic was sound. Reacher couldn't have gone far in 15 minutes, not if he was moving carefully. That meant he was still inside a tight perimeter. They'd spotted him once. They could do it again. He reached the wide cross street, turned south beneath the overpass, and slipped into the shadows. The vacant lot ahead was quiet, but he kept close to the wall, senses sharp. Then impact. A crushing force slammed into his back, dropping him to his knees. His vision blurred, and before he could react, another blow sent him face first into the pavement. The last thing he registered was fingers slipping into his pocket, snatching his phone. Reacher stepped back onto the highway, the stolen phone warm in his grip. He pressed against a massive concrete pillar, half hidden in shadow, and dialed Emerson's number. The detective answered with a clipped, "Yes?" "Guess who?" Reacher said. "This isn't a joke," Emerson snapped. "Only because you're losing." Silence. Reacher pressed on. "How hard am I to find?" No answer. "Got a pen?" "Obviously." "Then listen close." He rattled off the Cadillac license plates. "One of those cars was in the garage before Friday. Check the tapes, run the plates. You'll find an organization with at least 6 guys. Names I caught: Raskin, Sokolov, Chenko, Vladimir. Vladimir's built like a linebacker, probably your girl's killer. Then there's an older lieutenant with a bad back. He reports to someone called the Zek. Those are Russian names." Sharp observation. Zek isn't a name. It's a title. Look it up. A pause, then the scratch of pen on paper. "You should turn yourself in," Emerson said. "Not yet. Do your job first." "I am doing my job." "You're the fugitive here, not some phantom Russian." One more thing, Reacher said. Chenko might go by Charlie, fits the description of Bar's friend. Small, dark hair like a bristle brush. Bar doesn't have Russian contacts. Then dig deeper. He sounds American. I bet he had something to do with what went down on Friday, Reacher said. Which means the whole team might be in on it. How exactly? Still figuring that out. But I will. I'll check in tomorrow. You'll be behind bars by then. Just like I am right now? Keep dreaming, Emerson. Where are you? Close enough, Reacher said. Sweet dreams, detective. He ended the call, tucked Emerson's number away, and pulled out Helen Rodin's. He dialed, shifting deeper into the shadows behind a concrete pillar. Helen answered fast. Reacher. Still breathing, he said. I see your cop friend hasn't left his post. Doesn't bother me, Reacher said. Probably doesn't bother him either. Guys racking up overtime at $40 an hour. You're all over the news. They ran your picture at 6. Don't lose sleep over it. Where are you? Moving forward. Saw Charlie. Handed Emerson his plate number. Any luck on your end? Not much. Just 5 names that don't connect. No motive, no pattern. You need Franklin. Dig deeper. Franklin's out of my budget. Then find me that Kentucky address. Kentucky. Where Bar went to shoot. He heard papers rustling before she read off the location, just a road, a town, a zip code. Meaningless to him. Why Kentucky? Helen asked. A patrol car rolled past, tires slow on the pavement. Reacher ducked lower, watching as the cop scanned the area. Gotta go, he muttered. He dropped the phone at the base of the pillar, no sense leaving a digital trail. 10 minutes later, he was under the highway, facing the back of the black glass tower. A lone cruiser sat parked, cold and still, like it had been there a while. The guy from Helen's door, he figured. Reacher crossed to the garage ramp, descending into the dim, fluorescent-lit space. The ceiling pressed low, the air thick with the smell of oil and concrete. He moved like a shadow between pools of light, counting steps 35 paces from wall to wall. In the far corner, tucked between 2 news vans, sat Ann Yanni's blue Mustang, gleaming under a fresh coat of wax, its tinted windows hiding the interior. The driver's side door clicked open without resistance. No alarm. He hit the unlock button, hearing the trunk pop. Under the spare tire, he found what he needed, a length of metal pipe, solid and heavy in his grip. Perfect. He shut the trunk, leaving no trace behind. He moved to the passenger side and slid into the car, the scent of coffee and floral perfume lingering in the air. Flipping open the glove compartment, he shuffled through folded road maps until his fingers brushed against a slim leather case, the kind meant for receipts, or a small notebook. Inside were registration and insurance papers, listing the owner as Janine Lorna Ann Yanni, an Indiana resident. He tucked everything back and shut the compartment, then adjusted the seat, reclining it as far as it would go before scooting it backward for extra legroom. With his shirt untucked, he settled the pipe in his lap and stretched out, knowing he had a long wait ahead. Sleep when you can, old habits die hard. Meanwhile, Emerson was making calls. The phone company confirmed the number from his caller ID belonged to a cell registered to Specialized Services of Indiana. He sent a rookie detective to dig into the business, but it led nowhere, just a shell company tied to an offshore trust. The phone, though, was stationary, pinging 3 downtown towers at once, making it easy to pinpoint. A patrol car rolled up to the empty lot under the highway where the signal originated, confirming the phone had been dumped. Rosemary Baugh managed to slip past hospital security for an after-hours visit, only to find her brother deep in sleep, handcuffed and motionless. His vitals were steady, but a scribbled note on his chart, possible early onset PA, left her uneasy. No one around could explain what it meant. Back at the precinct, Emerson pulled up the plate numbers Reacher had given him, 2 black Cadillac DeVilles, both registered to the same dead-end shell company. He tossed the file aside. Reacher dozed in the garage, waking each time the elevator groaned to life. The first few trips were just office workers heading home, but the fourth time, the doors opened to a noisy crowd, the late-night news crew from the local NBC station. He sank lower in the seat, the tire iron cold against his stomach as he waited. Reacher leaned back against the headrest, eyes fixed on the fabric ceiling of the Mustang as he waited. A heavy-set man in faded jeans shuffled past, close enough to brush the car's fender. His scruffy beard and Grateful Dead tee under a ratty cardigan screamed crew member. Not on air talent. The guy lumbered toward a dented silver pickup and hauled himself inside. Next came a guy in a slick sharkskin suit, his face caked in orange foundation, hair teased into a stiff cloud. Definitely a news guy, maybe sports, maybe weather. He breezed past the Mustang's passenger side and slid into a white Taurus. 3 women followed, chatting as they squeezed between the car's bumper and a broadcast van. The Mustang rocked slightly as they bumped against it before scattering toward their own vehicles. Then Ann Yanni appeared. Reacher didn't register her until her fingers curled around the door handle. She paused, called something over her shoulder, then swung inside, twisting gracefully to avoid hitting her head. Her jeans were well worn, but the silk blouse looked fresh off a runway, probably a studio wardrobe choice, since she'd likely been anchored at a desk, camera framing her from the waist up. Her hair was stiff with product, her makeup flawless, under the dim garage lights. She dropped into the seat, shut the door, and finally noticed him. "Stay quiet," Reacher warned, pressing the tire iron against his side beneath his shirt. The cold metal pressed into his ribs, selling the illusion. Her breath hitched as she took in the makeshift weapon. Up close, she looked sharper than on TV, fine lines around her eyes, the kind of makeup couldn't fully hide. But she was striking, the kind of beauty that belonged on a screen. "Hands in your lap," he ordered. "Keys on the console. No sudden moves, no panic buttons." She swallowed hard but obeyed. Around them, engines roared to life as coworkers pulled away, oblivious. The last to leave was the guy in the sharkskin suit, tires squealing as he vanished up the ramp. Silence settled over the garage. "What do you want?" Her voice wavered. Reacher flicked on the dome light. "I want you to win an Emmy." She blinked. "What?" "For a Pulitzer. Whatever they give you for breaking a story." He lifted his shirt, revealing the tire iron and the jagged scar beneath. "This isn't a gun. It's from your trunk." He rolled it in his palm, letting the light catch the dull metal. "Now you're going to listen." The weapon wasn't a firearm. He pressed the key fob, and the car doors unlocked with a soft click. "You can leave any time," he told her. Her fingers curled around the door handle. "But if you walk away..." "So do I," Reacher said. "You'll never see me again. And you'll miss the real story. Someone else will break it first." She exhaled sharply. "Your face has been all over the news. The police have your photo plastered across town. They say you murdered Alexandra Dupree." Reacher shook his head. "Except I didn't. And that's just the beginning." "What story?" she demanded. "Last Friday," he said. "Nothing was what it looked like." Yanni tightened her grip on the wheel. "I'm getting out." "No," Reacher said. "I will." He stepped back, hands raised slightly. "Sorry if I pushed too hard." But we need each other. So here's the deal: you stay inside, lock the doors, start the engine, and crack the window just enough to talk. If you change your mind, you drive away. No hard feelings. Silence. She kept her eyes fixed on the windshield like she could will him out of existence. He opened the door, slid out, and placed the tire iron carefully on the seat before shutting it behind him. Standing there, he adjusted his shirt, listening. The locks engaged with a solid thunk. The engine rumbled to life, brake lights flaring. The dome light flicked off, plunging her face into shadow. The transmission shifted out of park. Reverse lights flashed, then the Mustang lurched forward, tires screeching against the concrete. The sound echoed through the empty garage as she swung in a wide arc, heading for the exit. At the last second, she slammed the brakes. The car jerked to a stop, front wheels just touching the ramp. Reacher moved closer, bending slightly to peer through the rear window. No phone in her hand, just her, gripping the wheel, staring ahead. The brake lights burned bright, casting a crimson glow. Exhaust fumes curled from the tailpipe, droplets of condensation pattering onto the pavement. He circled to the driver's side and crouched near the window. She lowered it barely an inch. "Why should I help you?" she asked. "Because Friday wasn't the end," he said. "There's more, a bigger story. Awards, promotions, maybe even CNN knocking on your door. You think I care about that? I think you're a reporter, and reporters chase the truth." A long pause. The engine hummed, the brakes holding against its idle pull. Finally, she shifted into park, the car rolling back slightly. Reacher adjusted his stance to keep eye contact. Yanni turned, locking onto him. "Fine," she said. "Tell me the truth." So he did. He sat cross-legged on the cold concrete, keeping his posture open, unthreatening. He laid it all out, every detail, every suspicion, every missing piece. When he finished, he waited. "Where were you when Sandy died?" she asked. "Asleep. Room 8 at the motor court. Alone. All night. Slept like a rock. No witnesses. Never when you need them," he said. "That's how it works." She studied him, then sighed. "What do you want from me? Dig into the victims. We have people for that." "Not good enough," Reacher said. "Hire a guy named Franklin. Helen Rodan can vouch for him." "She's 2 floors above you right now in this building," he said. "Then why hasn't she hired Franklin herself?" Yanni asked. "She doesn't have the budget. You do. A week of his time costs less than your meteorologist spends on his highlights. And after that? Then we connect the dots." "How big are we talking?" "Front page news. Award-worthy. Career-changing." She raised an eyebrow. "You're not even in journalism." "How would you know?" "Spent time in the military." "I'd say this is worth at least a commendation. Maybe more. Either way, it beats getting blindsided." She hesitated. "I should report you." "You won't," he said. "Try to call the cops, and I'm gone before you finish dialing. They've been hunting me all day with no luck." "Prizes don't motivate me," she said. "Then do it for the thrill," he countered. "Or just to prove you can." He shifted, pulling out the napkin with Helen Rodan's number. He held it up to the window crack. Yanni plucked it carefully, avoiding contact. "Call her," Reacher said. "She'll back me up." Yanni pulled out her phone, powered it on, and dialed. She handed the napkin back and rolled up the window, cutting him off from the conversation. He waited, hoping she hadn't just called the police. But when the glass slid back down, she passed him the phone. "Is this serious?" Helen's voice crackled through. She's still on the fence, Reacher said. But it's a solid lead. You sure it's worth it? She's got connections. And having the press in our corner could keep things honest. Let me talk to her again. He returned the phone. This time, Yanni left the window open. Reacher listened as her tone shifted, first doubtful, then considering, then reluctantly intrigued. She agreed to meet Helen on the 4th floor at dawn. After hanging up, she turned to him. There's a cop outside her door, Reacher warned. She mentioned that, Yanni said. But they're after you, not me. What's your plan? Still figuring that out. Reacher stayed silent. I need to know your angle, she pressed. You don't care about James Barr. So, is this for his sister? Rosemary. He met her gaze. A reporter, sharp and observant. Partly, he admitted, but mostly for the guy pulling the strings. Thinks he's untouchable. I hate that. Always have. Makes me want to prove him wrong. So, it's personal? He had a girl killed, Yanni. Just some kid looking for a good time. Opened the wrong door. Now he deserves to have it slammed back in his face. That's the point. You barely knew her. Doesn't make her any less dead. She exhaled. Fine. DNBC will cover Franklin. We'll see where it goes. Thanks, Reacher said. Means a lot. It should. And I'm sorry for scaring you earlier. I almost had a heart attack. Didn't mean to. Anything else? Yeah, he said. I need your car. My car? Yours specifically. Why? To sleep in tonight. Then drive to Kentucky tomorrow. What's in Kentucky? Answers. She groaned. This is insane. I drive like a grandma. I'd be harboring a fugitive. I'm not a fugitive, Reacher said. No charges, no conviction. Just a guy trying to fix something. So I'm just a suspect, nothing more. You really think I'm handing over my car after your face was plastered all over the news? It's a sketch, not a photo. Could be off. Maybe you didn't recognize me. Your hair's different. Exactly. Got it cut this morning. But I'd know your name. I don't loan my car to strangers without at least a name. Fine. What if I gave you a fake one? Some guy who doesn't match the sketch. Like who? Joe Gordon, Reacher said. Who's that? Yankees second baseman in 1940. Team came in third, not his fault. Solid career. 1,000 games, 1,000 hits. You know your baseball. I'll know more by tomorrow if you let me borrow your car. How do I get home tonight? I'll take you. Then you'll know where I live. Already do. Checked your registration to confirm this was your car. Yanni stayed silent. Relax, Reacher said. If I wanted to hurt you, you'd be hurt already. Makes sense, right? She didn't answer. I drive careful, he added. You'll get home safe. I'll call a cab, she said. Better for you. Roads are dead right now and this car stands out. Cops recognize it, they pull me over all the time. Pretend it's about speeding, but really they just want an autograph or a peek down my shirt. She tapped her phone, called a cab and told the driver to meet her inside the garage. Then she stepped out, leaving the engine running. Park it in a dark corner, she said. Safer if you wait till morning to leave. Appreciate it, Reacher said. Do it now, she added. Your face is all over the news, and that cabbie's probably been watching. At least I hope so. I need the ratings. Thanks, Reacher said again. Yanni walked off, standing at the ramp like she was waiting for a bus. Reacher slid into the driver's seat, adjusted it, and backed the car deep into the garage. He swung it around, parked nose first in a shadowy corner, and killed the engine. Through the mirror he watched. 5 minutes later, a green and white Crown Vic rolled down the ramp. Yanni climbed in, and the cab disappeared onto the street. Reacher stayed in the Mustang, but didn't linger under the black glass tower, too risky. If Yanni got cold feet, he'd be trapped. He could picture her dialing Emerson the second doubt crept in. He's asleep in my car. Corner of the garage. Right now. 3 minutes after the cab left, he fired up the engine and drove out, circling to the garage on First Street. Empty. He parked on the second level in the same spot James Barr supposedly used, skipped the meter, and unfolded Yanni's road maps. He plotted his route, reclined the seat, and shut his eyes. 5 hours later, before dawn, he woke and headed south toward Kentucky. 3 cop cars passed him before he hit the city limits, but none gave him a second glance. Too busy hunting Jack Reacher to bother with a news anchor's ride. Dawn broke an hour into the drive, the sky shifting from black to gray to purple before orange light spilled over the horizon. Reacher flicked off the headlights' daytime lights, screamed fugitive to troopers parked on the shoulder. The Mustang was already a magnet, loud, aggressive, the kind of car thieves loved. But the troopers he spotted stayed put, eyes glued to their speed traps. He cruised at a steady 70, just another unremarkable car on the highway, and tapped the stereo. Sheryl Crow's voice filled the cabin, something from her prime, gritty and familiar. He let it play. Every day is a winding road, she sang. Yeah, no kidding, he thought. He could have written that line himself. The sun hung low over the Ohio River as he crossed, its light turning the sluggish water into liquid metal. Reflections flickered up through the car windows, sharp and disorienting. The bridge's iron beams flashed past like a strobe, forcing him to squint as he rolled into Kentucky. He took a county road south, scanning for the Blackford River. According to Ann Yanni's notes, it branched off the Ohio at an angle, carving a neat triangle between 2 back roads 3 miles per side, with Barr's old shooting range tucked inside. Turned out the range was the triangle. A chain-link fence lined the road, keep out signs slapped on every few posts. It ran for miles before bending northeast. Reacher followed it to a gravel lot and a cluster of low buildings, the gate chained shut. A hand-painted sign announced opening hours 8 a.m. to dark. He checked his watch. Still early. Across the road, a diner gleamed under the morning sun, its aluminum siding catching the light. His stomach growled that room service steak from the Marriott felt like ancient history. He parked by the door and settled into a booth by the window, nursing a slow breakfast while watching the range. By 8, 3 pickups idled at the gate. At 5 past, a guy in a black Humvee rolled up, waving an apology as he unchained the entrance. He let the others go first before following, disappearing into the main building. Reacher sipped his coffee strong, just how he liked it, and waited. Around 8:20, the first shots echoed, muffled by distance and earth berms. Rifles, steady and deliberate. Then the sharper cracks of a handgun. He listened a while longer before tossing cash on the table and heading out. The Mustang bumped over the road's crown into the range. Inside the main hut, the Humvee guy stood behind a counter, his posture rigid, his arms inked with faded tattoos. The wall behind him was a shrine to service unit patches, pennants, and a yellowed target under glass. 5 shots clustered tight. A 6th just nicking the edge. Need something? The guy asked, his voice rough but steady. Reacher could tell the man's attention had shifted past him, out the window toward the Mustang parked outside. I'm here to fix all your problems, Reacher said. The guy raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Not exactly. Just need to ask you a few things. There was a pause. This about bar? Sharp guess. Nope. No? I don't talk to press. Not a reporter. That's a souped-up Mustang with Indiana plates and an NBC decal on the windshield. Either you're a cop, which you're not, or some journalist sniffing around for a story on how Barr used my range to train. Did he? Already told you, I'm not saying a word. But he was here, wasn't he? The man crossed his arms. No anger, just finality. The room fell silent, except for the faint echo of gunfire outside and the hum of an old fridge in the back. Not a reporter, Reacher repeated. Just borrowed a friend's car to get here. Then what are you? Someone who knew Barr years ago. Trying to figure out who Charlie was, the guy who led him down the wrong path. No reaction. No questions about Charlie. Just a firm shake of the head. Can't help you. Reacher's eyes drifted to a framed target on the wall. That yours? Everything in here is. What distance? Why? If that's 600 yards, you're solid. 800. Impressive. 1,000. Unreal. The man studied him. You shoot. Used to. Military. Long time ago. The man unhooked the frame and set it on the counter, spinning it around. Faded ink at the bottom read 1978 U. Marine Corps 1000 Yacht Invitational. Gunny Samuel Cash, 3rd place. 3 signatures from the judges followed. So you're Cash, Reacher said. Retired and scraping by, Cash replied. Same as you. But not Marines. That obvious. Army, Reacher said. Though my old man was a jarhead. Cash smirked. Makes you almost respectable. Reacher ran a finger over the glass, tracing the tight cluster of bullet holes, 5 dead center. 1 just barely off. Hell of a shot. I'd struggle to hit that at half the range now. Same, Reacher admitted. Age catches up. You saying you could have done it back then? Reacher stayed quiet. The truth was he'd won that same competition a decade after Cash took 3rd. Every round had punched through the bullseye, leaving a hole the size of a quarter. The trophy had gathered dust on his desk for a year before he walked away from it and everything else. That win had been the high point, the moment before the slow unraveling began. The first step toward never staying in one place too long. 1,000 yards is no joke, Cash said. Haven't met a soul since my Corps days who could even hit the paper. Maybe nick the corner once, Reacher said. Cash lifted the frame and hung it back up, adjusting it carefully. Don't have a 1,000-yard range here anyway. Waste of ammo. Bad for business, customers get discouraged. Cash slid a fresh paper target across the counter. Got a clean 300-yard lane free this morning. Might as well put it to use. If you can nail a shot at 1,000, this should be a walk in the park. Reacher stayed quiet. Don't you think? Cash pressed. Suppose so, Reacher said. Cash pulled a pen from his pocket and scribbled R. Richardson, 300 yards along with the date. Keeping score? Reacher asked. Old habit, Cash said. He marked a small X inside the bullseye, roughly half an inch tall, slightly narrower from the angle of his grip. Leaving the target on the counter, he disappeared into the back room, the hum of a fridge fading behind him. When he returned, he carried a well-worn Remington M24, its loopholed scope catching the light. Marine issue, no doubt about it. The rifle had seen action, but was clearly maintained with care. Cash laid it down, popped the magazine, and cycled the bolt. Empty chamber, empty mag. Standard procedure. The unspoken rules of trust between shooters. My personal piece, he said. Sighted in at 300 flat. Did it myself. Works for me, Reacher said. If there was one thing he didn't question, it was a Marine's pride in his rifle, especially one who'd ranked third in the world back in '78. Cash fished a single. Sime 100 Winchester round from his pocket. The brass gleaming. He set it upright on the X, completely obscuring the mark. A slow grin spread across his face. Reacher matched it. The message was clear. Hit this and we'll talk about bar. At least it wasn't a fistfight. After you, Reacher said. Outside the air was dead calm, no wind, no heat haze, nothing to throw off a shot. Cash hauled the rifle in target while Reacher cradled the lone bullet in his palm. They climbed into Cash's rumbling Humvee, the diesel engine growling like an impatient beast. You actually like driving this thing? Reacher shouted over the noise. Not even a little, Cash admitted. But clients eat it up. Image matters. The range sprawled ahead low. Grassy hills sliced by bulldozer-cut lanes, each one a private shooting gallery, separated by natural ridges and towering dirt berms. It looked like a golf course halfway through construction, raw earth bleeding red between patches of green. White rocks marked the vehicle paths, winding through the terrain like ghostly trail markers. Family land, Cash said. Thought I'd turn it into something, you know? Like a retired tennis pro giving lessons. How would that go? People love to shoot. Getting them to admit they need help. Like pulling teeth. 3 pickups were parked at distant stations, their owners flat on mats, rifles steady. Pause. Fire. Adjust. Repeat. It pays the bills, Cash said, answering the unspoken thought. He veered off, rumbling down an empty lane before stopping at the 300-yard mark. He pinned the target to the frame, swung the Humvee around, and parked with precision. All yours, he said. Reacher stayed motionless for a beat, his pulse quicker than he liked. He inhaled sharply, the jitter of too much coffee humming through him, just a faint tremor in his hands. 4 cups of black sludge probably wasn't the best warm-up for precision shooting. But 300 yards? With a solid rifle, no wind, no sweat? Might as well be point blank. He could have done it blindfolded. The shot itself wasn't the issue. It was what was riding on it. This wasn't some military trophy. The puppet master mattered more, way more, and he didn't even know why. That was the real problem. He exhaled, stepped out of the Humvee, and grabbed the rifle from the back. The ground crunched under his boots as he walked to the worn-out mat. He set the weapon down, loaded it, then stretched out behind it, adjusting his stance until everything locked into place. The stock settled against his shoulder like it belonged there. He tilted his head, scanning the empty landscape, just him and the silence. Closing one eye, he peered through the scope. The target leaped into view, crisp and unnervingly close. He centered the crosshairs, took up the slack in the trigger, and forced his breathing to slow. His heart thudded against his ribs, caffeine buzzing in his veins. The reticle jittered tiny, erratic circles over the X. He shut his right eye, willed himself still, held his breath. 1 second. 2. Then he fired. The recoil punched his shoulder, dust swirling up from the mat. He blinked through the haze, squinting back through the scope. Dead center. The X was gone, replaced by a clean hole with only the faintest marks left behind. Cash dropped beside him, checking the shot. Nice work. Nice rifle, Reacher said. Cash ejected the spent casing, pocketed it, and hauled the gun back toward the Humvee. "So, do I pass?" Reacher called after him. Cash turned. "Pass what?" "Your test." Cash smirked. "You think that's what this was?" "Better be. You might regret asking." Reacher shrugged. "Hit me." Cash jerked his chin toward the office. Inside, they walked the length of the range to grab the target, then drove back past the pickup crew, still firing wildly. Inside the office, Cash slid Reacher's target into a drawer filed under R. Then his fingers skipped to B, pulling out a thick stack of papers. "Trying to prove your old pal didn't pull the trigger?" Cash asked. Reacher shook his head. "He wasn't my pal. Just someone I crossed paths with a long time ago. And don't recall him being that sharp with a rifle. News said it was close range. Moving targets, tricky angles. Media claims the evidence is solid." "It is," Reacher admitted. "I've seen it." Cash slid a stack of paper targets across the counter, lining them up like dominoes. He arranged them in 2 neat rows, 32 sheets in total, each marked J. Bar 300 yards, with dates going back years. "Take a look," Cash said. Every target was a masterpiece, tight clusters of bullet holes dead center. 320 rounds, all perfect. Reacher studied them. "This everything he shot?" Cash nodded. "Like I told you, I keep records." "What rifle?" "His own super match. Top-tier piece." "Cops reach out to you?" "Detective Emerson. Decent guy. Had to cover my own back, bar trained here. Don't need my reputation taking a hit after all the work I've put into this place." Reacher scanned the targets again, remembering his words to Helen Rodin. They don't forget. What about his buddy Charlie? Hopeless next to Bar. Cash gathered Bar's targets and slid them back into the file. Then he pulled another stack from the drawer. "Charlie Smith," he said. "Ex-military, but Uncle Sam's training didn't stick." He laid out Charlie's target, same number, same drill. The difference was night and day. Most of Charlie's shots were scattered, barely hitting the outer rings. A few lucky near misses, one dead center fluke. The rest, wild. "They always come together?" Reacher asked. "Like salt and pepper," Cash said. "Same range." "Different universes." Charlie's shots weren't random, just consistently off. Like his eyes played tricks on him. "What kind of guy was he?" Reacher asked. "Charlie?" Cash shrugged. "Hard to read. If he'd been half as good as Barr, he might have been scary. Small guy, right? Tiny. Odd haircut. They talk much?" "No. Just 2 guys from Indiana blowing off steam. See a lot of that here." "You watch them shoot?" Cash shook his head. "People get self-conscious. I let them figure it out on their own. Barr bought his ammo here. Lake City. Pricey stuff. His rifle wasn't cheap either. Worth every penny." "What about Charlie's gun?" "Same model. Like matching toys. Only difference. Charlie looked like a kid holding his dad's rifle." "You got handgun ranges?" "One indoor for bad weather. Otherwise people shoot outside. Not my thing." Reacher gave a slow nod as Cash gathered Charlie's paper targets, keeping them in chronological order before sliding them back into the S drawer. "Smith's about as common as it gets," Reacher said. "Pretty sure it's the top name in the country." Cash shrugged. His ID checked out. "I don't hand out memberships without seeing a license." "Any idea where he was from?" "Sounded like way up north," Cash replied. Reacher leaned against the counter. Mind if I take one of Jane's bar's targets? Cash frowned. Why? Call it a keepsake, Reacher said. When Cash stayed silent, he added, Relax, I'm not hawking it online. Still nothing. Bar's not walking back in here, Reacher pressed. And if you're worried about liability, you should trash them all anyway. Cash exhaled and turned back to the drawer. Grab the most recent one, Reacher suggested. Cash flipped through the stack, pulled a sheet, and slid it across. Reacher folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Hope things work out with your friend, Cash said. Not my friend, Reacher corrected. Thanks. Cash smirked. I know who you are. Recognized you the second you got behind the rifle. Never forget a stance like that. You won the Invitational a decade after I competed. I was there, watched you take it. Your name's Reacher. Reacher nodded. Decent of you not to rub it in, Cash said. After I told you, I only placed third. You had real competition, Reacher said. By my year, it was just a bunch of washed-up amateurs. He pulled into the last gas station before leaving Kentucky and topped off Yanni's tank. Then he dug out change for the payphone and dialed Helen Rodin. Cops still on you? He asked. 2 of them, she said. 1 downstairs, 1 camped outside my office. Franklin, get started. First thing, no luck so far, just 5 regular people. Reacher checked his watch. Give me his address. I'll meet you there at 4. How was Kentucky? Complicated, he said. Back on the road, Sheryl Crow blasted through the speakers as he crossed the Ohio River again. He cranked the volume, took a left, and headed west. Yanni's maps showed a cloverleaf up ahead, his best shot at bypassing the city without running into Emerson's patrols. The Mustang roared at 70, all muscle and no grace. Reacher imagined dropping that engine into some beat-up sedan. Now that'd be his kind of ride. Meanwhile, Bellantonio had been at the lab since dawn. The prints on the abandoned cell were useless, but the call log told a story. Last dialed, Helen Rodin's cell. Before that, Emerson's. The rest were a string of numbers tied to specialized services of Indiana. No way to know if Reacher had made those calls. Bellantonio typed up his report, knowing Emerson wouldn't act on it. The only lead was Helen's number, and hassling a defense attorney over a witness call? That'd be a dead end before it even started. He shifted his focus to the garage surveillance footage, 4 days' worth, nearly 100 hours of recordings, with close to 3,000 vehicles logged by his team. Only 3 Cadillacs had shown up. Like most Midwestern states, Indiana was truck and SUV country, with coupes and convertibles trailing behind. Sedans barely made a dent in the market, mostly imports or mid-range American models. Full-sized luxury cars were a rare sight, especially high-end brands. The first Cadillac on tape was an older Eldorado, bone white, parked for 5 hours mid-morning on Wednesday. The second was a Newertz, its color hard to pin down, in the grainy footage maybe red, gray, or light blue, left for 2 hours after lunch on Thursday. Then came the Black DeVille, rolling in just after 6 on Friday morning. Bellantonio had dubbed it Black Friday. The garage was nearly empty at that hour, and the car moved fast, confident, exiting just 4 minutes later, just enough time to drop the cone. The driver was nothing but a blur behind the windshield. Could have been Barr, could have been anyone. Bellantonio noted it all for Emerson, making a mental reminder to check if 4 minutes was the shortest stay in the entire log. He'd bet money it was. Next, he skimmed the forensic report from Alexandra Dupree's apartment. He'd assigned a junior officer to handle it since it wasn't the primary crime scene. Nothing stood out except the fingerprints. The place was a mess of them, as apartments tend to be. Most were hers, but 4 other sets turned up. 3 were unidentifiable. The 4th, a perfect match for James Barr. He'd been their living room, kitchen, bathroom. No question. The medical examiner's report landed next. Dupree had died from a single crushing blow to the right temple, delivered by someone left-handed. She'd fallen onto gravel mixed with dirt and grass, yet her body was found on a limestone-paved alley. She'd been moved. Bellantonio grabbed a fresh memo sheet and jotted 2 questions for Emerson. Is Reacher left-handed? And did he have a car? Meanwhile, the Zek spent his morning weighing Raskin's fate. 3 strikes losing the tail, getting jumped from behind, and letting his phone get snatched. The Zek had no patience for failure. At first, he considered demoting Raskin to monitor duty in the house's video room. But why trust a screw-up with security? Then Linsky called. 14 hours of searching, 0 sign of the soldier. We should pivot to the lawyer, Linsky said. She's the one driving this. Without her, nothing moves forward. That's escalating things, the Zek said. Maybe the guy's already gone. Maybe, Linsky agreed. But it's what he left behind in her head that matters. The Zek exhaled. I'll think on it. Keep looking. Linsky's back was screaming, his body drained. No, he lied. I'm wide awake, Reacher said. Then keep searching, the Zek replied. But send Raskin to me first. Reacher eased off the gas as the highway lifted onto its overpass, holding steady at 50 in the middle lane. He ignored the exit ramp curling behind the library and pushed north another couple of miles before taking the cloverleaf down to the 4-lane strip of dealerships and auto shops. Turning east, then north again, he rolled onto the same back road that led to Jeb Oliver's place. Within minutes, the city noise faded, replaced by the slow, rhythmic groan of irrigation booms, turning under the midday sun, water droplets catching the light like scattered diamonds. The Mustang wasn't built for farm roads. Reacher parked it beside the Oliver's mailbox, knowing the driveway's center ridge would have torn the undercarriage to shreds. And Yanni would have had his head for that. He stepped out, leaving the car low and gleaming under the heat, then picked his way down the uneven path, each jagged rock pressing through the thin soles of his shoes. Jeb's red Dodge sat untouched, dusted with dried mud and morning dew. The farmhouse was silent, the barns shut tight. Reacher bypassed the front door, circling around to the back porch where Jeb's mother swayed violently on the glider, one leg tucked under her, the other pumping like a piston. Her eyes were wide, unfocused. Jeb still gone? Reacher asked. She shook her head, the glider squeaking under her frantic motion. You got a gun. Never liked 'em, she muttered. A phone. Cut off. Jeb lets me use his cell if I need it. Perfect, Reacher said. She scowled. How's that perfect? Despair des Freintensem. Exactly. Means you can't call the cops while I break into that barn. Or shoot me in the back. That's Jeb's place. You got no right. Reacher smirked. You gonna stop me? He turned and strode toward the barn, its weathered planks warped from decades of sun and frost. The doors were secured with a heavy-duty bike lock, the kind city couriers used, bolted through steel hasps. Reacher tested it solid, no give. But locks were only as strong as what they were fastened to. He gripped the U-bar, braced a palm against the door, and yanked. The wood groaned. Adjusting his stance, he planted a heel just below the lock and kicked hard. A crack splintered the old plank. Another strike, another inch of give. On the third try, the wood split and the bolts tore free. Reacher pressed his palm against the barn door, wedging his fingers into the narrow gap with a firm grip. He inhaled sharply, then yanked with all his strength. The final bolt gave way, sending the lock crashing to the dirt as the doors swung wide. Sunlight flooded the space, revealing not the meth lab he'd anticipated. No glassware, no scales, no stacks of baggies, but a barren, dust-choked interior. The warped wooden walls let slivers of light slice through the dimness, illuminating a single vehicle parked dead center. A beat-up Chevy Silverado, its faded clay-colored paint dull under the grime. No plates, no key in sight. Jeb's mother hovered in the doorway, gripping the frame like it was a lifeline. "What is that?" she asked, voice tight. "A truck," Reacher said. "I can see that." Jeb's never seen it before. She frowned. "What he drive before that flashy red one?" "Not this." Reacher moved closer, peering through the driver's window. The interior was utilitarian manual transmission, worn vinyl seats, a dashboard coated in dust. No trash, just the scars of hard use. The tires sagged, the engine cold. Kneeling, he checked underneath, nothing but a frame crusted with dried mud and gravel marks. "How long's it been sitting here?" he asked, still crouched. "Do know. When'd he bolt the doors?" "Couple months back, maybe." She crossed her arms. "What'd you expect to find?" Reacher met her gaze, her pupils blown wide. "More of whatever you're on," he said flatly. She smirked. "Thought Jeb was cooking in here?" "Wasn't he. His stepdad handles that." "You're divorced. Doesn't stop him from delivering." "Jeb was high Monday night," Reacher said. She shrugged. "A mother shares with her kid. What else am I good for?" Reacher turned back to the truck. "Why lock up an old beater but leave a new ride outside?" "Jeb's always been particular," she said. He shoved the doors shut, forcing the splintered bolts back into place. They sagged under the lock's weight, refusing to stay put. He left it as is and walked away. "Is he coming back?" she called after him. Reacher didn't answer. The Mustang's engine growled to life, the stereo blasting as he sped north. The road stretched endlessly, the horizon a taunting illusion. Meanwhile, Raskin carved his own grave with a Caterpillar back, the same machine that had leveled the Zek's land. The shovel bit into the earth, exhaling diesel fumes into the Indiana sky. Born under Soviet rule, Raskin had survived Afghanistan, Chechnya, Moscow's chaos, but none of it prepared him for this. A man like him should have been dead long ago. Too many close calls, too many risks. But that Russian streak of fatalism kept him numb to it all. Ukaz, the Zek, had told him earlier. A command from above, no room for argument. "Nishivo," Raskin had answered with a shrug. No big deal. So he fired up the back own, picked a spot hidden from the stone crushers by the house, and got to work. The trench had to be precise 20 inches wide, 6 feet deep, 6 feet long. He piled the dirt to his right, a makeshift wall between him and everything he'd ever known. When he was done, he killed the engine, climbed down, and waited. Running wasn't an option. If he tried, they'd hunt him down, and then there'd be no need for a grave. Just black garbage bags, wire ties, and bricks to weigh him down before dumping him in the river. He'd seen it happen before. The Zek emerged from the house, short, broad, hunched with age, but radiating authority. He moved deliberately across the uneven ground, eyes flicking between his feet and the path ahead. When he reached Raskin, he fished a small revolver from his pocket, gripping it awkwardly with his mangled hand. He held it out. Bukas, he repeated. Raskin took the gun. Nishivo, he said, almost casual, like he was brushing off a favor. The Zek nodded. Thank you. Raskin stepped to the edge of the trench, checked the cylinder, 1 bullet. He spun it shut, cocked the hammer, and put the barrel in his mouth. Turning, he faced the Zek, his back to the open grave. He shuffled until his heels met the edge, then stood perfectly still, balanced like a diver about to launch backward off the platform. Eyes closed. Trigger pulled. The gunshot sent crows exploding into the sky for miles. Blood and bone traced a sharp arc through the air before Raskin's body dropped cleanly into the trench. The bird settled back, the distant grind of machinery filling the silence. The Zek climbed into the Baka, fired it up, and got to work. 15 miles north, Reacher pulled the Mustang onto a gravel turnout where 2 vast fields met. The land stretched endlessly in every direction, each plot marked by a slow, turning irrigation boom. Up close, they looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, hulking metal arms, spraying water, their towering standpipes like chimneys. The nearest boom's wheel, as tall as his waist, rolled along its worn track. Reacher matched its pace, watching as the massive tire turned, the arm looming overhead like a giant's outstretched hand. He gripped the wheel with his right hand, guiding the car in a slow, steady arc through the damp morning air. A fine mist clung to his skin, chilling him as he navigated the looping path. The rhythmic hiss of the boom echoed around him, marking time as the tires rolled over, subtle rises and dips in the terrain. The circle stretched on a sprawling track with the perimeter stretching over 3 football fields. Simple math ran through his head. Pi times diameter, area calculated from radius squared. The numbers clicked into place over 1.5 acres of land, with nearly 1/4 of it wasted in the corners. The Mustang sat tucked into one of those empty spaces, small and precise, like a bullet hole punched into the edge of a target. Just like Charlie's shots, always straying toward the margins. Reacher completed the loop, his shoes damp and flecked with mud. He stepped off the gravel, facing west, watching as a distant swirl of crows lifted and settled again. Back in the car, he cranked the engine and hit the switch to lower the convertible top. Sunlight spilled in, warm against his damp clothes. He had time to kill before meeting Franklin, so he leaned back, letting the heat do its work. The folded target came out of his pocket. He studied it, turning it against the light, tracing the clean holes with his fingers. Then he tucked it away and tilted his head back, eyes closed against the brightness, turning over questions of motive, chance, and the thin line between truth and deception. Emerson flipped through Belantonio's notes, pausing at the mention of Reacher's call to Helen Rodan. Predictable. Lawyers always circled like vultures when things got messy. Then came the 2 key questions. Was Reacher left-handed? Did he have a car? Odds were good on both. Lefties weren't exactly rare, and Reacher sure as hell wasn't hitchhiking. But the real curveball was James Barr's visit to Alexandra Dupree's place. What was that about? Franklin's office sat smack in the middle of downtown, a headache of gridlock and construction. Reacher would be threading through slow-moving traffic, relying on the Mustang's tinted windows to keep him unnoticed. Not ideal. He raised the roof, pulled onto the road, and headed south. 12 minutes later, he passed the Oliver property again, merging into the sluggish flow of city-bound cars. Emerson turned back to the phone logs. Reacher and Rodan had business no surprise there. They'd cross paths again. He snatched up his phone, barking orders to dispatch. Put a tail on Helen Rodan's office. If she steps out, I want eyes on her. Reacher kept his head low as he rolled past the motor court. No cops, no watchers. Just the usual storefronts, barbershop, gun store before traffic choked to a crawl near the overpass. Pedestrians shuffled past close enough to touch. Cars boxed him in, 4 lanes of barely moving metal. He needed space, needed to put distance between himself and the sidewalk. He flicked on his blinker and nudged his way into the adjacent lane, earning an angry honk from the driver he'd cut off. Reacher barely flinched. Try driving a 2.5-ton truck through Paris traffic, then we'll talk. The left lane inched forward slightly faster, letting him overtake sluggish cars on his right. Up ahead, 3 vehicles ahead, a patrol car idled in the right lane. The light in the distance glowed green, but traffic crawled toward it like molasses. Every car hesitated at the line before lurching forward. Nobody wanted to be that guy blocking the intersection. Reacher eased off the gas, keeping 2 car lengths behind the cop. The impatient driver behind him laid on the horn again. He rolled forward just enough to put himself 1 car back when the light turned yellow. The sedan ahead gunned it. The cop stopped. Reacher pulled up right beside him, elbow propped on the console, fingers splayed over his face like a bad disguise. He stared straight ahead, willing the light to change. Meanwhile, Helen Rodin stepped off the elevator into the embassy lobby, where Anne Yanni waited. Since the network was footing Franklin's bill, it made sense for Yanni to tag along. They took Helen's Saturn out of the garage, sunlight hitting the windshield as she turned left without noticing the gray Impala peeling away from the curb behind them. The light dragged on forever. Finally green. Another honk. The cop turned. Reacher hit the gas before their eyes could lock. He ducked into a left-turn lane, letting the cruiser surge past. No way was he risking another side-by-side standoff. The detour brought him back to Martha's grocery, where traffic was barely moving. He shifted in his seat, fishing through his pocket until his fingers closed around a quarter. 20 yards. 30. Worth a shot. He swung into the cramped lot, left the engine running, and beelined for the payphone. The quarter clinked into the slot as he dialed the precinct number from Emerson's crumpled card. Police, how can I help you? That guy on your poster? The one you've been circulating? Yes. He's here. Right now. Where? Drive-through on the northbound 4-lane, next to the tire shop. Sitting at the counter eating. You sure it's him? Dead ringer for the sketch. Vehicle? Big red Dodge Ram. Your name, sir? Tony Lazzari. Batted, dated free. Knee 7 there is Hember D5. Second base. Yankees could have used him longer. We're en route. Reacher hung up and slid back behind the wheel. He didn't move until sirens wailed in the distance. Helen was halfway down 2nd Street when a gray Impala swerved out of line behind her, executing a reckless U-turn. Jerk, she muttered. Yanni craned her neck. That's an unmarked cruiser. Check the antennas. 10 minutes behind schedule, Reacher pulled up to Franklin's place, a weathered 2-story brick building with steel shutters bolted over the ground floor windows. Looked like a defunct warehouse. Quiet. Too quiet. The building had a set of narrow windows with slatted blinds, faint light seeping through the gaps. A metal staircase ran up the side, leading to a door marked Franklin Investigations in plain white lettering. Below, a small parking area barely fit 3 cars: Helen Rodin's green Saturn, a blue Honda Civic, and a massive black Chevy Suburban that jutted awkwardly onto the sidewalk. Reacher figured the Suburban belonged to Franklin, the Honda to Rosemary Barr. He cruised past once, scanning the block before doubling back and pulling the Mustang in beside the Saturn. Inside, the office was cramped a narrow hallway with a tiny kitchenette on one side and what looked like a bathroom on the other. Voices drifted from a larger room ahead. When Reacher stepped in, Franklin was at his desk, Helen and Rosemary deep in conversation, and Ann Yanni peering out the window at her car. They all turned as he entered. "You know anything about medical abbreviations?" Helen asked. "Depends," Reacher said. "What do you got?" "PA." A doctor wrote it down. Reacher glanced at Rosemary. "Let me guess, James got a diagnosis." "Probably mild." "Early onset," Rosemary murmured. "Whatever that means." Helen frowned. "How did you know?" "Lucky guess," Reacher said. "We'll get to that. First, Franklin, tell me about the victims." 5 people, no connections, Franklin said. "Nothing tying them to James Barr." "You were right, he didn't have a motive." "Wrong," Reacher corrected. "He didn't shoot them at all." Grigalinsky pressed himself into a shadowed doorway and dialed. "To a chance," he said. "On what?" the Zek asked. "With cops watching the lawyer's office, I figured the soldier wouldn't go there. But they still needed to talk. So I tailed her instead. They're all at the PI's place now, the sister, the reporter, everyone. You got backup?" "Covering every angle." "Stay put," the Zek said. "I'll call you back." Helen crossed her arms. "Care to explain yourself?" Franklin shook his head. "The evidence is airtight." And Yanni smirked. This was turning into a story. "Daitham too." Rosemary just stared. Reacher turned to her. "You bought your brother a radio once. A Bose for baseball. He mentioned that. Ever get him anything else?" "Like what?" "Clothes, maybe. Sometimes." Tense. She hesitated. "When?" "Yeah, why?" "What size?" 34 waist, 34 inseam." "Exactly," Reacher said. "Just tall." Helen cut in. "How does this help us?" Reacher ignored her, turning to Anne. "You ever play the lottery?" "Who hasn't?" "The hardest part isn't winning. It's picking truly random numbers. People suck at randomness. Back in the day, bookies used stock page's second column, last 2 digits whatever. Now they've got machines, but even those aren't perfect. Math nerds can prove it." Helen crossed her arms. "So humans built the machines. What's your point?" Reacher stretched his legs. "Just thinking out loud." Spent the afternoon in Yanni's car, soaking up the sun, wondering how hard it is to fake randomness. Franklin scoffed. "Your brain's stuck in reverse. James Barr murdered 5 people. The evidence is airtight." "You were a cop," Reacher said. "Ever been in a shootout?" "High-stakes takedown." "What's the first thing you did when the adrenaline wore off?" Franklin hesitated, then shrugged. "Hit the John." "Exactly," Reacher said. "Same here. But Barr didn't." "Bellantonio's report shows cement dust everywhere. Garage, kitchen, even his damn bedroom. But not the bathroom. So he comes home covered in grime and skips the one place you'd expect. And how do you shower without stepping into a bathroom?" "Maybe he stopped at a gas station," Franklin muttered. "He was never there." "Open your eyes, Reacher." "The evidence, there's no proof he was there," Reacher cut in. "Just his van, his clothes, his gun, his lucky quarter. Nothing that puts him behind the trigger." And Yanni leaned forward. "Someone impersonated him." "Down to the last detail?" "Right down to the shoelaces," Reacher said. Franklin threw up his hands. "This is a bad movie plot." Reacher ignored him. "Explains the raincoat." Big, baggy thing covering everything but his jeans? Who wears that in dry weather unless they're hiding something? Rosemary's eyes narrowed. Who? Reacher took a single step forward. My stride's 37 inches. Crossed the garage in 35 steps. Bar's legs are shorter, should have taken 38. But Belantonio counted 48 prints. Helen blinked. Someone tiny. Charlie, Rosemary whispered. Reacher nodded. Thought the same. Then I went to Kentucky. Wanted to check if Bar was even capable of those shots. 14 years ago, he was decent, not elite. Saw him in the hospital, no bruising on his shoulder. A shooter who practices builds up calluses. He had none. Helen frowned. Meaning? He got better, Reacher said, pulling a crumpled target from his pocket. This is from his last session. Fired 300 rounds in 3 years and suddenly he's a marksman? Back in the army, he burned through 2,000 a week and was mediocre. Franklin whistled. No way that's natural. Exactly. He brought Charlie every time. Range owner's a Marine champ, keeps records like a tax auditor. Bar had witnesses for every shot. Franklin rubbed his chin. I'd want proof too if I shot like that. Reacher's voice turned sharp. You don't improve by skipping practice. Truth. He probably got worse. His ego couldn't handle it. Shooters are competitive. Even the bad ones lie to themselves. A silence settled. Somewhere outside, a car horn blared, too loud for the quiet street. Rosemary's fingers tapped the table like a nervous drumbeat. The air smelled faintly of coffee and gun oil. Then Helen exhaled. So who pulled the trigger? Reacher folded the target slowly. Someone who could. Reacher could tell the man was struggling. His pride wouldn't let him admit how far his skills had slipped. He needed to hide it, to pretend he was still the marksman he once was. Franklin studied the target, skeptical. Looks fine to me. Because it's staged, Reacher said. Belantonio will confirm it. This wasn't done with a rifle, it was a handgun, 9mm, fired point blank. Measure the holes and they'll be too big. Test the paper and you'll find gunpowder residue. James Barr walked right up and shot it from an inch away, not 300 yards. Every single time. Franklin scoffed. That's a reach. Basic logic, Reacher countered. Barr was never this good, and he sure as hell didn't improve. If he'd only slipped a little, he'd admit it. But he didn't. So he must have gotten bad, really bad. Maybe so bad he couldn't even hit the paper anymore. Silence settled over them. The theory proves itself, Reacher continued. Faking the score means he couldn't shoot. And if he couldn't shoot, he didn't do what happened on Friday. You're speculating, Franklin argued. Reacher nodded. At first, yeah. But not anymore. I fired a round in Kentucky, had to prove myself. I was jittery from caffeine, shaking like a leaf. Now I know Barr was worse. Much worse. Rosemary frowned. Why? Parkinson's, Reacher said gently. PA paralysis agitans. That's the medical term. Your brother's sick. Shaking, losing control. No way he could steady a rifle long enough to make those shots. My take. He didn't just not do it, he physically couldn't have. Rosemary went still, absorbing the news. Relief and grief tangled together. She stared at the floor, dressed head to toe in black, like she was already mourning. Maybe that's why he was so angry, she murmured, feeling it coming, powerless to stop it. His body betraying him. He'd hate that. Anyone would. Then she locked eyes with Reacher. I told you he was innocent. You were right, Reacher admitted. He kept his word. He deserves better. And I'm sorry about his condition. Now you have to help him. You promised. I've been helping him since Monday night. Nothing else. Franklin shook his head. This is insane. No, Reacher said. It's the same as before, just a different angle. Someone framed James Barr, but instead of forcing him to do it, they made it look like he did. That's the only real difference. Anne Yanni tilted her head. But is that even possible? Walk it through, Reacher urged. She piecing it together like a scene in her head. He wears Barr's clothes, his shoes, grabs a quarter from a jar. Gloves on, so no prints. Takes the traffic cone from the garage, maybe the day before. Gets the rifle from the basement, already loaded by Barr himself. Drives Barr's minivan, leaves all the clues, covers himself in dust. Comes back, puts everything away, and leaves in a hurry. Then Barr comes home later, completely unaware he's been set up. Exactly, Reacher said. Ellen frowned. But where was Barr during all this? Out, Reacher said. Franklin crossed his arms. Convenient. Not coincidence, Reacher corrected. They made sure he was gone. He recalled stepping out earlier that day, a strange optimism humming in his chest like something was about to go right for once. Someone had probably arranged an introduction, one of those calculated encounters that never felt accidental. Maybe they'd set him up with a woman. Sandy, most likely. They'd thrown her at him before. Could have done the same for the other guy. The report mentioned his wallet tucked into a nice pair of slacks, so he dressed sharp that Friday. Who was it then? Helen pressed. Someone without a shred of remorse, Reacher said. The kind who wouldn't even pause to wash their hands after. Rosemary cut in. Charlie. It has to be. He's small, odd. Knew the house inside out, even the dog didn't bark at him. Terrible shot too, Reacher added. That's why I went to Kentucky. To check. Then who pulled the trigger? Charlie, Reacher said. But his misses weren't accidents. The holes in his targets looked random, but they weren't. He was picking spots, corners, edges, and hitting them dead on. A real marksman pretending to be sloppy. Human beings can't fake true randomness. There's always a tell. Why bother? Helen asked. An alibi, Reacher said. He noticed the rangemaster kept the used targets. Cold-blooded planning. Franklin frowned. Who is he, really? Chanko. Runs with rations. Probably ex-Red Army. They're snipers, don't miss. How do we find him? Through the victim. Dead end, Franklin snapped. Try again. His boss goes by the Zek. What kind of name is that? Not a name, a title. Soviet slang. Means a gulag prisoner. Siberia. Those camps closed decades ago. Which makes the Zek ancient. And hard as nails. Tougher than we'll ever be. The Zek wiped sweat from his brow, the back hulk of his engine still ticking as it cooled. Exhaustion was nothing new. He'd been tired since 42, when a recruiter rolled into his village, a Moscow bureaucrat with a quota to fill. No arguments, no exceptions. Every man between 16 and 50 was hauled into the square. The Zek was 17, fresh out of lockup for brawling over a woman. The recruiter didn't care about local grudges. He yanked him from his cell and shoved him into line with the others. The Zek figured he'd slip away eventually. This friend was wrong. 5 weeks in a cattle car taught him otherwise. The Red Army's induction process unfolded haphazardly during the train ride. Thick wool uniforms, heavy coats, and felt boots were handed out, along with pay books that promised wages they'd never see. No weapons, no drills, just a frozen rail yard stop where a commissar bellowed the same words through a rusted megaphone until they were etched into the Zek's memory. The world's fate hangs on Stalingrad. Fight for the motherland until your last breath. 5 weeks later, they reached the Volga's eastern bank, spilling out of the train like livestock, sprinting toward a cluster of battered ferries and rotting pleasure boats. Across the river, hell itself sprawled a city reduced to jagged ruins, spewing fire and smoke into a sky swarming with dive-bombing planes. The water churned with mortar blasts, corpses bobbed in the current, and the screams of the wounded pierced the air. The Zek was herded onto a cramped boat, its cheery strut awning a cruel joke as bullets rained down. 15 nightmarish minutes later, he stumbled onto a splintered dock, slick with blood, and was shoved into a line. Ahead, quartermasters chanted like deranged poets, while passing out rifles and ammo clips in a grim rhythm. The one with the rifle shoots. The one without follows. When the shooter falls, the follower takes the gun and shoots. The Zek got an ammo clip, no rifle. He lurched forward, turned a corner, and froze at the sight of a Red Army machine gun nest until a commissar roared through his megaphone, "One step back, and we shoot you ourselves." He ran, rounded another corner, and walked straight into German gunfire. A bullet spun him halfway around before 3 more tore into his limbs. He collapsed, buried under bodies, and woke 2 days later in a field hospital only to face Soviet justice. The debate, whether his wounds came from the enemy or his own side. The verdict? Penal battalion, not a firing squad. 63 years of survival later, he dialed Linsky. "They know everything now," he said. "Time for insurance." Franklin exhaled. "We're spinning our wheels. Emerson won't budge without solid proof." "Then dig deeper into the victims," Reacher said. 5 lives, 5 trails, where do you even start? Pick one and focus. Reacher clenched his jaw, replaying Helen Rodin's words in his head. The first gunshot cracked through the air, followed by a brief silence. Then 2 more in quick succession. A slightly longer pause, just a fraction of a second before the final 3 shots rang out. He shut his eyes, replaying Bellantonio's audio analysis of the cell phone recording in his head. He remembered his own silent reenactment in the dim parking garage, arm outstretched like a rifle. Click, 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 click. "Not the first shot," he muttered. "That was a wild one, no guarantee of accuracy. Just noise to set the scene. And not the last 3 either. Those were for show, the real damage was already done." Helen leaned forward. "So it's the second or third shot, or both?" Reacher opened his eyes. "The third. There's a rhythm to it, first the misfire, then the warm-up, then the kill shot. After that, the shooter takes a breath, checks the scope, confirms the target's down. Then he finishes with the theatrics." "Who was third?" Helen asked. Franklin flipped through his notes. "Olene Archer. 37, married, no kids, lived in the suburbs. Worked at the DMV." Reacher frowned. If she was the real target, Charlie had to know her routine when she'd be walking out of that building. Franklin nodded. She'd been there a year and a half. Supervised clerical work. And Yanni crossed her arms. "So was it job-related? Somebody mad about paperwork?" "Doubt it," Franklin said. "DMV clerks don't get assassinated by disgruntled customers. I checked, it's not a thing." Helen tapped her pen. Then it had to be personal. Something buried deep. Rosemary Barr's voice cut in, tense. We need answers fast. My brother's running out of time. Anne turned to her. We'll need doctors to back us up, real medical proof, not just psych evaluations. Helen glanced at Franklin. Think NBC will cover the costs. Rosemary clenched her fists. They should. Parkinson's isn't some made-up excuse. It's either there or it's not. Reacher exhaled. It might sway a jury. Give them reasonable doubt, Barr's condition plus another shooter's motive. Reasonable doubt is a gamble. Better to get the charges dropped outright. Franklin rubbed his temple. Which means convincing Emerson first. I can't talk to him, Reacher said. Ellen smirked. But the rest of us can. Yeah, but you won't like what you hear, Reacher said. Why not? Helen pressed. Think about it. Sandy's murder, the ambush at the bar, why did they happen? To keep you from interfering. Exactly. Same goal, same person pulling strings. Helen's eyes narrowed. So? Reacher leaned in. The bar attack started with me being tailed from my hotel. Sandy and her crew were on standby, waiting for directions. Which means someone was watching me before I even got there. The conversation had started much earlier that day. We've already covered this, Helen said, frustration edging her voice. But how did the puppet master even know my name? Reacher pressed. How did he know I was in town? Or that I might be a problem? Someone tipped him off. Who knew by Monday morning? Helen hesitated. My father, she admitted. He knew early that day. And Emerson probably right after. They would have discussed the case. If things were falling apart, they'd have talked immediately. Exactly, Reacher said. Which means one of them called the puppet master before lunch on Monday. Helen stayed silent. Unless, Reacher added, one of them is the puppet master. You called the Zach Charlie's boss. But we don't know if he's the real top dog. You're right, Helen said, her voice taut. I don't like where this is going. Someone talked, Reacher insisted. No question. Either your father or Emerson. My name was out there within 2 hours of me stepping off the bus. So one of them is dirty, and the other won't help because he's happy with how things stand. The room fell silent, and Yanni broke the tension. I should get back to work, she said. No one responded. Call me if there's news, she added, still met with silence. Reacher said nothing as she crossed the room and stopped beside him. Keys, she said. He fished them out of his pocket and handed them over. Thanks for the loan, he said. Nice ride. Outside, Linsky watched the Mustang roar away, its engine echoing down the block before fading into the distance. He pulled out his phone. The reporter's gone, he reported. The detective will stay put, the Zek replied. What if the others leave together? I hope they don't. And if they do, take them all. Rosemary Barr's voice was quiet when she spoke again. Is there a cure? For Parkinson's? No, Reacher said. But it can be managed. Medication, therapy, rest. The symptoms fade when you sleep. Maybe that's why he wanted the pills. To escape. He shouldn't check out too much. Staying connected helps. I should go to the hospital, Rosemary murmured. Explain it to him, Reacher said. Tell him what really happened on Friday. She nodded, then slipped out the door. A minute later, her car rumbled to life and disappeared down the street. Franklin wandered off to the kitchenette to brew coffee, leaving Reacher and Helen alone. Reacher took Rosemary's vacated chair, while Helen stood by the window, her back to the room. She was dressed in black shirt, skirt, glossy shoes, but, unlike Rosemary, she didn't look like a mourner. She looked like she belonged on a runway, her heels sharp, her legs long and sun-kissed. "These guys we're dealing with are Russians," she said suddenly. Reacher stayed silent. "My father's American," she insisted. "An American named Alexei Alexeyevich," Reacher countered. "Your family's been here since before World War I. There's no link. These people are Soviet-era trash." "What did he do before becoming DA?" "He was an assistant DA. And before that, he's always worked there." "Tell me about his coffee set." "What about it?" "China cups, silver tray." "Not exactly county issued." "So, tell me about his suits." "His suits?" "On Monday he was wearing a $1,000 suit. Not exactly a public servant's salary. He likes nice things." "How does he afford them?" "I don't want to talk about this." "One more question." Helen didn't answer. "Did he pressure you to drop the case?" She didn't speak. Just turned away, her gaze darting left, then right, before she finally faced him again. The conversation shifted as Reacher considered the possibility that losing could actually mean winning in the long run. "Worried about your future?" Helen asked. "I was. Still am, honestly." "He's a decent guy." Reacher gave a slow nod. "Flip a coin, you might be onto something." Franklin returned with coffee, balancing 3 mismatched mugs on a cork tray. One had a hairline crack, another a chipped rim. A half-empty carton of creamer and a crumpled sugar packet sat beside a single dented spoon. Helen stared at the setup like it proved Reacher's earlier point. This was how things worked in a no-frills office. "David Chapman knew your name by Monday," she said. "James Baugh's original lawyer. He's been aware of you since Saturday." "But Chapman had no clue I actually showed up," Reacher countered. "Doubt anyone filled him in." Franklin shrugged. "I knew who you were. Maybe I should be on the suspect list too." "You knew why I was really here," Reacher said. "If you wanted me out of the way, you'd have served me papers, not sent thugs." Silence settled over the room. "Turns out I was wrong about Jeb Oliver," Reacher admitted. "No drugs in his barn, just a rusted-out pickup." "Glad to see you're not infallible," Helen muttered. Franklin shook his head. "Jeb Oliver's as American as they come." "Exactly," Reacher said. "Which means these guys aren't picky about who they work with." "Could be Emerson. Doesn't have to be the DA. Still just a 50-50 shot," Reacher added. "Not pointing fingers yet. Assuming you're even right in the first place. They found me way too fast for comfort." "Doesn't sound like Emerson or the DA," Franklin said. "I've dealt with both." "You can say his name," Helen cut in. "It's Alex Roden." Franklin exhaled. "I don't think it's either of them." Helen grabbed her purse and briefcase. "I'm heading back to work. Mind dropping me off?" Reacher asked. "Somewhere near the highway?" "No," she said flatly. "Not in the mood." She walked out without another word. The office door clicked shut behind her. A car door slammed outside. An engine rumbled to life, then faded into the distance. Reacher took a sip of his weak coffee. "Guess I struck a nerve," he said. Franklin nodded. "Guess so. There's a leak somewhere. That's obvious. Shouldn't we be able to talk about it?" "A dirty cop makes more sense than a dirty day." "Disagree. A cop only controls his own cases. A prosecutor, they control the whole game." Hope you're wrong. I used to be a cop. Same here, Reacher said. And let's be honest, Alex Rodin buries a lot of cases. People call it caution. Could be something else. You need to look at which cases he kills. Like, I don't have enough on my plate already. Reacher set his mug down and stood. Start with Olene Archer, he said. She's what matters now. He moved to the window, scanning the street below. Nothing stood out. With a quick nod to Franklin, he headed down the hall and out the door, pausing at the top of the stairs. The sun warmed his shoulders as he stretched, rolling out the stiffness from hours of driving and hiding. The open air felt good, no shadows, no corners. Just space. To his left, the black Suburban sat alone. The street was quiet. To his right, traffic thickened on the main drag. West first, he decided. Then a wide loop around the police station before cutting north. North of downtown was a maze, his kind of place. He took the first step down. Then a footstep scraped behind him. Close. The gritty shuffle of thin soles on concrete. Then the unmistakable crunch-crunch of a shotgun racking a shell. A voice sharp and clear, "Don't move." American. No mistaking it. The sound was faint but clear, drifting from somewhere far up the street. Reacher froze mid-step, his gaze locking onto the blank brick facade across from him. A voice cut through the silence. "Move to your right." Without hesitation, Reacher shifted sideways, boots scraping against the pavement. The voice came again, calm but firm. "Now turn around." Slow. He pivoted carefully, arms slightly raised, palms open. 15 feet away stood the same wiry figure he'd spotted the night before. Short. Pale. With wild black hair sticking up like he'd been electrocuted. Chenko. Or Charlie. The sawed-off shotgun in his right hand didn't waver. In his left, something dark and glossy dangled. "Catch," Charlie said, lobbing the object underhand. Reacher tracked its arc. No grenade, just a shoe. A woman's black patent leather pump, still faintly warm. He snatched it midair, fingers tightening around the smooth surface. "Now throw it back," Charlie ordered. "Same way I did." Reacher hesitated. Whose shoe was this? Rosemary Baugh's. The low heel matched. He studied it, weighing his options. Unarmed, holding a flimsy dress shoe, no weapon here. Tearing off the heel for a desperate throw would just get him shot mid-motion. Charlie stood too close to miss, too far to rush. "Last chance," Charlie warned. Reacher lobbed it back in a lazy underhand toss. Charlie snatched it effortlessly, resetting the scene like nothing had changed. "She's in summer school," Charlie said, grinning. "Think of it like that. She's learning the facts of life, how to testify, how to say her brother planned everything in advance. She'll make a great witness. You get that right?" Reacher stayed silent. "Game's over," Charlie said. "Take 2 steps back." Reacher obeyed, heels hitting the curb. Now 20 feet separated them. Charlie toyed with the shoe, smirk widening. "Turn around." "You gonna shoot me?" Reacher asked. "Maybe. You should." "Why?" "Because if you don't, I'll find you. And you'll regret it." Big words. "Not just words." Charlie shrugged. "Then maybe I will. Turn around." Reacher faced the street, eyes open, staring at the uneven asphalt, old cobblestones lurking beneath, forming tiny ridges. He counted them, bracing for the shot. Listened for the rustle of fabric, the click of the trigger. Would Charlie do it? Logic said no murder brought heat. But these guys weren't logical. And with dirty cops in play, odds weren't great. Silence stretched. 1 minute. 2. Then a siren blipped in the distance, cops clearing traffic. Stay still, Charlie hissed. Reacher didn't move. 30 seconds later, 2 cruisers screeched into the street from opposite directions, engines growling, lights flashing. The tires screeched as the squad cars skidded to a halt, the sound echoing off the brick walls. Doors flew open, and officers poured onto the street. Reacher glanced around. Charlie had vanished. The arrest played out like clockwork. Shouted commands, drawn weapons, the cold click of handcuffs. Reacher kept his mouth shut. He'd been on the other side of this enough times to know how easily words could trip you up. Every muttered response meant paperwork, delays, neither of which he could afford right now. The station was only a few blocks away, a detail that didn't surprise him. Franklin had always been practical, sticking to familiar territory. Inside the interrogation room, Emerson and Rodin were waiting. Emerson sat behind the desk, bouncing a pen between his fingers like a bored kid in detention. Rodin stood stiffly, his expensive suit looking freshly pressed. Reacher sized them up. One of them was dirty. He just had to figure out which. You weren't exactly hiding, Emerson said. Silence. Tell us about Alexandra Dupree, Rodin pressed. How it felt when you killed her. Still nothing. The jury's going to love you, Rodin sneered. Phone call, Reacher said flatly. Lawyering up. Emerson smirked. Your daughter, Reacher shot back. Rodin stiffened. You want us to call her? Or Rosemary Barr. A flicker, something in their eyes. But which one? Anne Yanni, Reacher demanded. Rodin scoffed. The news anchor. Why her? Because it's my call. You dial. They waited, but not for long. Yanni arrived in under 30 minutes, sharp-eyed and smelling a story. She took in the scene. Reacher cuffed, the tension thick enough to cut. How can I help? She asked, cool as ever. Reacher met her gaze. I need you to confirm an alibi. I know I promised I wouldn't ask. But I don't have a choice. For a heartbeat she just stared. Then, almost imperceptibly, she nodded. Reacher exhaled. Good. She's quick. Now the game could really begin. She was the kind of woman who could hear a breaking news alert in her earpiece and deliver it on live TV, a heartbeat later, like she'd been briefed for years. What alibi? Emerson demanded. Yanni flicked her gaze between him and Rodin. I thought we were talking about Jack Reacher, she said. We are, Emerson replied. But this is Joe Gordon, Yanni countered. At least that's the name he gave me. He told you his name was Gordon? When we met. And when was that? 2 days ago. You've been airing his photo on your broadcast. That was supposed to be him? It looked nothing like him. Different hair, different everything. Emerson pressed. What alibi? For when? The night of the murder, Yanni said flatly. That's the timeline you're focused on, right? Silence hung in the air. Rodin leaned in. Ma'am, if you have information, now's the time. I'd prefer not to, Yanni said. Reacher almost laughed. The way she delivered that line, flushed cheeks, perfect posture, blouse just open enough, meant Emerson and Rodin were seconds from pleading for details. She was good. Maybe all TV anchors were. It's about evidence, Emerson insisted. Obviously, Yanni shot back. But can't you take my word for it? For what? That he didn't do it. We need specifics, Rodin said. Yanni hesitated, then exhaled sharply. Fine. We were together that night. You and Reacher. Me and Joe Gordon. She gestured toward Reacher. Him. All night. Yes. From when to when? From just before midnight after the broadcast until my pager went off, the next morning when you found the body. Where? Reacher tensed. Had he mentioned the location in the garage? The cracked car window, had she overheard? The motor court, Yanni said smoothly. His room. The clerk didn't report seeing you. Of course he didn't. I know how to handle discretion. Which room? Had he told her? Room 8, she said without missing a beat. He never left. Not once. You're certain? Yanni turned away, feigning discomfort. Because we didn't exactly get any sleep. The room went still. Any proof? Emerson pushed. Like what? Yanni snapped. Should I describe something only someone in my position would have seen? Rodin winced. Last question. Reacher remembered the Mustang's dome light, the tire iron, the scar. He shifted his cuffed hands against his waistband. Well, Emerson pressed. Yanni exhaled. He has a scar, low on his stomach. Ugly thing. Both men turned to Reacher. He stood, yanked his shirt up with his bound hands, revealing the jagged mark. Happy? He asked. Rodin blinked. What caused that? Part of a Marine's jawbone, Reacher said. 4 ounces, moving at 5,000 feet per second after an explosion. Medics fished it out of me. He dropped his shirt. Enough humiliation for one day. Emerson and Rodin exchanged glances. One of you knows I'm innocent, Reacher thought. And the other's about to find out. Emerson leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Ms. Yanni needs to document this officially, he said. You draft it, I'll sign, Yanni shot back. Rodin's gaze locked onto Reacher. Can you back her up with anything? Like what? Something solid like that scar of yours, but tied to her. Reacher gave a slow nod. Yeah, I could, but I won't. Ask again and I'll rearrange your face. The room went dead silent. Emerson fished a handcuff key from his pocket and flicked it underhand toward Reacher. Even with cuffed hands, Reacher snatched it midair with his right hand, lips curling slightly. Bellantonio finally got to you, huh? Why'd you lie to Yanni about your name? Emerson pressed. Who says I lied? Reacher tossed the key back and held out his wrists. Maybe Gordon's the real deal. 2 minutes later, the Zek's phone buzzed. A tense voice hissed through the line. It fell apart. He had an alibi. Legit? Doubt it. But we're not pushing it. So now what? Stay put. He's close. And when he comes for you, be ready. Yanni revved the Mustang's engine before Reacher even shut his door. They folded fast, she said. Course they did, Reacher replied. The honest one knows their case is Swiss cheese. The dirty one. Tossing me back out here gets me out of their hair faster than a cell ever could. Why? Because they've got Rosemary. They know I'll track her down. When I do, they'll be waiting. Cheaper than a trial, quicker than prison. Franklin's office was dark, except for the eerie glow of his monitor when they barged in. He stared at the screen like it held no answers. Reacher dropped the news about Rosemary. Franklin froze, eyes darting to the door, then the window. We were right here, he muttered. All 3 of us, Reacher agreed. You, me, Helen. Didn't hear a thing. Franklin's voice cracked. What'll they do to her? Force a confession against her brother. How rough they get depends on how long she holds out. Yanni cut in. She won't break. Not ever. You've seen her, she'd burn the world down for him. Reacher's jaw tightened. Then they'll make it hurt. Franklin's hands trembled. Where is she? Wherever they are. And that's the problem. Upstairs, Rosemary sat duct-taped to a chair, the Zach studying her like a specimen. Women fascinated him. 27 years once passed without seeing one. The penal battalion in 43 had a handful. They died quick. After the war, the Gulag swallowed him whole. A distant peasant woman in 49, a blurry nurse on a sled in 76. The guard starved the Zeks that night for pausing to watch her vanish into the Siberian white. 4 men didn't make it, but the Zek did. You good? He asked, his voice calm. Rosemary Barr stayed silent. Chenko had handed her shoe back, kneeling like a salesman helping a customer before retreating to the couch beside Vladimir. Downstairs, Sokolov was glued to the surveillance screens, while Linsky paced the room, his face twisted in pain from whatever was wrong with his back. Vladimir leaned forward, his massive frame radiating something unsettling. When he asks you something, you answer, he said. Rosemary turned her head away. There was something about Vladimir, something worse than the others. He carried himself like a man who enjoyed cruelty. Linsky stopped pacing long enough to ask, "She get what's happening?" The Zek smirked, and Linsky returned it a dark joke between them. Back in the camps, any plea for mercy was met with the same question. Do you understand your position? The answer was always the same. You don't have one. You're nothing. The first time Linsky had heard it, he'd almost answered back, but the Zek had yanked him away. Back then, the Zek had already spent nearly 2 decades in the system. And stepping in wasn't his style. But something about the kid must have gotten to him. He'd taken Linsky under his wing, and they'd been stuck together ever since, moving through places neither could name. Books and maps tried to make sense of the Gulag, but the truth was, nobody who'd lived it knew where they'd been. Just wire, huts, and endless wilderness. Linsky had been a soldier, then a thief. In another world, he might have done a few years in prison and walked free. But under the Soviets, stealing wasn't just crime, it was betrayal. A rejection of the state. So, they tossed him into the system in 63 and left him there until the whole thing collapsed. The Zek exhaled, watching Rosemary. She knows, he said. Next comes surrender. Franklin dialed Helen Rodin, and within minutes she was back in his office, irritation simmering beneath her worry. She was still mad at Reacher. But Rosemary's disappearance took priority. Franklin kept one eye on his computer while Helen and Anne Yanni huddled at the table. Reacher stood by the window, watching the sky darken. We need to call someone, Helen said. Who? Reacher asked without turning. My father. He's on our side. Reacher finally faced her. Even if he is, what do we tell him? That a grown woman's missing? He'll just hand it to the cops. And if Emerson's dirty, they'll bury it. Even if he's clean, they won't care. Missing adults don't exactly make headlines. But she's key to our case. Their case is about her brother. Cops will assume she ran from the shame. You saw her dead taken. You could tell them. I saw a shoe, Reacher said. That's it. And I've spent 2 days playing games. Nobody's taking me seriously now. Helen's hands clenched. So what do we do? Reacher turned back to the window. We handle it ourselves. How? Find where they're keeping her. We track the shooter, get names, piece together where they'd take her. Then we go in. Yanni frowned. When? Before dawn, Reacher said. They're on a clock. They want me first, then they'll break her. We need to reach her before they lose their patience, Reacher said, his voice low. Yanni crossed her arms. That's exactly when they'll be waiting for you. You're walking right into their hands. Reacher stayed silent, his jaw tight. Franklin leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. There's nothing else on the woman who was shot, he said. She was as average as they come. Family, Yanni pressed. All back east where she grew up. Friends. Just two, a co-worker and a neighbor. Neither stands out. Definitely not Russian spies, if that's what you're thinking. Yanni turned back to Reacher. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe the third shot wasn't the one that mattered. It had to be, Reacher insisted. Why else would the shooter pause? He was making sure he got his target. He paused after the sixth shot too. For good. He wouldn't wait that long. By then, chaos could have broken out. People running, screaming, he couldn't predict it. Franklin nodded. You don't take that kind of risk with your first or last shot. Then his gaze drifted, unfocused, like he was staring through the wall. Wait, he muttered, suddenly snapping back. He turned to his keyboard, fingers flying. Rosemary Barr. Missing persons. The screen stayed blank for what felt like forever, just a spinning icon mocking their patience. Finally, the monitor flickered, and a wall of text appeared. Franklin exhaled. Finally, something that isn't boring. What? Yanni demanded. Olene Archer reported her husband missing 2 months ago. Chapter 15. They crowded around Franklin's monitor, shoulders brushing, tension forgotten in the rush of discovery. The document was mostly bureaucratic jargon, but the key details stood out. Edward Stratton Archer had left for work one Monday and never came home. Is he still missing? Helen asked. Franklin tapped the screen. Active case. No updates. Reacher straightened. Then we talked to Olene's friends. Now. Franklin hesitated. We've got 12 hours, Reacher said. No time to sit around. Franklin scribbled down 2 addresses and handed the paper to Yanni. I'll keep digging here. Maybe the husband's got another family somewhere. Stranger things have happened. Reacher shook his head. Coincidences are just lazy answers. Find me a number instead. Guy named Cash. Ex-Marine. Owns a shooting range in Kentucky. Tell him to get his Humvee up here tonight. Tell him the invitational's back on, Reacher said. Invitational? Helen asked. He'll know what it means. Make sure he brings the M24 nightscope included. And anything else he's got handy. They headed downstairs, and Yanni and Helen Roden leading the way, while Reacher trailed behind. Helen's Saturn waited outside, the women taking the front while Reacher folded himself into the back seat. He knew they'd all rather be in the Mustang, but 2 seats didn't cut it for 3 people. Where to first? Helen asked, gripping the wheel. Who's closer? Reacher countered. The co-worker. Then her place first. The drive was sluggish, the streets clogged with construction crews and detours. Reacher kept checking his watch as daylight dimmed through the windows. Evening settled in, time slipping away. The co-worker's neighborhood was a quiet Midwestern suburb, straight streets, modest ranch houses, basketball hoops over garage doors. Satellite dishes clung to chimneys, and faded yellow ribbons hung from trees, likely for troops overseas. Reacher had spent years abroad himself, and never once met a soldier who cared about backyard tributes. As long as the essentials showed up: pay, rations, ammo, and faithful spouses, most guys were content. The sun dipped behind them as Helen drove slow, squinting at house numbers. She spotted the right one and pulled into a driveway behind a compact sedan, its bumper sticker boasting America's best warranty, a brand Reacher had noticed earlier on his walk. The coworker answered the door looking worn out, mid-30s with the frazzled air of someone drowning in chaos. Behind her, the muffled shrieks of kids echoed through the house. She recognized Anne Yanni instantly, even glanced past her as if expecting a news crew. "Yes," she said warily. "We need to talk about Olene Archer," Helen said. The woman hesitated, torn between propriety and the pull of Anne's celebrity. Finally, she relented. "Okay," she sighed. "Olene was wonderful. Everyone at the office misses her." Reacher almost rolled his eyes. Random violence victims were always saints after the fact. No one ever admitted, "Good riddance, she was a nightmare." "We need info about her husband," Helen pressed. "I never met him," the woman said. "Ted, I think his name was. What did he do?" "Some kind of business." "Not sure what." "Did Olene mention him going missing?" "Missing. She filed a report 2 months ago." The woman frowned. She was stressed. His business was struggling, had been for a while. That's why Olene came back to work. "She didn't always work?" Anne cut in. "No. She quit years ago, but had to return. Money got tight." "Riches to rags," Reacher muttered. "Exactly," the woman said. "She needed the job. Hated admitting it. But no specifics." Anne pressed. "Olene was private, but she seemed off lately. A week before she died, she vanished most of an afternoon." "Not like her at all." Reacher leaned forward. "Where'd she go?" The woman shrugged. "No idea. But when she came back, she looked like she'd seen a ghost." Helen frowned. That wasn't her usual behavior at all. "Any idea what she was up to?" "Honestly, no clue. Anything about her husband could be useful." The woman shrugged. "His name's Ted. That's all I've got." "Appreciated," Helen said before turning toward the car. Yanni and Reacher trailed behind, leaving the woman on the porch looking deflated, as if she'd just blown her big chance. "First swing and a miss," Yanni muttered. "Happens every time. Maybe we should just skip the first interview. They never have anything useful." Reacher shifted in the cramped backseat, a quarter digging into his leg. He fished it out, freshly minted, gleaming, and flipped it to his other pocket. "Yeah, wasted trip. Should have known a coworker wouldn't spill much." People keep their guard up at work, especially when money's involved. "The neighbors gotta know something," Yanni said. "Here's hoping," Helen replied, drumming her fingers on the wheel as they crawled through downtown traffic. The sun dipped behind the skyline, casting long shadows. Time wasn't on their side. Across town, Rosemary twisted against the duct tape binding her wrists. "We know it was Charlie," she insisted. "Chenko," the Zek corrected. "And yes, he handled it. Smart play, used his own shoes, rolled the cuffs. Clean work." "But we have proof," Rosemary pressed. The Zek smirked. "Proof? Who's listening? Your lawyer? She'll be fired before she can whisper a word. Attorney-client privilege vanishes the second you cut ties." He glanced at Linsky, slouched on the couch. "That's how it works here, right?" Linsky gave a slow nod. "Like clockwork. Franklin and Yanni know too," Rosemary said. The Zek waved a hand. "Gossip and conspiracy theories. A PI and a reporter? Please. They're about as credible as those nutjobs still arguing over who really shot Jeff K." Rosemary fell silent. "You'll testify," the Zek continued. Under oath, you'll describe how your brother planned every detail, how he bragged about it. And when some overworked public defender sees your statement, he'll fold faster than a cheap suit. I won't. Vizek leaned in. Oh, you will. By this time tomorrow, you'll be begging to cooperate. Fear does funny things to people. The room went still. Rosemary's gaze flickered toward him, then away. No, we won't be in the room, Vizek added, reading her thoughts. But we'll know every word you say. And if you even think about running well, your brother dies first. Then we'll find you. Anywhere. Rosemary stared at the floor, her breath shallow. The threat hung in the air, heavier than the silence. Enough, Vizek said, cutting off the argument before it could start. This is getting us nowhere. You'll say exactly what we tell you to say. Trust me, you'll be begging for the chance once reality sinks in. By the time you reach the courthouse, you'll be on your knees, eager to prove how well you've memorized every word. That's how this works. We didn't get this far by being sloppy. We were trained by the best. Rosemary clenched her fists. My brother has Parkinson's. Vizek barely glanced at her. When was he diagnosed? He asked, though he already knew. It's been progressing for years. He waved a dismissive hand. Too vague. Any lawyer could argue it was triggered by his recent injuries. And even if it's real, who's to say it affects his aim at point-blank range? If the defense drags in one expert, Rodin will parade in 3. He'll dig up doctors who'd swear Wild Bill Hickok had tremors from birth. Reacher knows the truth, Rosemary said. That soldier. Vizek smirked. He won't see sunrise. Either he runs or he dies. He won't run. Then he dies. He'll come for you tonight. And we'll be waiting. Rosemary stayed silent. Men have tried this before, Vizek mused. In alleys, in safe houses, in cities you've never heard of. And yet here we are. Right, Linsky. Linsky gave a slow nod. Still standing. Vizek turned back to Rosemary. When will he come? I don't know. 4A. Linsky cut in. Americans love that hour trained to strike when defenses are weakest. Which direction? North makes sense. The quarry gives him cover. Only 200 yards of open ground. But he'll overthink it. Avoid the obvious. Not the west, Vizek said. Linsky agreed. Too exposed. He'll come from the south or east. Put Vladimir with Sokolov, Vizek ordered. Tell them to watch south and east, but keep an eye on the other angles too. No blind spots. Then station Chenko upstairs with his rifle. One shot is all he'll need. He turned to Rosemary, his voice chillingly calm. We'll stash you somewhere safe. Your lessons start once we've buried your soldier. The western suburbs sprawled with oversized houses, each one a carbon copy dream of manicured lawns and 3-car garages. The last streaks of sunset painted them like a real estate ad, perfect, lifeless. Suburban royalty, Reacher muttered. They won't talk. Yanni smirked. Everyone talks to me. They rolled past the Archer place, a hulking Tudor with empty windows. The neighbor's house Italianate, with faux towers and striped awnings, looked just as smug. Lights glowed behind thick curtains, the whole street basking in its own quiet superiority. People like this? Reacher said. They'd rather swallow their secrets than share them. Yanni adjusted her camera. We'll see. Reacher leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. People sleep soundly at night because there are those willing to do what's necessary to keep them safe, he said. Yanni raised an eyebrow. Quoting Orwell now. Didn't peg you as the literary type. West Point counts as higher education, Reacher replied dryly. Yanni smirked. And yet most of society's so-called truths are just illusions propped up by the powerful. Reacher shrugged. Anybody with half a brain looks around and wants to fix the mess we're in. Helen cut in, her voice steady. These folks seem decent enough, but will they actually talk to us? Yanni didn't hesitate. Trust me, everyone talks eventually. Helen guided the car up a winding driveway paved with crushed limestone, stopping behind a sleek European SUV with polished rims. The house loomed ahead, its front door a slab of aged oak, reinforced with iron straps, the nails as thick as silver dollars. It looked like something out of a medieval fortress. Reacher eyed it. Ownership is just legalized theft. Prudent on, Yanni said. Reacher countered. Lincoln argued the opposite, said property was a cornerstone of progress. Helen reached for the iron knocker, a lion's head gripping a metal ring, and rapped twice. When no answer came, she pressed the discreet doorbell. Still nothing. Just as she went for the button again, the door swung open with a quiet hiss, revealing a man in his 40s, well-built, well-dressed, the kind of guy who swapped his work attire for corduroys and a cable-knit sweater the second he walked in. Yes, he said, polite but guarded. Helen stepped forward. We'd like to speak with your wife about Olene Archer. The man's gaze flicked to Yanni. I'm an attorney, Helen clarified. What's there to say about Olene? He asked, suspicion creeping in. Yanni didn't miss a beat. Maybe more than you realize. And no, I'm not a lawyer, just a journalist chasing down a possible wrongful conviction. The man stiffened. Wrongful how? They might have locked up the wrong guy for those shootings. That's why we're here. Reacher watched the silent debate play out across the man's face. Finally, he exhaled and stepped aside. Fine. Come in. The living room was pristine plush velvet couches, polished side tables, a fireplace built from river stone. No TV in sight. Probably stashed in some high-tech media room, Reacher figured. Or maybe these people just didn't do screens. The man returned with his wife, a woman in designer jeans and a soft yellow sweatshirt that matched the walls. Her hair looked effortlessly tousled, the kind of style that cost more than most people's rent. What's this about? She asked, arms folded. Ted Archer, Helen said. The woman frowned. I thought you said Olene. We think the two might be connected. That doesn't make sense. What happened to Olene was random. Or it wasn't, Yanni said. We think she might have been the real target, lost in the chaos of the other victims. The woman shot her husband a look. Shouldn't the police handle this? Helen hesitated. Right now, they're not looking any further. The husband crossed his arms. Then maybe we shouldn't either. Yanni tilted her head. At all? Or just with me? The woman hesitated. I don't know if we'd be comfortable on TV. Reacher almost laughed. Classic small-town caution. This is strictly off the record, Yanni assured them. Your names stay private unless you say otherwise. The couple sank into the couch. Shoulders touching, the kind of cozy setup you'd see in a morning talk show. Yanni mirrored them from an armchair, perched forward like she was hanging on their every word. Helen took a seat nearby while Reacher drifted to the window, nudging the curtain aside. Night had fallen. Time was slipping by. Tell us about Ted Archer, Yanni said, voice warm like she'd known them for years. For a second, Reacher wondered if she'd missed her calling. She had the kind of easy charm that could coax confessions out of anyone. Ted had business trouble, the woman admitted. Is that why he vanished? Yanni pressed. The woman shrugged. That's what Olene thought at first. But she changed her mind. Ted wasn't the type to run. He was furious, fighting back. People who fight don't just disappear, right? How was he getting squeezed? Her husband leaned in, taking over. His biggest client stopped buying. Happens, sure. So Ted slashed his prices, kept cutting until he was practically giving stuff away. Still nothing. They just froze him out. Yanni kept him talking. What do you think was going on? Bribes, the guy said flatly. Some competitor was greasing palms. No way to beat that if you play clean. When did it start? 2 years back. They bled money fast. Ted sold his car. Olene had to take a job at the DMV. She got promoted quick another year. She'd have been running the place. He smirked, proud despite everything. What was Ted doing to fight it? Trying to figure out who was behind it. Did he? No idea. He dug around then. Poof. Gone. Did Olene mention this to the cops? The wife shook her head. Not then. It was all guesswork. Ted wasn't some detective just asking questions when he could. Didn't seem risky. Did she ever report it later? The woman nodded. After he vanished, she stewed for months. Finally went to the police in person. Thought they'd listen better face to face. She sighed. Guess she was wrong. The silence stretched like a held breath, heavy and suffocating. When did she disappear? Just days before the plaza shootings last Friday. No one said a word. Then Yanni, ever the journalist, softened her voice and asked the unavoidable. You didn't think the two were related? The woman shook her head. Why would we? It felt like pure chance. The news kept saying those shootings were random, 5 unlucky people caught in the crossfire. You said it yourself on TV. Another pause. Reacher stepped away from the window. What did Ted Archer do for a living? The husband blinked. You didn't know? He owned a quarry, massive operation, 40 miles north. Cement, gravel, you name it. Fully streamlined, high efficiency. And the client who pulled out? The city, the man said. Their biggest account. A gold mine, especially with all this new construction. The city floated $90 million in bonds just for the first phase. Factor in delays and cost overruns, and we're talking $100 million payday for someone. What kind of car did Ted sell? A Mercedes. So what did he drive after? A company truck. You saw it? Every day for 2 years. What model? Chevy pickup, I think. Older model? Brown steel rims? The man froze. How'd you know that? Reacher turned to the wife. The last thing. After Olene went to the authorities, did she mention who she spoke to? Was it Detective Emerson? She was already shaking her head. I told her to go to the precinct, but she said it was too far. Her lunch break wasn't that long. She insisted on going straight to the DA's office instead. Closer to the DMV. That was Olene always cutting out the middleman. She took it right to Alex Rodin. The drive back was thick with tension. Helen Rodin's silence wasn't just quiet. It was a storm held behind clenched teeth. Her grip on the wheel was rigid, her movements precise but lifeless, like a machine executing commands. When she parked outside Franklin's office, she left the engine running. Go ahead without me, she said flatly. I can't do this right now. and Yanni got out without a word. Reacher stayed put, leaning forward. It'll be fine. No, it won't. Helen, turn off the damn car and get upstairs. You're a lawyer, your client needs you. He stepped out, and by the time he rounded the car, she was waiting at the stairs, jaw set. Inside, Franklin was glued to his screen as usual. He updated them cash was en route from Kentucky, no hesitation. No other hits on Ted Archer in the system. Then he caught the mood. What's going on? Reacher exhaled. We were close. Archer was in concrete. Got squeezed out of city contracts by a rival playing dirty. He must gotten too close to proving it, so they took him out. Can you prove that? Only by connecting dots. His body's probably buried under First Street, but I know where his truck is. Jeb Oliver's barn. Why there? They used Oliver for the messy jobs. The kind they couldn't risk doing themselves. Archer would have recognized them. But Oliver? Just some local kid. Maybe he faked car trouble, offered a ride. Archer never saw it coming. The criminals stashed the body while Oliver concealed the truck. Did Olene Archer have any suspicions? Not at first, Reacher replied. She waited 2 months before putting the pieces together. Once she started talking, someone panicked. A week later, she was dead. If both she and her husband had vanished too close together, it would have drawn attention. But a random murder? People chalk it up to bad luck. Who did she tell? Emerson. Reacher stayed silent. Helen Rodin spoke instead. She went to my father. The room went quiet. Franklin broke the silence. What's next? Dig deeper, Reacher said. Whoever landed those city contracts just painted a target on their back. We need a name. A location. Public records should have it, Franklin said, already turning to his keyboard. His fingers flew across the keys, clicking through databases until he landed on the answer. Specialized Services of Indiana. They've got every major contract for cement, concrete, and crushed stone, millions in taxpayer money. Where are they based? That's the problem. They're a Bermuda trust. No filings, no transparency. Helen exhaled sharply. A Bermuda trust needs a local attorney. Franklin scrolled further. There's a phone number. That's all. Helen tensed. Not my father's. A reverse lookup pulled up a name and office address. John Mistrov, Franklin read. Russian, Reacher noted. You know him. By reputation. Wills and trusts, small operation. Never crossed paths. Reacher checked his watch. Find his home address. Franklin typed again, pulling up a residential listing. Should I call? Reacher shook his head. We'll drop in unannounced. Faster that way. Downstairs, Vladimir entered the surveillance room, where Sokolov sat in front of 4 monitors, labeled North, East, South, and West. The screens glowed green from thermal imaging, capturing the occasional flicker of wildlife, a fox maybe, or a raccoon, darting through the dark. The north screen still held a faint glow from the idle crushing plant, fading as the machinery cooled. Vladimir grabbed a chair beside Sokolov. I'll take north and east, he said. Sokolov nodded, rolling his chair to cover the other 2 screens. Fair split 1 high-risk sector each, 1 low. Upstairs, Chenko loaded his rifle, sliding in 10 rounds of Lake City. San 08. Say what you would about Americans, but they made damn good ammunition. He left every bedroom door wide open, giving himself quick access in any direction, north, south, east, or west, depending on where the threat came from. Moving to the window, he flicked on his night vision scope, adjusting the range to 75 yards. The soldier would likely be spotted by the cameras at around 150 yards out. That's when he'd get the alert. He'd shift to the right window, lock onto the target while it was still far off, then track its approach. No need to rush. He'd wait. Let it close the distance. 75 yards, that's when he'd pull the trigger. He lifted the rifle, checked the scope's display. Crisp bore, clear. A fox darted across the open field, moving east to west. Lucky hunting, little guy. Setting the gun against the hallway wall, he dropped into a stiff wooden chair to wait. Meanwhile, Helen Rodin refused to leave Franklin's office, so Reacher and Yanni headed out alone in the Mustang. The streets were empty, just pools of dim light between stretches of darkness. Yanni took the wheel. She knew the city better. Their destination was a converted warehouse loft, part of some urban renewal push halfway between the river docks and the old rail yard. Like Soho, but in the middle of nowhere, Yanni mused. She'd even considered buying a place there herself. Then, abruptly, she said, "We should keep an eye on Helen. She's not handling this well." Reacher shrugged. "She'll be fine." "You sure?" "What if it was your father?" He didn't answer. The Mustang slowed as a massive brick building emerged from the shadows. "You can ask first," Reacher said. "If he clams up, I'll take over." Yanni smirked. "Oh, he'll talk. They always do. Except John Mistrov didn't." A wiry guy in his mid-40s, dressed like a man clinging to his youth's skinny jeans, a black tee, barefoot he was, sprawled in his minimalist loft, shoveling takeout from cardboard containers. At first he lit up when he recognized Yanni. Probably figured rubbing elbows with a local news personality was part of the loft's advertised urban lifestyle. But his grin vanished the second she started digging into the trust's hidden names. "I can't tell you that," he said, wiping his mouth. "Confidentiality. You get that right." "What I get," Yanni shot back, "is that people are dead. And you need to pick a side fast before this blows up on the news tomorrow." No comment. She leaned in, voice softening. "These guys. They'll be in cuffs by sunrise. No fallout for you." No comment. "You really want to go down as an accomplice?" Her tone turned razor sharp. "Because tomorrow you'll either be doing the perp walk or standing there looking like the good guy who helped crack the case. Your call." "No comment," he repeated, smirking. Yanni exhaled, glancing at Reacher. He checked his watch. Time wasting. Stepping forward, he asked, "You got health insurance?" Mistrov nodded. "Dental plan?" Another nod. Reacher's fist snapped out short, brutal. The guy staggered, blood already dripping from his split lip. "Get that fixed," Reacher said. When Mistrov stayed silent, Reacher hit him again. This time, the names spilled out between coughs. 6 of them, along with descriptions and an address, all delivered from the floor through a mouthful of blood. Back in the Mustang, Yanni gripped the wheel. "He'll call them. Warn them." Reacher shook his head. "He won't. He sold them out. My bet is he'll be taking extended leave of absence starting tomorrow." "You sound optimistic." "Doesn't change a thing. They already know I'm coming. Another heads up won't slow me down. Subtlety isn't exactly your strong suit. Not exactly covered in reporting basics. I could give you a lesson. It's all about catching them off guard. Hit first and you won't need to hit hard." Yanni relayed the names John Mistrov had, coughed up Charlie Smith, Konstantin Raskin, Vladimir Shumilov, Pavel Sokolov. The 5th was Grigor Linsky, who Reacher pegged as the stiff-looking guy in the boxy suit. Then there was the sixth, Zek Chelovek. Franklin frowned. I thought Zek was just a word. It is, Reacher said. So is Chelovek. It's Russian for human being. Put them together and you've got prisoner man. The others aren't hiding behind nicknames. Maybe the Zek isn't either. Could be that's all he remembers after the gulag. Spend enough time in hell, you might forget your own name too. Yanni raised an eyebrow. You almost sound sympathetic. Not sympathy, Reacher said. Just figuring him out. Helen cut in. No mention of my father. Reacher nodded. The Zek's the one pulling the strings. He's at the top. So my father's just another hired hand. Don't dwell on it. Right now, Rosemary's the priority. Franklin pulled up an online map, tracing the address Mistrov had given an old stone-crushing plant near a quarry, 8 miles northwest of the city. A quick tax roll search confirmed it was owned by Specialized Services of Indiana. The only other property under their name. A house right next to the plant. Yanni knew the area. Nothing else out there but empty fields for miles. Reacher checked his watch, 10 p. That's where she is. So what's next? Yanni asked. We wait, Reacher said. For what? Cash to get here from Kentucky. Then we wait some more. For what? Reacher grinned. For the darkest part of the night. Franklin brewed coffee while Yanni swapped stories, scandals, political affairs, even tales of hidden marijuana fields tucked behind Indiana corn rows. Franklin shared cop stories, and Reacher talked about drifting across the country after the army. Helen stayed quiet. At exactly 11, the growl of a diesel engine rumbled outside. Reacher glanced out the window. Cash's Humvee. Way too loud for what they had planned. Or maybe not. Marines have landed, Reacher said. Cash's boots thudded up the stairs, followed by a sharp knock. Reacher let him in. Dressed head to toe in black, Cash looked every bit the soldier. Introductions were quick. Yanni, Franklin, Helen before Cash settled in. 20 minutes later, he was fully briefed and ready. Got a plan? Cash asked. Working on it, Reacher said. Yanni grabbed maps from her car while Franklin cleared the table. She spread one out, tracing the grid of farm roads with a manicured finger. Chessboard out there, fields 100 yards square, roads every 20 plots. Here's our spot. Here, 2 roads intersect, and just southeast of their junction lies an open stretch of land, 3 fields wide and 5 fields deep, no crops, nothing growing. The northern section houses a stone-crushing facility, with a solitary house sitting about 200 yards south of it, isolated in the middle of absolutely nowhere. No landscaping, no plants, and interestingly, no fence surrounding it. Flat? Reacher asked. Like a pool table, Yanni replied. Dark out there, Cash added. As dark as the devil's vest, Reacher said. If there's no fence, I'm guessing they rely on cameras, probably thermal imaging at night, some kind of infrared system. How fast can you sprint 200 yards? Cash asked. Me, Reacher said. Slow enough that they could ship me a rifle and still have time to line up the shot. So, what's the best way in? From the north, Reacher answered without hesitation. We could slip into the stone-crushing plant right off the road and move through it quietly. Plenty of cover until the final moments. But if they've got thermal cams, you can't just stroll in from any direction. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. All right, but they'll be watching north. Reacher nodded. Exactly why we won't go that way. Too predictable. South or east would be the next logical choices. The driveway probably comes in from the west, but that area is open and straight. They'll expect that too. Which means we're both right, Reacher said. I'm leaning toward the driveway, he admitted. Is it paved? Crushed limestone, Yanni said. They have enough material to cover it. Noisy, Cash pointed out. True, but it'll retain heat from the day, Reacher noted. Warmer than the surrounding dirt, creating a thermal signature, a stripe on their infrared. If the contrast is low, it might even cast a shadow zone alongside. You're kidding, Cash said. You'd stand out like a flare 40 or 50 degrees hotter than the air. They'll be watching south and east, but not exclusively. Got a better plan? How about a full-on assault with vehicles? Reacher grinned. If this absolutely has to be wiped out by dawn, call in the Marines. Roger that, Cash said. Too risky, Reacher said firmly. We can't alert them, and we can't turn the place into a free-fire zone. Rosemary's safety comes first. Silence filled the room. I still prefer the driveway, Reacher said again. Cash looked at Helen Rodin. We could just call the cops, he suggested. If the DA's the bad guy, maybe a couple of SWAT teams could handle it. Same problem, Reacher said. Rosemary wouldn't survive their approach. Cutting power lines. Taking out the cameras? Also out of the question. That's just announcing what's coming. Your call. The driveway, Reacher repeated. I like the driveway. But the cameras? I'll figure something out, Reacher said. He moved to the table and studied the map, then turned back to Cash. Does your truck have a CD player? Cash nodded. It's part of the comfort package. Mind if Franklin drives it? Franklin can have it. I'd rather take a sedan. Okay, your Humvee will be our ride in. Franklin drives us there, drops us off, and heads straight back. Us? Yanni asked. Are we all going? You bet, Reacher said. 4 of us on site. Franklin stays here as comms. Good, Yanni said. We need cell phones, Reacher said. I've got one, Yanni said. Me too, Cash added. Same here, Helen said. I don't, Reacher admitted. Franklin pulled a small Nokia from his pocket. Take mine, he offered. Reacher accepted it. Can you set up a conference call? 4 cell phones plus your desk phone? As soon as you get back here? Franklin nodded. Hand me your numbers. And mute the ringers, Reacher said. When's the plan? 4 in the morning is my favorite, Reacher said. But they'll expect that. We learned that from them. The KGB always struck at 4 a.m. When people were groggy, their defenses down. Biological rhythms made them vulnerable. But Reacher had a different idea. We hit them at 2:30, he said. Catch them off guard. Yanni raised an eyebrow. Surprise means less resistance? Reacher shook his head. No, it means they won't hit me as hard. Cash shifted, restless. Where do you want me? Southwest corner of the gravel yard, Reacher said. You'll have a clear line of sight east toward the house, covering both west and north with your rifle. Cash nodded. Got it. Reacher held up a hand. What'd you bring me? Cash rummaged in his jacket and tossed over a sheathed knife. Reacher caught it, flipped it open, a Navy SEAL skrook, 7-inch blade, black epoxy finish. Well used. This is it, he said, unimpressed. All I've got, Cash admitted. I'm not a walking armory. Just a guy with a rifle and a knife. Reacher scoffed. So I'm bringing a knife to a gunfight. Isn't that backwards? Cash shrugged. Take a gun off the first guy you drop. If you can't get close enough to cut one, you weren't winning anyway. Silence settled over them as the clock ticked toward midnight. Yanni scrolled through her phone, making a call. Reacher ran through the plan again, first in his head, then out loud, tweaking details until everyone was clear. But we stay flexible, he added. No plan survives first contact. We adjust when we see the ground. As the hours crawled by, Reacher let himself think past the fight. He turned to Franklin. Who's Emerson's second? Donna Bianca, Franklin said. She any good? If she wasn't, she wouldn't be his number 2. Get her there afterward. It'll be chaos too much for one person. Bring Emerson, Bianca, and Rodan out there once it's over. Franklin smirked. They'll be asleep. Wake them up. If we win, Franklin muttered. By 1:45, tension thickened the air. Helen crouched beside Reacher, picking up the knife, turning it in her hands. Why are you doing this? She asked quietly. Because I can, he said. And because of the girl. You're going to get killed. Doubtful, Reacher said. These guys are amateurs. I've handled worse. You're just saying that. Once I'm inside, it's over. People panic when there's a threat in their house. They freeze up. Helen frowned. They'll see you coming. Reacher dug into his pocket and handed her a shiny quarter, the same one that had nagged at him earlier. Here, he said. She turned it over in her palm. A souvenir. A reminder, he corrected. Then he checked his watch and stood. Time to move. Chapter 16. They gathered in the shadows below Franklin's apartment, the night air thick with anticipation. Yanni ducked into her Mustang, grabbing a Sheryl Crow CD before tossing it to Cash. He slid it into the Humvee's stereo, then handed the keys to Franklin. Inside, the engine roared to life, the heater blasting as they piled in, Cash riding shotgun with his rifle across his lap. Reacher sandwiched between Helen and Yanni in the back. Turn it up, Reacher said, nodding at the heat. Cash cranked the dial as Franklin pulled out, the Humvee lurching onto the road. The ride was rough, the engine loud, the cab growing stifling as they wove through the grid of empty streets, heading north, then west, the night stretching ahead of them. The road stretched endlessly, a monotonous blur of straightaways, broken only by sudden sharp turns. Then came the last bend. Franklin gripped the wheel tighter, pressing down on the gas as the engine roared to life. Almost there, Yanni said, eyes fixed ahead. 3 miles out. Hit play, Reacher ordered. Track 8. Cash tapped the stereo. Every day is a winding road. Louder, Reacher demanded. The volume climbed as Franklin pushed the speedometer past 60. 2 miles, Yanni called. A beat later, 1 mile. Fields whipped by in the dark, illuminated in erratic bursts by the headlights. The irrigation rigs crept along so sluggishly they might as well have been frozen. A fine mist hung in the air. High beams, Reacher barked. Franklin flipped them on. Cranked the music, Reacher added. Cash maxed the volume. Every day is a winding road. 1/2 mile, Yanni shouted. Roll 'em down, Reacher commanded. 4 windows cracked open, releasing a blast of hot air and pounding bass into the night. Reacher's gaze locked onto the house, dark, solitary, a solid block of shadow with faint light bleeding through the windows. The driveway stretched like a pale ribbon across the flat earth. Franklin didn't let up. Stop sign in 400 yards, Yanni warned. Get ready, Reacher snapped. 100 yards. Doors. 3 doors popped open as Franklin slammed the brakes, stopping dead at the line. Reacher, Yanni, Helen, and Cash tumbled out. Without hesitation, Franklin peeled away like it was just another midnight joy. The four of them brushed themselves off, huddling on the road's center line, watching the Humvee's taillights vanish into the distance. Inside the house, Sokolov's monitors flared with the Humvee's heat signature long before it reached them, impossible to miss, a blazing streak of exhaust and open windows. On screen it looked like a comet skimming the earth. Then the sound hit engine growl, bass shaking the walls. Just some idiot out late, Vladimir muttered. Sokolov tracked its path as it blew past without slowing. The music warped into a fading wail as it disappeared north. Upstairs, Chenko leaned out a window, watching the vehicle's high beams carve through the dark. The bass raveled the glass even from a distance. It didn't stop, just kept going until brake lights flared red at the intersection. A pause, then acceleration gone. The Zek's voice drifted up from below. That him? Chenko snorted. Nah. Some spoiled brat burning gas. Reacher moved first, the others falling in behind him as they crept along the road's edge. The fence of the gravel plant loomed on one side, endless fields on the other. After the engine's roar and the music's pulse, the quiet was deafening, just the whisper of sprinklers cutting through the night. Reacher lifted his hand, halting the group where the fence made a sharp turn east. The corner post was reinforced with extra beams, its base tangled with overgrown weeds. He moved forward, scanning the terrain. From this angle, he had a clear diagonal line of sight to the house, roughly 300 yards away. The night was thick with gloom, the only light a faint haze of moon through the clouds. He stepped back and motioned to Cash, gesturing toward the post. "This is your spot," he murmured. "Take a look." Cash crouched low in the brush, vanishing just a few feet in. He flicked on his night vision and raised his rifle, sweeping it methodically across the structure. 3 floors, basement included, he whispered. Steep roof, wooden siding, windows everywhere, one visible door on the west side. No cover, they cleared the land bare. You step out there, you'll stick out like a bug on a plate. Cameras? Reacher asked. Cash's rifle traced a slow arc. Under the eaves. One north, one west. Safe bet the other sides have them too. How big? How big you need 'em? Big enough for you to hit. Cash snorted. If they were the size of a matchstick, I could still nail 'em from here. Listen up, Reacher said, voice low. Here's the play. I get into position, we wait for Franklin to activate comms. If things go south, I call for you to take out those cameras. 2 shots, fast. That buys us seconds. Not happening, Cash shot back. I'm not putting rounds into a building with a hostage inside. She's in the basement or attic, Reacher argued. You're aiming at the eaves. Bullets go up, she hits the floor, simple math. Spare me the lecture. I'm not risking it. Damn, Gunny, you're wound tighter than a spring. Cash stayed silent. Reacher edged forward again, studying the house before pulling back. Fine. New plan. Watch the west windows. See muzzle flash? Light up that room. Hostage won't be where the shooter is. Cash didn't answer. At least tell me you'll do that much, Reacher pressed. I might already be inside by then. I'll roll the dice. Helen can vouch she's the lawyer. Cash stayed quiet. No wonder you placed third, Reacher muttered. Loosen up. Fine. I see hostile fire. I return it. Hostile's all you'll see, since you handed me a butter knife. Army guys, Cash grumbled. Always whining. Helen cut in. What's my role? Stick to the fence, Reacher said. Stay low, stop across from the house. If I need a distraction, I'll signal. Run out, zigzag back fast. Just enough to trip their sensors. You'll be safe before they can react. She nodded, and Yanni spoke up. And me. Stay with Cash. Play ethics enforcer. If he hesitates, kick his ass. Silence settled over them. Ready? Reacher asked. One by one they answered. Ready. Reacher stepped off the road and vanished into the night, his boots crunching over loose gravel before sinking into the damp earth of the irrigation fields. He moved like a shadow between the rows of crops, timing his steps to meet the slow rotation of the water booms. As the first spray arm reached him, he pivoted smoothly and matched its pace, letting the icy water drench him from head to toe. The cold bit into his skin, but he kept walking, each field, each circling boom, another layer of camouflage. By the time he reached the far edge, his clothes clung to him, heavy with water, his body temperature dropping with every step. When he finally aligned with the driveway, he circled under the last boom, like a man trapped in his own private storm, waiting for the signal. The phone buzzed against his ribs. Cash answered first, his voice steady. Here. Helen and Yanni echoed their positions. Then Reacher's voice cut through the static. Here. Franklin's response was clipped. You're clear. Move when ready. Reacher's next order was sharp. Gunny, eyes on the house. Cash lifted the rifle, scanning the darkened windows. No movement. On my way, Reacher said. Silence stretched 1 minute, then 2. Finally, Reacher's voice returned, quieter now. Gunny, do you see me? Cash adjusted the scope, sweeping the driveway. Nothing. Negative. Where are you? 30 yards in. Cash frowned, scanning again. Still empty. Good. Keep moving. Yanni crept closer. Why can't you spot him? Because he's insane, Cash muttered. No, seriously. That skull picks up heat, right? Top of the line thermal, Cash said, jerking his chin toward the fields. But he's soaked in freezing water. Right now, he's just another shadow on their screens. Smart, Yanni admitted. Or suicidal, Cash countered. Every step's drying him out. Every second, he's getting hotter. Reacher moved like a ghost along the edge of the driveway, mud sucking at his waterlogged shoes. The cold had settled deep, his muscles trembling violently, his body fighting to warm itself, betraying him. Ahead, the house loomed, its windows dark but watching. Vladimir's gaze flicked between monitors east, north, a steady rhythm. Beside him, Sokolov mirrored the pattern, his focus unbroken. Reacher forced himself forward. The driveway stretched endlessly, longer than it had any right to be. He touched his hair, dry now. His hands no longer numb. The chill was fading, and with it, his only advantage. He kept walking. He kept moving forward, fighting the urge to break into a sprint. Speed would get him there quicker, but it would also make him sweat, and right now, staying cool was the difference between life and death. The open stretch ahead felt like a kill zone, exposed and endless. His body wasn't shaking, though. That was something. He lifted the phone to his lips. Helen, he murmured. Time for the distraction. Helen kicked off her heels, lining them up neatly by the fence. For a split second, she imagined herself as one of those tragic figures who leaves everything behind before stepping into the waves. Then she dropped into a runner's stance, palms pressed into the dirt, and bolted forward, 20, 30, 40 feet before skidding to a stop. Arms wide, she turned toward the house like a dare. Go ahead, take the shot. The thought startled her. Was she serious? Heart pounding, she swerved into a wild zigzag retreat, scrambling back to the fence and snatching up her shoes. On the north monitor, Vladimir caught a flicker, blurry, distorted by the old phosphor screen. He leaned in, squinting at the fading glow. 1 second. 2. Sokolov felt the rhythm break and glanced over. Fox, Vladimir muttered. Blue. Missed it, Sokolov said. But probably gone now. Sokolov shrugged and returned to his screens, cycling through the feeds. Meanwhile, Cash adjusted his night scope, sweeping it in calculated bursts. Then there, a faint green silhouette. Reacher, he whispered, I've got eyes on you. You're lit up like a Christmas tree. Reacher's voice crackled back. What you're using? Litton scope. Top tier. $3,700. Better beat a cheap thermal cam. Cash stayed silent. Reacher added, let's hope so. Step by step, Reacher forced himself forward, unnatural, agonizingly slow, like walking into the barrel of a gun. If Chenko had half a brain, he'd wait. Let his target get close. Real close. 35 yards, maybe. Chenko had proven himself at that range before. Phone in his left hand, knife in his right, Reacher kept moving. Cash's voice buzzed in his ear. You're glowing, man. Like a damn lighthouse. 38 yards. 37. Helen, Reacher said. Again. A breathless okay came through. 35. 34. He exhaled, kept pushing. 29. Panting filled his ear, Helen running. Yanni's voice muffled. How much farther? Cash's reply, too damn far. Vladimir jabbed a finger at the screen. There. Again. Sokolov barely glanced. Not a fox. Too big. 5 seconds of erratic movement, too fast? Too human? Sokolov shoved off his chair and leaned into the hallway. Chenko. North side. Behind him, on the west screen, a shadow the size of his thumb grew larger. The house stood out like a neon sign against the night lime green siding. A bright yellow trim, and a deep red glow from inside, like some garish carnival attraction. Chenko slipped into an empty bedroom, shoved the window open as far as it would go, then melted back into the shadows. From this angle, he was invisible from the ground, safe unless someone took a shot from a third-floor window, but there were no other buildings nearby. He flicked on his night scope, shouldered his rifle, and scanned the open field 200 yards out. That's when he spotted her, a woman sprinting barefoot, zigzagging wildly like she was dodging invisible defenders in some chaotic game. Chenko frowned, exhaled, and steadied his aim, trying to predict where she'd lunge next. Then suddenly she froze, arms spread wide, facing the house like a human bullseye. He pulled the trigger. And in that split second he realized his mistake. Decoy, he roared, backing into the hallway. It's a damn decoy. Cash caught the muzzle flash out of the corner of his eye. Shot fired, he muttered, swinging his scope toward the north window. The lower pane was open. The upper one fixed no clean angle for a return shot. So he aimed for the glass instead, hoping the spray of broken shards would ruin someone's night. Downstairs, Sokolov jerked his head up at the sound of Chenko's shot and the panicked shout that followed. He scanned the monitors, nothing moving, then flinched as return fire shattered glass upstairs. You good? He called out. Decoy, Chenko snapped back. Has to be. Sokolov double-checked the screens. Negative, he called. No movement anywhere. Meanwhile, Reacher pressed against the old plank siding, just south of the front door. The window beside him was ancient, the kind with two sliding panes, double-hung maybe. He wasn't an expert. He pressed his face to the glass, squinting into the dark, when gunfire cracked the silence. 2 shots. One close, one distant. Cash's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Helen? You okay?" Silence. Reacher pocketed the phone, slid his knife between the window frames, probing for the latch. Brass, heavy, stubborn. He nudged it, left nothing. Tried again, right click. The pane lifted. He hauled himself inside, moving like a shadow toward the closed door. On the other side, Cash adjusted his rifle, scanning the fence line. Nothing. He ducked back, whispering into the phone. "Helen?" Still no answer. Reacher pressed his ear to the door. Dead silence. He turned the handle slow, steady, ready for whatever waited on the other side. The door creaked open just enough for him to peer through. The hallway stretched empty before him, dim except for a rectangle of light spilling from an open doorway 15 feet ahead. He hesitated, wiping his shoes against his pant legs, then his sweaty palms against his thighs. One cautious step testing the floor's silence, then another. His boat shoes barely made a sound, hugging the wall where the boards wouldn't groan. At the threshold, he froze. 2 men sat with their backs to him, hunched over a table cluttered with monitors. The screens flickered with grainy green footage of nothing much. On the left, Vladimir, no surprise there. On the right, a stranger. Sokolov probably. And just beyond Sokolov's reach, a revolver gleamed under the fluorescent light. A Smith & Wesson Model 60, the first stainless steel 5-shooter ever made. Reacher stepped inside, silent as shadow. The knife flipped in his grip, blade pinched between thumb and knuckle. One fluid motion, arm back, then forward, and the blade buried itself deep in Sokolov's neck. Vladimir jerked toward the sound, but Reacher was already moving. The big man shoved back from the table, half standing, eyes darting to the gun. Reacher saw the calculation flash across his face, reach for it, and met him mid-lunge. He ducked under a wild left hook, drove his shoulder into Vladimir's chest, and locked his arms around him like steel cables. Then he lifted. No punches, no gunshots, just pure, crushing force. Vladimir's feet kicked uselessly as Reacher squeezed, ribs creaking under the pressure. Panic set in fast. The guy thrashed, hammering blows against Reacher's back, but it was wasted effort. Every desperate gasp burned oxygen he wouldn't get back. Reacher gritted his teeth, muscles screaming, and squeezed harder. He felt the ribs give way one by one, until Vladimir's last breath escaped in a wet, ragged whisper. A twitch from Sokolov made him pivot awkwardly, still holding Vladimir's deadweight. A quick kick snapped the knife hilt deeper, silencing the man for good. He lowered the body gently, then crouched to check pulses. Nothing. The knife made quick work of both throats, one for Sandy, one for certainty. Blood pooled thick and slow, no heartbeat left to push it. Wiping the blade clean on Vladimir's shirt, Reacher finally let himself breathe. Then he reached for the phone. Cash's voice crackled through the radio. "Helen?" Reacher kept his tone low. "What's going on?" "We took fire," Cash replied. "Helen's not responding." Reacher didn't hesitate. "Yanni, shift left, find her." "Franklin, you with me?" "Right here," Franklin answered. "Get ready to call for backup," Reacher ordered. Cash cut in again. "Where are you?" "Inside the house," Reacher said. "Hostiles." "Handled," Reacher replied. "Where'd the shot come from?" Third floor, north side. Sniper's nest. They've got eyes on us from the cameras. Not anymore. Reacher shoved the phone back in his pocket, gripped the revolver, and checked the cylinder, 5 rounds left. He moved into the hallway, knife in one hand, gun in the other, scanning for the basement door. Meanwhile, Yanni's voice murmured through the darkness outside, a steady stream of updates as she moved. Heading east, staying low, hugging the fence. Helen's down, no response. Could be bad. Cash listened until her voice faded, then shook his head before pressing his eye back to the scope. Inside, Reacher swept the basement empty, except for the ghostly outlines of old chimneys. He considered cutting the power, but Chenko had night vision. He didn't. Outside, Yanni tripped over Helen's shoes, black heels, polished, abandoned neatly by the fence. She scooped them up, dangling them by their straps. "Helen?" She whispered, "Where are you?" A voice answered from the shadows. "Here." Yanni followed the sound until she spotted Helen curled against the fence. Sigh. "Dropped my phone," Helen admitted. "Couldn't find it in the dark." "You hurt?" "Just scared." That bullet was too close. Helen sat up, grinning, and held out her palm. A quarter glinted under the moonlight. Yanni frowned. "What's that?" "Reacher gave it to me." Back inside, Reacher cleared the first floor, nothing but dust and echoes. He crouched in what might have once been a parlor, pulling out his phone. "Cash, back online?" Cash asked. "Yanni find Helen?" "Yeah, she's fine. Basement's clear. First floor, too. You were right. Rosemary's probably upstairs. You heading up now?" "No choice." "How many down?" "2. Plenty left. I'll watch my step." Reacher pocketed the phone, grabbed the knife, and moved toward the staircase, wide, elegant, with a landing halfway up. He took the first steps backward, keeping his eyes on the second-floor railing. If anyone was waiting, he'd see them first. The wooden stairs groaned faintly under his weight, the loudest creaks always coming from the center of each step. He moved with deliberate care, testing each spot with the back of his foot before shifting his full weight onto it. The rubber soles of his deck shoes muffled his steps, at least they were good for something. After climbing 5 steps, his eyes were level with the second-floor landing. He raised his pistol, took another cautious step, and scanned the empty hallway. Dim light from a single bulb revealed nothing but 6 closed doors, 3 on each side of the narrow carpeted corridor. Exhaling slowly, he reached the half landing, turned left, and continued up the dogleg staircase. At the top he hesitated. 6 doors. No sound. He moved toward the front of the house, pressing his ear against the first door. Silence. The second door yielded nothing either. But as he approached the third, an odd rhythm drifted down from the floor above. A strange repetitive sequence, a dragging scrape, a crunch, then a light tap. Over and over. He glanced up at the ceiling, puzzled. Then the third door swung open. Grigor Linsky stood frozen in the doorway, dressed in his usual boxy gray suit. Reacher didn't hesitate. He drove the knife into the man's throat, twisting sharply to silence him before the blood could spill. He hauled Linsky's body back into the kitchen, where a kettle hissed on the stove. Reacher flicked off the burner, then finished the job with a sharp twist of the neck. The crack echoed too loudly in the quiet house. Retrieving his weapons, he listened again. The same eerie rhythm continued upstairs. Slide, scrape, crunch, tap. Then it clicked glass. Cash had returned fire through Chenko's sniper perch, shattering the window. Now Chenko was clearing a path, sweeping shards aside with his boot to avoid slipping mid-battle. Reacher moved to the next staircase, climbing backward to keep his ears sharp. The third-floor hallway was bare wood, no carpet, with an empty chair in the middle. All the doors stood open, and cold night air seeped in from the north side. He hugged the wall, inching closer until the sounds grew louder. Chenko was 12 feet away, his back turned, focused on clearing a path to the blown-out window. His rifle leaned against the wall, just out of reach. He worked methodically, sweeping glass into neat piles. No sniper wanted to trip at the wrong moment. Reacher exhaled, stepped into the doorway, and raised his gun. Chenko had discipline, but he'd just run out of time. The clock was ticking, 10 seconds left to act. Reacher slid the knife into his pocket, freeing his right hand. He flexed his fingers, then moved forward, stepping carefully down the path Chenko had cleared. 4 silent strides. Chenko stiffened, sensing him, before the man could react. Reacher locked an arm around his throat from behind, squeezing tight. With one sharp motion, he drove Chenko forward and hurled him headfirst through the open window. "You had your chance," Reacher murmured into the night below. "Should have finished me when you could." He pulled out his phone. "Dunny," he said quietly. "Here. 3rd floor window, the one you fired at earlier. See it?" "Got it. A guy just took a dive. If he moves, put him down." He pocketed the phone and searched for the attic door. Inside, Rosemary Barr sat unharmed but bound ankles, wrists, mouth, all taped shut. Reacher pressed a finger to his lips, and she nodded. He sliced through the restraints with the stained blade, steadying her as she wobbled to her feet. For a second she wavered, then shook it off, her expression shifting from fear to resolve. He could see it, she wasn't just thinking about herself. Her brother's fate was tied to hers, and that kept her going. "Are they gone?" she whispered. "All but the Zek," Reacher replied. "Raskin's dead. The Zek made him eat his gun for letting you swipe his phone." "Where is he now?" "2nd floor, living room. Last door on the left." "Stay here," Reacher said. "I'll handle him and come back." She shook her head. "I can't stay. Get me out." He hesitated, then nodded. "Fine. But keep quiet. And don't look around." "Why?" "Bodies." "Good," Rosemary said. He guided her down to the 3rd floor hallway, then went ahead alone to scout the 2nd floor. Silence. The door remained shut. He motioned her forward, and together they descended to the 1st floor, slipping out through the same window he'd entered. He pointed west. "Follow the driveway to the road, then turn right. I'll radio ahead there's a friendly in black with a rifle waiting." She hesitated, then kicked off her shoes, gripping them in one hand as she bolted toward the road. Reacher pulled out his phone again. "Gunny, here. Rosemary's coming your way. Copy that. Rally the team, meet her halfway. No more night ops. Stand by for my signal. Roger." Reacher turned back toward the house, retracing his steps through the eerie quiet. Now it was just a waiting game. Patience paid off sometimes in victories, sometimes in nightmares. He crept back to the 2nd floor, the door still closed. Ducking into the kitchen, he spotted Linsky sprawled in a dark puddle. Reacher flicked the stove back on, reigniting the kettle's flame, then positioned himself in the hallway, leaning against the wall just beyond the Zek's door. 5 minutes later, the kettle screamed to life, its shrill whistle escalating into a deafening shriek. 10 seconds in, the door creaked open. A hunched figure stepped out, small, gnarled, more ghost than man. Reacher spun him around, shoving the Smith & Wesson into the soft hollow beneath his jaw. The Zek. a relic of violence, skin mottled with scars, his face a roadmap of old pain. Time had twisted him, but cruelty still burned in his eyes. The old man's face was a map of deep wrinkles, twisted with fury and malice. His hands, mangled and useless, hung limp at his sides, no weapon in sight. Reacher shoved him down the narrow hall, forcing him backward into the kitchen, until the stove's burner hissed beneath the screaming kettle. With a quick flick of his wrist, Reacher killed the flame, then dragged the Zek back toward the living room. The shrill whistle faded into silence, leaving the house eerily still. "Game over," Reacher said. "You lose." The Zek's voice was a rasp, thick with defiance. "Nothing's ever over." Reacher pressed the barrel of the Smith & Wesson harder against the old man's throat, just out of sight. He drew the hammer back with deliberate precision, click, click, crunch, a sound that needed no explanation. "I'm 80, the Zek spat. "Could be 100, Reacher shot back. "Still ends the same." The old man scoffed. "You think you're the worst I've faced. I was surviving monsters before you took your first breath." Reacher's grin was cold. "Yeah, well, you woke up alive today. Won't be saying that tomorrow. After 8 decades, that's gotta count for something." Silence. Treat. "It's done," Reacher said. "No more detours. This is where your road ends." The Zek said nothing. "Know when my birthday is?" Reacher asked. "Why would I?" "October. Wanna guess the day?" The old man stayed quiet. "You'll find out soon enough," Reacher said. "I'm counting in my head. When I hit my birthday, this gun goes off." He started silently. 1, 2. The Zek's eye stayed locked on his. 5, 6, 7. No reaction. 10, 11. "What do you want?" The Zek finally snapped. Reacher smirked. 12. "That's how long you lasted before caving. Know why? Survival's your religion. Only reason you've made it this far. Strongest instinct you've got, stronger than I'll ever understand. You'll roll the dice, take the chance, do whatever it takes to see another sunrise. So here is the contest. Your will to live versus mine to put a bullet in your skull and spit in the hole." The Zek's gaze flickered with calculation. "It's shot," Reacher said. "Lights out. Your call, take the gamble or don't." "A beat." Then grudgingly, "What do you want?" "Help. There's an innocent guy rotting in a prison ward. You're gonna walk into Emerson's office and spill everything." Chenko pulled the trigger. Vladimir killed the girl. Linsky helped orchestrate it. The whole damn truth. The Zek's eyes narrowed. "They'll execute me." "Damn right they will," Reacher said. "But you'll still be breathing tomorrow." "Bit dism sand. Appeals drag on for years here. Might even outlast you." The old man exhaled, weighing his odds. The clock was ticking, and Reacher wasn't bluffing. The odds weren't great: mistrial, jailbreak, presidential pardon, maybe even a revolution or an earthquake shaking the place apart. "Not happening," the other man muttered. "Exactly," Reacher said. "But isn't that your whole deal? A man who'll cling to the smallest sliver of hope just to keep breathing another second, even when the math says it's over?" Silence. "You already showed me once," Reacher continued. "When you bailed on the birthday game by October 12th. That's quick. October's got 31 days. Odds said you'd be safe until at least the 15th. A real gambler would have pushed it to the 20th. But you, out before the 12th. Not because you're scared nobody'd call you that. because you're built to survive. That's your move. Now I just need proof. Still nothing. 1/13th. Stafford 10th. Miss 10th. To 16th, Reacher counted off. Fine, the Zek finally growled. You got me. I'll talk to the cop. Reacher shoved him against the wall, the Smith & Wesson holding him in place. He pulled out his phone. Gunny. Here. Bring everyone in. I'll unlock the door. Franklin, time to wake those guys up like we planned. The line went dead. Franklin had cut comms to make his calls. Reacher bound the Zek's wrists and ankles with stripped lamp wire, leaving him sprawled on the living room floor. Downstairs, the surveillance room reeked of copper and death. Vladimir lay in a dark pool, his throat slit wide enough to show bone. Sokolov was face down on the table, his blood soaking into the equipment. The south monitor had fried, probably from fluid damage, but the other 3 screens still glowed faintly. The west feed showed 4 figures moving fast up the driveway, yellow halos, red cores. Reacher killed the lights, sealed the room, and headed for the front door. Yanni entered first, followed by Cash, Rosemary, and finally Helen, barefoot and caked in mud, her heels dangling from one hand. She paused in the doorway, wrapping Reacher in a tight embrace before pulling away. "What's that stench?" Yanni asked. "Blood," Cash said. "And whatever else leaks out when people die." "Are they all gone?" "Almost," Reacher said, leading them upstairs. He stopped Rosemary outside the living room. "Zek's in there. You good?" She nodded. "I need to see him. Got a question." Inside, the Zek lay where Reacher had left him. Rosemary stood over him, calm, no smirk, just cold curiosity. "Why?" she asked. "I get the twisted logic, but why drag my brother into it? Why not just use Chenko from the start?" The Zek's gaze stayed vacant, fixed on something far away. "Psychology," Reacher said. "His. Ours. The public's. How?" "He needed a narrative," Reacher said. "No shooter, the story becomes about the victims. And if it's about the victims, people ask too many questions. So he threw James under the bus. Standard procedure. His list is long. Why? 1 death's a tragedy. A million's a spreadsheet." "Stalin," Yanni muttered. Reacher kicked the Zek aside, yanked the sofa back from the window, and hauled him upright against the armrest. "Our star witness," he said, directing Cash to the windowsill. He sent Yanni for chairs 3 trips. 3 dragged-in dining chairs lined up facing the sofa. Armchairs wedged against the walls completed the setup. The furniture was arranged in a neat square sofa, dining chairs, armchairs, pushed to the edges. His clothes had mostly dried, just a faint dampness lingering in the thicker seams. He dragged his fingers through his hair, smoothing it back, then checked his watch. Almost 4 a.m. The body's natural rhythm made this the easiest time to push through. "Now we wait," he muttered. They didn't have to wait long. Less than half an hour later, the distant hum of engines cut through the quiet. Tires rolled over asphalt, exhaust rumbled, and the sound grew louder as the vehicle slowed, crunching onto the gravel driveway. 4 cars in total. Reacher headed downstairs and swung the door open. Franklin's black Suburban was first, followed by Emerson stepping out of a dull gray Crown Vic. A petite woman with sharp dark hair emerged from a blue Ford Taurus Donna Bianca, he guessed. Last was Alex Roden, locking his silver BMW with a chirp from his key fob, the only one who bothered. Reacher stepped back, letting them crowd into the hallway before leading them upstairs. He directed Rodin, Bianca, and Emerson into the dining chairs, left to right. Franklin took an armchair beside Yanni, while Rosemary Barr and Helen Roden settled into chairs across the room. Helen's eyes locked onto her father's, tension crackling between them. Cash perched on the windowsill. Reacher leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Start talking," he said. The Zek stayed silent. "I can send them all home just as fast as I brought them here," Reacher warned. "Then we go back to counting, and we both know where that ends." The Zek exhaled, then began slow at first, then faster, words tumbling out in a tangled mess. He rambled about old crimes, unrelated but damning, before circling back to the city contracts. He named names, bribes, favors. Not just money, girls too, shipped to a private villa in the Caribbean, some barely more than children. He detailed Ted Archer's rage, his 2-year hunt for the truth, the ambush that finally silenced him. Jeb Oliver had been the pawn, rewarded with a red Dodge Ram for his trouble. The Zek paused, weighing his next words, then plunged ahead. He described the decision to eliminate Olene Archer when she became a liability. Chenko's quick thinking, the way they'd lured James Barr away with the promise of a night with Sandy Dupree. Jeb Oliver's usefulness had expired shortly after. He gave them the location of the body. Vladimir's desperate move to kill Sandy, hoping to throw Reacher off track. 32 minutes later, he stopped abruptly, eyes sharp with calculation. Already scheming mistrial, escape, endless appeals. The room held its breath. Donna Bianca broke the silence. "Unbelievable." "Keep talking," Reacher said. The Zek just stared. "You skipped something," Reacher pressed. "The inside man. That's what we're here for." The Zek's gaze flicked to Emerson, then Bianca, then Rodan, scanning the line before settling back on Reacher. "You're a survivor, but you're not stupid," Reacher said. "No mistrial. No jailbreak. You're 80, you won't last a decade in appeals. Yet you talked anyway. Why?" Silence. "Because you knew you'd be talking to a friend," Reacher said. "Someone you own. Someone in this room." The Zek didn't flinch. "One thing never added up," Reacher continued. "Took me a while to trust my gut. But back in the day, I was a damn good investigator. I was damn good at what I did, maybe the best they'd ever seen. I could have gone toe-to-toe with anyone in the game. But here's the thing." Helen Roden leaned in. "What?" "I never would have thought to check that parking meter. Not in 100 years. It wouldn't have crossed my mind. So I had to ask myself, was Emerson really sharper than me? Or did he already know that quarter was planted there?" The room stayed dead silent. "Emerson wasn't better," Reacher said flatly. "That's just not how this works. That's the conclusion I reached." He turned to the Zek, his voice dropping lower. "That coin was one mistake too many. You get it now? It didn't fit. Was that Chenko's bright idea?" The Zek gave a slow nod. "You should have shut him down," Reacher said. Then he shifted his gaze to Emerson. "Or you should have left it alone. You didn't need it to make your case." "This is garbage," Emerson snapped. Reacher didn't blink. "Things started adding up after that. I went through the 911 calls, the squad car logs. Right off the bat, you jumped to conclusions. A bunch of panicked, half-coherent calls, and within seconds, you're on the radio calling it a lone shooter with an automatic. No evidence for that. 6 shots fired, uneven spacing, could have been 6 different guys with revolvers. But you knew it wasn't." "Garbage," Emerson repeated. Reacher ignored him. "Final mail." when I was dealing with your boss here. I told him he'd have to come clean to a detective named Emerson. I could have said the cops or the DA, but I didn't. I said your name, and his eyes lit up. He stalled for a minute, just for show, but he folded fast because he figured he was safe as long as you were running the show. Cash broke the silence. But Olene Archer went to Alex Rodan. He buried it. That's what you found. Reacher shook his head. We found out Olene went to the DA's office. I checked it myself when I got to town. And guess what? Alex here's got a pair of guard dogs at reception. They don't let randoms waltz in. Bet you anything they send her packing, take it to the police, they told her. Her coworker said she was gone half the day. My money says they sent her on a wild goose chase to the station, where she ended up talking to Emerson. The Zek twisted on the couch, his voice strained. Emerson, do something. Too late for that, Reacher said. I plan ahead. Yeah, he's probably got a Glock under his jacket, but I've got a Semphy Tate and a blade on him. Cash has a rifle tucked behind the couch. And what's he gonna do? Try to shoot us all and claim it was some bloodbath? How's that gonna play on the news? Emerson's jaw tightened. The news. Cash echoed. Reacher nodded toward Yanni. Saw her messing with her phone earlier. Bet she's been streaming this whole thing. Yanni held up her Nokia. Live feed. Digital recording on 3 separate drives, plus backup tapes. Been rolling since before we even got in the Humvee. Cash stared. That's why you asked about the nightscope. Why you were narrating like a play-by-play announcer. She's a reporter, Reacher said. She's about to win awards. He stepped forward, reached under Emerson's coat, and pulled out the Glock. Tossed it to Bianca. You've got arrests to make. Then the Zek smirked, just as Chenko stumbled in. Covered in dirt, his right arm hanging useless, wrist tucked into his shirt like a makeshift sling. But his left arm? Perfectly fine. And very, very ready. Reacher spun to face Chenko, his eyes locking onto the sawed-off shotgun gripped tight in the man's left hand. Where the hell did he pull that from? He wondered. The car. Were they parked out east somewhere? Chenko's gaze flicked to Bianca. Drop it, lady, he ordered. Without a word, she set Emerson's Glock on the carpet, the sound muffled by the thick fibers. Appreciate it, Chenko said, his voice rough. The room stayed dead silent. Must have blacked out for a minute, he added, rolling his shoulders. But I'll be damned, I feel like a new man now. From the far side of the room, the Zek's raspy voice cut in. We endure. That's our way. Reacher ignored him, focusing instead on Chenko's weapon, a Benelli Nova pump, brutally modified. The stock was hacked off behind the grip, the barrel shortened past the slide. A solid 12-gauge, 4 rounds ready to go. A good gun, ruined. Emerson, the Zek, barked. Get over here and cut me loose. Reacher heard Emerson rise but didn't turn. Instead, he shifted slightly, closing the gap between him and Chenko. The difference in their size was almost comical, Reacher towering over him, broad enough to block the light. Need a blade, Emerson muttered. Pretty sure the soldier's packing one, Chenko shot back. After what he did to my boys downstairs, no way he's unarmed. Reacher edged closer, now just 3 feet apart, the sawed-off taking up most of the space between them. His belt buckle practically lined up with Chenko's ribs. Knife, Emerson demanded. Come take it, Reacher challenged. Or have it tossed to you. Not happening. I'll pull the trigger, Chenko warned. 12 gauge to the gut. Reacher almost laughed. And then what? A pump action wasn't exactly one-handed friendly. Then do it, he said. He could feel every pair of eyes in the room locked onto him. The air was thick dust, old upholstery, sweat, the sharp tang of fear. A breeze drifted in through the broken window upstairs, and the open door below, carrying the damp scent of soil and fresh-cut grass. Go on, he pressed. Take the shot. Chenko froze. Just stood there, staring up at Reacher like he was the only thing in the world. Need a countdown. Reacher offered. 1. Nothing. 2. Then, in a blur, he sidestepped just as Cash's rifle cracked from behind the sofa, shredding the space where Reacher's stomach had been a heartbeat earlier. Chenko's chest exploded. Cash sent his rifle back down without a sound. Later, 2 squad cars hauled the Zek and Emerson away. 4 ambulances rolled in for the rest. Bianca turned to Reacher, curiosity burning in her eyes. What really happened to the first 3? She asked. Reacher shrugged. No clue. Maybe they had a disagreement. Thieves don't always play nice. Bianca let it drop. Some questions didn't need answers. Rosemary Barr grabbed Franklin's phone and started dialing local hospitals, desperate to find a place for her brother. Nearby, Helen and Alex Roden huddled in quiet conversation while Gunny Cash slumped in a chair, catching a quick nap. Old habits from his military days never faded. Yanni sidled up to Reacher with a knowing grin. Some men are built for the night, she murmured. Reacher felt the weight of the phone in his pocket but just smirked. I'm more of an early-to-bed guy myself. Same, Yanni replied, arching a brow. Though I don't usually have company. Still remember where I live? He gave her a slow nod before heading downstairs. Outside, the first hints of dawn painted the horizon in deep purples. He glanced back at the last ambulance, its gurney holding a shrouded figure, Vladimir's final trip. Methodically, Reacher emptied his pockets, leaving Emerson's ripped card, Helen's napkin, the motel key, the Smith & Wesson, and Gunny's knife in a tidy stack by the door. Mind if I hitch a ride? He asked the paramedics. Once in town, he'd walk east to the bus station, hit Indianapolis by noon, grab some decent shoes, and be halfway across the country before sunset. Some habits, like moving on, never changed.